1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Complete silence. Doesn't anybody snore here? Anybody cough? The heat is suffocating and it's night. It must be hell during the day. It seemed I was destined to live with centipedes. When the water rose in the dungeon at Santa Marta, they came in large numbers, but they were smaller. The same family, however. At Santa Marta we had the daily flooding, but at least we could talk, shout, sing, or listen to the screams of the ones who were going nuts. It wasn't the same. If I had to choose, I'd take Santa Marta. You're crazy, Papillon. Over there was a unanimous opinion that the most a man could stand was 6 months. Here there are lots who have to do 4 and 5 years and even moat. It's one thing to give a man that sentence. It's quite another to serve it. How many kill themselves? I don't see any way to do it. Yes, I do. It wouldn't be easy, but you could hang yourself. You could make a cord out of your pants and tie one end to the broom. Then, by standing on the bunk, you'd be able to slip the cord around one of the bars. If you got flush with the wall, the guard might not see the cord. And immediately after he'd passed by, you'd let yourself go. By the time he came around again, you'd already be cooked. And besides, he'd be unlikely to hurry down to your cell to unhang you. How could he open the cell door? He couldn't. It says on the door, "Do not open this door without special permission." So, nothing to worry about. Anyone who wants to kill himself has all the time he needs before the special permission unhooks him. All this may not be very interesting to people who like action and confrontations. You can skip these pages if you're bored. However, I feel obligated to describe as faithfully as possible my first impressions of my new cell and my reaction to those first hours of entombment. I'd been walking a long time. My ears picked out a murmur in the night, the changing of the guard. The first guard was a tall, bony man. The new one was small and fat. He dragged his slippers. I could hear them scraping along 2 cells before mine and 2 after. He wasn't 100% silent like his comrade. I went on walking. It must be late. What time? I wondered. Tomorrow I'd get back some sense of time. I had to open the wicket in my door 4 times a day. That would give me an approximate idea. During the night, knowing when the first guard came on duty and the length of his watch, I'd be able to figure out the time by when the second came on, then the third, and so on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1 automatically resumed my endless walk and, with the help of fatigue, took flight into the past. To fight the darkness of my cell, I sat down in the full sunlight of the beach with my tribe. The boat Lali was fishing from rocked on the opal sea about 200 yards offshore. I dug my feet into the sand. Zor Ima brought me a large fish cooked over the coals and wrapped in a banana leaf to hold in the heat. I ate with my fingers, and she watched me as she sat cross-legged in front of me. She was happy to see that the big flakes separated neatly from the fish, and she read in my face how good it tasted. I was far away from my cell. I hadn't heard of the Reclusion, or St. Joseph, or the islands. I rolled on the beach and cleaned my hands by rubbing them in the coral sand, so fine you would have said it was flour. Then I walked to the sea to rinse my mouth in that wonderfully clear and salty water. I cupped the water in my hands and splashed it on my face. As I rubbed my neck, I realized how long my hair had grown. When Lali came back, I'd have her cut it. I spent the whole night with my tribe. I undid Zorema's loincloth, and there on the sand, in full daylight with the sea breeze caressing us, I took her. She moaned with love as she did when she felt special pleasure. Perhaps the wind carried this amorous music to Lali. Perhaps she saw us and knew we were making love. Yes, she must have seen us, for the boat was coming back to shore. She stepped out, smiling. On the way back she had untied her hair and shaken the wet strands with her long fingers to dry it in the glorious sun. I went up to her. She put her right arm around my waist and pulled me up the beach toward our hut. As we walked, it was clear what she was thinking. What about me? In the house she pushed me down on a folded hammock and, once inside her, I forgot that the world existed. Zorema came in when she knew our lovemaking was over. Sated with love, we lay naked on the hammock. She sat down next to us and tapped her sister's cheek with her fingers, repeating a word that must have meant something like glutton. Then she rearranged my loincloth and lollies with a gesture of tender modesty. I spent the entire night in Guajira, not sleeping a wink. I didn't even lie down. I just kept on walking in a kind of trance, transported to a delicious day I'd lived 6 months before. The light went out and I could see daylight begin to invade the shadows of the cell, chasing away the floating mist that enveloped everything around me. Then came the sound of the whistle and the bunks slamming against the wall. I even heard my neighbor's hook as he fixed it to the ring. He coughed and I heard the sound of water. How did you wash in this place? Guard, please, how do you wash in this place? Reclusionaire, I'll excuse you since you're new. But remember, you get punished for talking to a guard. To wash yourself, you stand over the pail and pour from the pot of water with one hand as you clean yourself with the other. Didn't you unfold your blanket? No. You'll find a towel inside it. How about that? You can't even talk to a guard. Not for any reason, not even if you're in pain, or about to croak, or if you have a heart attack, or appendicitis, or an attack of asthma. You can't call for help even if it's a matter of life or death. It's incredible. On the other hand, it's not really so incredible. It would be too easy to create a disturbance when you were at the end of your resistance, when your nerves had snapped. Just to hear voices, just to have somebody speak to you even if he only said, go ahead and croak, but shut up. But it's a sure thing that out of the 250 poor bastards here, someone will provoke some kind of dialogue to let off, like a safety valve, the intolerable pressure in his head. No psychiatrist could have thought up these cages. No doctor would have so disgraced himself. And certainly no doctor was responsible for the regulations. But the two who did plan this place, the architect and the bureaucrat, and worked out the details of the punishment must have been loathsome monsters, vicious and cunning psychopaths wallowing in sadistic hatred for the prisoners. From the dungeons in Bewley and Con, as deep as they were, there was a chance that echoes of the tortures and the horrible treatment inflicted on the prisoners might filter up and eventually reach the public's ear. The proof of this was that, when they'd taken off my handcuffs and thumbscrews, I saw real fear on the guards' faces, even if it was only the fear of troublesome complications. But here, in the reclusion, where only officials of the administration knew what was going on, they were safe. Clack, 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 all the wickets opened. I moved over to mine, risked putting my eye to it, then stuck my head out a little, and finally put my whole head out in the corridor. There, on my left and my right, was a whole multitude of heads. Obviously, the minute the wickets opened, everybody did what I'd done. The one on my right looked at me without a trace of expression. Brutalized by masturbation, probably. His blank idiot's face was wan and sweaty. The one on my left asked quickly, how long? 2 years. I have 4. I've done 1. What's your name? Papillon. Mine's Georges, Jojo L, Orvognet. Where'd they get you? Paris. What about you? He didn't have time to answer. The guards carrying the COF fee and bread were 2 cells away from mine. He pulled in his head. I did the same. I held out my mug and they filled it with coffee and gave me my bread. But I wasn't quick enough. As they closed the wicket, the bread rolled onto the floor. In less than 15 minutes silence had returned. At noon we got soup with a piece of boiled meat. At night, a bowl of lentils. For 2 years the menu changed only at night. Lentils. Kidney beans, split peas, chickpeas, white beans and rice with fat. The noon meal was always the same. Every 2 weeks we put our heads out and Akan with barber's shears cut our beards. I'd been here 3 days. I began to worry. At Royale my friends had told me they'd be sending me food and tobacco. I hadn't received anything yet, and furthermore, I couldn't see how such a miracle could be brought off. I wasn't surprised I hadn't received anything. The cigarettes didn't matter. It would be dangerous to smoke, and besides, it was a luxury. But food was vital. The soup at noon was only hot water with 2 or 3 green leaves floating around and a little piece of meat weighing perhaps 4 ounces. At night we got a ladleful of water with a few dried peas or beans swimming about. To be honest, I didn't so much suspect the administration of not giving us proper rations as I did the cons who prepared and distributed the food. This occurred to me because some nights there was a little guy from Marseille who doled out the vegetables and his ladle went right down to the bottom of the pot, giving us more beans than water. The others did just the opposite. They stirred a little, then skimmed the water off the top. Lots of water, few beans. This undernourishment was very dangerous. To keep up your morale, a certain degree of physical strength was essential. They were sweeping the corridor, and it seemed to me they swept a long time outside my cell. The broom kept pushing against my door. I looked closely and noticed a piece of white paper poking through. Somebody was trying to slip me something under the door and couldn't get it any farther. They were waiting for me to pick it up before moving on. I reached for it and unfolded a note written in phosphorescent ink. I waited until the guard had passed by and read, "Pappy, starting tomorrow you'll find 5 cigarettes and a coconut in your pail every day. Chew the coconut well if you want to get the most out of it, then swallow the pulp. Smoke in the morning when they're emptying the pails, or right after the noon and evening meals, but never after morning coffee. Enclosed is a pencil stub and a piece of paper. If you ever need anything, write it down, and when the man sweeps outside your cell, scratch the door with your fingers. If he scratches back, slip him the paper. Don't ever give him the paper before he's scratched back. Hide the paper behind your ear so you don't have to use your plan, and put the pencil somewhere at the base of the wall. Chin up. We send love. Ignace, Louis." The message was from Galgani and Diga. A feeling of warmth crept up my throat. To have such faithful and devoted friends was a very warming thing. With even greater faith in the future and the certainty that I'd get out of this tomb alive, I started off with a gay and sprightly step, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and turn. As I walked, I thought how remarkable those 2 men were. They must run a grave risk, perhaps even the risk of losing their jobs. What a wonderful gesture, not to mention how expensive it must have been. The number of people they must have had to buy off between Royale and my cell. I should explain that dried coconut is so full of oil that if you grate 6 coconuts and soak the pulp in warm water, you can skim a quart of it off the top the next day. This oil made up for the lack of fat in our diet and was full of vitamins as well. A coconut a day almost guaranteed good health or, at the very least, prevented dehydration and death from starvation. For over 2 months I received food and cigarettes without interruption. I took every kind of precaution when I smoked, inhaling the smoke deep down, then letting it out only a little at a time while fanning it away with my right hand. A funny thing happened one day. I don't know whether I did the right thing or not. A guard up on the walk leaned over the railing and peered into my cell. He lit a cigarette and, after a couple of drags, let it fall into my cell. Then he walked on. I waited for him to come back and then made a big thing of crushing the cigarette with my foot. He stopped to watch me, then moved on. Had he felt pity for me? Was he ashamed of the administration he belonged to? Or was it a trap? I didn't know, and it bothered me. When you're suffering, you're oversensitive to everything. If this guard was trying to be kind, I didn't want to hurt him with a gesture of contempt. As I said, I'd been here over 2 months. It was clear to me that at the reclusion escape was impossible. A deal, a combination, was out of the question. So I worked on splitting myself in 2 and developed a foolproof method. In order to roam among the stars, To summon up various stages in my life or build my amazingly realistic castles in Spain, I first had to tire myself out. I would walk for hours without sitting down, never stopping, thinking about nothing in particular. Once I was truly exhausted, I stretched out on my bunk and wrapped the blanket around my head. This way, the little air there was in my cell was further cut off. My lungs became asphyxiated and my head started to burn. Suffocating with the heat and lack of air, I suddenly found myself in flight. Ah, what indescribable sensations! I spent nights of love that were more intense than real ones. I could sit down with my mother, dead these 17 years. I could play with her dress while she stroked my curls, which she had left long to make me look like a girl. I caressed her slender fingers, her soft silky skin. She laughed over my foolish desire to dive into the river as I had seen the big boys do one day on a walk. I even saw the way she wore her hair, the love that flowed from her bright eyes, her gentle words, "My little Riri, you must be good, you must be very good so that your mummy can love you a lot. Later on, when you're a little bigger, you can dive into the river too. You're too small now, my treasure. The day will come soon, too soon, when you'll be a big boy." Hand in hand, we followed the river home. I was actually there, in the house of my childhood. I held my hands over my mother's eyes so that she had to play the piano without looking at the music. I was there. It wasn't my imagination. I was with her, standing on a chair behind the piano stool, and I pressed my small hands against her large eyes so she couldn't see. Her nimble fingers continued to skim over the piano until she had played The Merry Widow to the end. Neither you, inhuman prosecutor, nor you, dishonest policemen, nor you, miserable Polaine, who bought your liberty for the price of a lie, nor the 12 jurymen who were such cheeseheads they believed the lot of you, nor the guards here in the reclusion, were the associates of Le Manger's Doms. No one, absolutely no one, not even these thick walls, nor the remoteness of this island lost in the Atlantic, nothing. Nothing physical or mental, can stop my delicious wanderings, bathed in the rosy hue of bliss. When I figured out earlier how much time I would be spending with myself, I was wrong to limit it to hours. There were times when it should have been measured in minutes. For example, the emptying of the pails took place about an hour after the distribution of the morning coffee and bread. It was with the return of the empty pail that I received the coconut, the 5 cigarettes and sometimes a note. Not every time, but often enough, I'd count the time in minutes. It wasn't hard, for I'd adjusted my steps to 1 to the second, and with my body acting as a pendulum, I arrived at the turn at the end of 5 steps and mentally registered 1. When I reached 12, a minute had passed. But don't think it was the food I was worried about, the coconut my life depended on, or the cigarettes, the exquisite pleasure of being able to smoke 10 times every 24 hours, for I cut each cigarette in half. No, about coffee time I was often seized with a fear that something might have happened to the people who were helping me at the risk of their own necks. It was only when I saw the coconut that I could relax. It was there, therefore all was well with them. Slowly, very slowly, the hours, the days, the weeks, the months passed by. I'd been here almost a year. For exactly 11 months and 20 days I had not spoken with anyone for more than 40 seconds, and then only in chopped sentences that were more murmured than said. I did have one exchange in a normal voice. I'd caught a cold and was coughing a lot. Thinking this justified a visit to the infirmary, I reported sick. The doctor came, the wicket opened and a head appeared. "What's the matter with you? Bronchitis, turn around, cough." Was this a joke? No, it was true, absolutely true. Somewhere they'd turned up a doctor, and he'd come to examine me through my wicket at a distance of 3 feet and put his ear to the opening in order to listen to my chest. Then he said, "Stick your arm through." I was about to when I felt a sudden surge of self-respect and said, "Thanks, Doc, but don't bother. It isn't worth it." At least I let him know I didn't take his examination seriously. "It's up to you," he replied in a cynical tone and left. Luckily, for I was about to explode with anger. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and turn. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and turn. I marched without stopping, I marched with fury, my legs tense. After what had happened, I needed to trample on something. What, under my feet was only cement. But there was still plenty of things to trample on. I trampled on that ass of a doctor who, to be in the good graces of the administration, lent himself to such a farce. I trampled on the indifference of men to the suffering and pain of others. I trampled on the ignorance of the French people and their indifference to the human cargo that left Saint Martin de Ré every 2 years, to where it went and how it was treated. I trampled on the reporters who spread a man's name all over the front page and forgot he existed a few months later. I trampled on the Catholic priests who heard the confessions and therefore knew what was going on in the ban and said nothing. I trampled on the nature of our trials, which were nothing but oratorical joustings between accuser and accused. I trampled on the League for the Rights of Man, which wouldn't lift a voice to say, "Stop your dry guillotine," forbid the collective sadism of the administration and its employees. I trampled on the fact that no group or association ever asked those responsible for the system why 80% of its population disappeared down the road of the condemned every 2 years. I trampled on the death notices handed out by the official doctors. Suicide, illness, death from continued undernourishment, scurvy, tuberculosis, raging madness, senility. I don't know on what else I trampled, but after what had just happened, I couldn't bring myself to walk normally. With every step I trampled on something. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And the slow passing of the hours gradually wore down my silent revolt. 10 days later I was halfway through my sentence at the reclusion. It was an anniversary worthy of a feast, for, my grief aside, I was in good health. I wasn't crazy or anywhere near becoming so. I was even 100% certain that at the end of the next year I'd get out alive and sound of body and mind. I was awakened by the sound of muffled voices. Monsieur Durand, he's dry as a bone. How could you have not noticed him? I don't know, Chief. The way he's hanging in the corner under the walk. I never saw him. It's not important, but you must admit it's pretty funny you didn't see him. So my neighbor on the left had committed suicide. They carried him away. The door closed. It was all according to the rules, since the door was opened and shut in the presence of a higher authority. It was the head warden, for I recognized his voice. The 5th loss from those around me in 10 weeks. On the day of my anniversary I found a can of Nestlé's condensed milk in my pail. It was a real extravagance on the part of my friends. Expensive to buy and very risky to get to me. It was a day of triumph over adversity. In addition, I promised myself I wouldn't take my usual flight. I would stay in the reclusion in mind as well as body. A year had passed since I'd arrived and I felt quite capable of leaving Encavale tomorrow if the opportunity arose. It was a positive assertion and I was proud of it. The afternoon sweeper, that was most unusual, gave me a note from my friends. Chin up. Only 1 more year. We know you're in good health. We're okay too. We send love. Louis. Ignace. If you can, send us a word through the man who gave you this. On the small piece of paper attached to the note I wrote, "Thanks for everything. I feel strong, and thanks to you, I hope for the same a year from now. Have you any news of Clausiot and Machuret?" The sweeper came back and scratched on my door. I slipped him the piece of paper and it disappeared immediately. I spent the whole day and part of the night in the real world, something I promised myself I'd do more often. 1 year more and I'd be on one of the islands. Which one, Royale or St. Joseph? I'd get drunk with talking, smoking and planning my next escape. I began the next day, the first of the 365 that remained, with confidence, and for the following 8 months all went well. But in the 9th there was trouble. One morning, when my pail was being emptied, the man was caught red-handed just as he was pushing the coconut and the 5 cigarettes into my cell. The situation was so serious that for several minutes the rule of silence was forgotten. We could hear all too clearly the beating they gave the poor guy. Then the rattle of a dying man. My wicket opened and the flushed face of a guard bellowed at me, "You'll get yours, you son of a bitch. Just try something, shithead." I yelled back, furious at the treatment they'd given the poor devil. All this happened at 7 o'clock. It wasn't until 11 that I was visited by a delegation headed by the deputy warden. The door, which had been closed for 20 months, opened. I was in the rear of the cell with my mug in my hand, ready to fight. I wanted to give as good as I got and be knocked out as quickly as possible. No chance. Get out. If you want me, come and get me. I'm not going out there to be attacked from all sides. Here I can slug the first man who touches me. We're not going to hit you, Charriére. Whose word do I have? Mine, the assistant warden's. What's your word worth? Don't insult me, there's no point in it. I give you my word of honor you won't be touched. Come on now, get out. I held on to my mug. You can keep it, you won't be needing it. 0K. I came out and, surrounded by 6 guards and the assistant warden, I walked the length of the corridor. When I emerged into the courtyard, I felt dizzy and had to close my eyes against the brilliance of the light. Eventually I made out the little house where we had gone on arrival. A dozen guards stood by as I was led into the room marked, Administration. A man was moaning on the floor, covered with blood. The clock on the wall said 11, and I thought, they've been torturing the poor bastard for 4 hours. The head warden was sitting behind his desk with the deputy warden next to him. Charriére, how long have you been getting food and cigarettes? Hasn't that guy already told you? I'm asking you. I have amnesia. I have no idea. What the hell are you talking about? Didn't you know? I'm surprised it isn't down in my file. I got amnesia from a blow on the head. Totally unprepared for my reply, the warden turned to a guard and said, "Ask Royale if they have any record of this." While they were telephoning, he continued, "You do remember that your name is Charriére?" That, yes. Then, very fast, to confuse him still further, I yelled out like an automaton, "My name is Charriére. I was born in 1906 in the department of Ardèche. I was given a life sentence in Paris Seine." His eyes grew as big as marbles and I knew I'd thrown him. "You had your coffee and bread this morning?" "Yes." "What vegetable did you have last night?" "I don't know." "So, if we're to believe you, you have absolutely no memory." "For events, no. For faces, yes. For example, I know it was you who received me here once. But when, I don't remember. So you don't know how much more time you have to do. Of my life sentence, until I die, I suppose." "No, no, your sentence in solitary." "I have a sentence in solitary." "Why?" "Now that's too much. Are you trying to tell me you don't remember you're doing 2 years for an escape?" I don't believe it. At that point I really gave it to him. Escape? Me, warden? I'm no fool. I'm an intelligent person and perfectly capable of assuming my responsibilities. Come to my cell and see for yourself if I've escaped from it. A guard broke in. "Royale on the line, warden." He picked up the phone. "Nothing there. That's funny. He claims to have been stricken with amnesia." "How?" "A blow on the head." "I see. He's faking." "Well, we'll see about that." "Oh. Okay, sorry, warden. I'll check it. Goodbye." "Yes, I'll keep you informed." "Hey, faker, let's have a look at your head." "Yes, he does have a scar, and a long one." "How is it you remember you lost your memory when you got hit?" "Answer me that." "I can't explain it. I only know that I remember being hit, that my name is Charriére, and a few other things." "So what are you trying to tell me?" That's what we're talking about. You asked me how long I've been sent food and cigarettes. This is my answer. I don't know if it was the first time or the 1000th. Because of my amnesia, I can't tell you. That's all there is to it. You can make of it what you want. What I want is simple enough. You've had too much to eat for a long time. Know you are going to lose a little weight. No more supper until the end of your sentence. That same day I received a note during the second sweeping. Unfortunately I couldn't read it because it wasn't phosphorescent. During the night I lit a leftover cigarette that had escaped the search. As I puffed it, it made enough light so I could read. The guy didn't give us away. He said it was only the second time he'd given you food, and that he did it only because he'd known you in France. It hasn't bothered anybody at Royale. Chin up. So I was now deprived of my coconut, cigarettes and news of my friends at Royale. And on top of that, they'd taken away my evening meal. I'd got used to not being hungry, and, in addition, the 10 smokes gave shape to the day. I was also worried about the poor devil they had beaten on my account. I hope to God they didn't punish him further. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and turn. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and turn. It wasn't going to be easy on these short rations. With so little to eat, I thought I ought to change my tactics. For example, if I stayed lying down, I could conserve my energy. The less I moved, the fewer calories I'd burn up. During the day I would just sit. I'd have to learn a whole new way of life. 4 months, 120 days. On this new diet, how long would it be before I became seriously anemic? 2 months at least, so that would leave me with 2 crucial months. Once I became really weak, I'd be fertile ground for all kinds of sickness. I decided to stay down from 6 in the evening to 6 in the morning. I'd walk from after coffee till after they'd picked up the pails, or about 2 hours. At noon, after the soup, another 2 hours. 4 hours walking in all. The rest of the time I'd sit or lie down. It would be difficult to take my flights without the fatigue, but I had to try all the same. I'd now been on my new regimen for 10 days. I was permanently hungry. A constant weariness had taken hold of me like a chronic disease. I missed the coconut terribly, the cigarettes not so much. I went to bed very early and I soon escaped from my cell. Yesterday I was in Paris at the Rat Mort, drinking champagne with some friends, among them Antonio of London, originally from the Balearic Islands, who spoke French like a Parisian and English like a real roast beef. The day after, at the Marinier on the Boulevard de Clichy, he killed one of his friends with 5 shots of his revolver. Things happened fast in the underworld, these changes from friendship to mortal hatred. Yes, yesterday I was in Paris, dancing to the sound of an accordion at a ballon the Petit Jardin on the Avenue de Saint-Ouen whose clientele consisted entirely of people from Marseille and Corsica. On this particular trip my friends were so real that there was no question of their presence or mine in the many places where I'd had such good times. So, without walking too much, I achieved the same results with my reduced diet that I had with fatigue before. And the pictures of the past caught me up with such force that I actually spent more hours free than in the cell. 1 month to go. For 3 months I'd had only a piece of bread and hot broth with a bit of boiled meat at noon. In my state of perpetual hunger, I examined the meat the minute it was served to make sure it wasn't just skin, as so often happened. I was very nervous this morning after drinking my coffee. I'd let myself eat half my bread, something I'd never done before. Usually I broke it in more or less equal pieces and ate one at 6, one at noon, one at 6 in the evening and one during the night. I scolded myself. Why did you do that? Why do you wait until it's almost over to have these lapses? I'm hungry. I feel weak. What do you expect? How can you be strong on what you've been eating? What's important, and this puts you ahead of the game, is that you're weak but you're not sick. With a little luck, Le Mangeurs d'Hommes isn't going to get you. I was sitting on the cement stool after a 2-hour walk. 30 more days, or 720 hours, and the door would open and someone would say, Charriére, out. Your 2 years in solitary are over. And what would I say? At last my 2 years Calvary is over. Oh. No, if it was the warden for whom I'd played the amnesia act, I'd have to keep it up. I'd say coldly, what? I'm pardoned. Do I leave for France? Is my sentence over? Just to see his face and impress him with the injustice of the fast he'd condemned me to. My goodness me, what's happened to you? What the hell? Injustice or not, the warden couldn't care less whether he'd made a mistake or not. What could it matter to that kind of man? Officers in the band weren't normal people. No man worthy of the name could belong to such a profession. Besides, you can get used to anything in this life, even to being a professional bastard. Maybe when he's got one foot in the grave, the fear of God, if he's religious, will make him repent. Not real remorse for his past actions, but fear that on the day of judgment it will be his turn to be condemned. When I got out of this place, wherever they put me next, I'd have no truck with these types. A definite barrier divided people into two groups. On one side you had inertia, a soulless bureaucratic authority and instinctive sadism. On the other, me and men like me who might have committed crimes but who had learned certain qualities in Suf varying the consequences: pity, kindness, sacrifice, nobility and courage. In all honesty, I preferred being a convict to being a ban official. 20 more days. I was very weak. My bread rations seemed to be getting smaller. Who could lower himself to such a dastardly trick? For several days now my soup had been hot water and a bone with a tiny piece of meat or a bit of skin attached to it. I was afraid of getting sick. It was an obsession. I was so weak that I dreamed while I was wide awake. This deep weariness and the depression that went with it worried me terribly. I tried to fight it, but it was hard to get through the 24 hours of each day. I heard a scratching at my door. I quickly snatched the note. It was phosphorescent, from Diga and Galgani. It said, "Send us a word. We're worried about your health. 19 more days. Chin up. Louis, Ignace." There was a small piece of paper and a pencil stub. I wrote, holding out but very weak, "Thanks, Pappy." The broom brushed my door again and I pushed the note under it. Those words were better than the cigarettes, the coconut, better than all of it put together. This wonderful show of friendship and loyalty was the whiplash I needed. Out there someone knew about me, and if I fell sick, my friends would certainly see that a doctor took care of me. I was nearing the end of this exhausting race against death and madness. No, I wouldn't get sick. I would stay as still as possible in order to save calories. I'd cut out the 2-hour walk in the morning and afternoon. It was the only way to hold on. I stayed down for 12 hours at night. The other 12 I sat on my stone bench without moving. From time to time I got up and flexed my arms, then sat down again. 10 days left. I was taking a walk in Trinidad, the sound of Javanese violins soothing me, when a horrible scream brought me back to reality. It came from a cell behind mine, very near. I heard, "You bastard, come down here in my cell. Aren't you tired of looking at me from up there? Don't you realize you're missing half the show because there's so little light in this hole? Shut up or you'll get it good," the guard called down. Oh, don't make me laugh, you shithead. What's worse than this silence? Punish me as much as you like, cutthroat, beat me if it makes you happy. You'll never think of anything worse than this silence. I can't, I tell you. I can't go on without talking. For 3 years I should have been telling you sons of bitches to go fuck yourself. And I was so dumb I waited 36 months because I was afraid of being punished. Well, screw the whole lot of you, you rotten brown noses. A few moments later I heard the door open and a voice, "No, not that way. Put it on him inside out. It works better that way." And the poor bastard screamed. "Put the hair shirt on any way you like, Asshole. Inside out if you like. Make it so tight it chokes me. Pull the laces with your knees. It won't stop me from saying your mother's a whore and you're a pile of shit. They must have gagged him, for I heard nothing more. The door closed again. Apparently the scene had upset the young guard, because a few minutes later he stopped outside my cell and said, he must have gone crazy. You think so, but everything he said made sense. I suppose that stunned the guard, for as he left he said, are you next? The incident wrenched me from my island and its good people, from the violins, the breasts of the Hindu girls, the harbor at Port of Spain, and put me back in the sad reality of the reclusion. 10 more days, 240 hours. Perhaps my tactic of not moving was doing the trick, or else the note from my friends had encouraged me. Whatever it was, I was feeling stronger, and this feeling was enhanced by the vivid contrast. Between me, 240 hours away from liberation, weak but whole in mind and body, and the poor bastard 2 yards away from me just entering the first phase of madness. He wouldn't live long because his rebellion gave them the green light to lavish on him their subtlest treatments, designed to kill in the most scientific way possible. I reproached myself for feeling stronger at his expense. I wondered if I, too, was one of those egotists who, warmly dressed, could watch a long line of poor suckers on their way to work, running like a flock of sheep to catch the first metro or bus, and because they were ill-dressed, frozen with cold, their hands blue in the morning chill, could feel even warmer than before, my own sense of comfort intensified. But life is based on comparisons. I may have 10 years, but Papillon is in for life. I'm in for life and he's got 15, but I'm 28 and he's 50. And so on. I was almost at the end of solitary and I fully expected to be normal in every respect in 6 months. Health, morale and energy, and ready for a spectacular cavale. They talked about the first one. The second would be inscribed on the walls of the ban. I never doubted it. I was certain I'd be gone within 6 months. It was my last night at the reclusion. 17,508 hours since I'd first entered cell number 234. My door had been opened once, to take me before the warden to be punished. Aside from my neighbor, with whom I'd exchanged a few short words for a few seconds each day, I'd been spoken to 4 times. Once to tell me I was to lower my bunk at the sound of the whistle, on the first day. Once the doctor, turn around, cough, a longer and more animated conversation with the warden, and the other day, a few words with the guard who had been upset over the madman next door. That's not exactly overdoing the diversions. I fell into a quiet sleep with one thought. Tomorrow that door will finally open. Tomorrow I'll see the sun, and if they send me to Royale, I'll breathe the air of the sea. Tomorrow I'll be free. I burst out laughing. What do you mean, free? Tomorrow you return to your regular sentence of hard labor for life. Is that what you call free? I know, but it's one hell of a lot better than what I've just been through. I wondered how I would find Clausiot and Maturette. My coffee and bread came at 6 o'clock. I wanted to say, but I leave today, there must be some mistake. Then I quickly remembered that I was an amnesiac and if I let on I'd been fooling the warden, he was quite capable of giving me 30 days in the dungeon. And besides, it was the law. I had to be let out of the reclusion of St. Joseph today. It was 8 o'clock. I ate all my bread. I'd find something to eat in the camp. The door opened. The assistant warden and 2 guards were there. Charriére, your sentence is finished. Follow me. I went out. In the courtyard the sun was already so strong it dazzled me. I felt weak. My legs were rubbery and black spots danced before my eyes. And I'd walked only 150 feet. As we neared the administration building, I saw Maturette and Clausiot. Maturette was a skeleton, his cheeks hollow, his eyes sunken. Clausiot was on a stretcher. He was ashen and had the smell of death. I thought, they don't look good, my old pals. Do I look like that? I was dying to see myself in a mirror. Well, how goes it? I asked. No answer. I repeated, how goes it? Okay, Maturette said softly. I wanted to tell them our sentence in solitary was over and we could talk now. I kissed Clausiot on the cheek. He looked at me with bright eyes and smiled. Goodbye, Papillon, he said. What do you mean, goodbye? I'm through, it's over. He died a few days later in the hospital at Royale. He was 32 and had been given 20 years for the theft of a bicycle he hadn't stolen. The warden arrived. Have them come in. Maturette and Clausiot, you conducted yourselves well. I've put on your reports. Good conduct. But you, Charriére, you committed a serious offense. I've put down what you deserve. Bad conduct. Excuse me, warden, what was my offense? Really, you don't remember the discovery of the cigarettes and the coconut? No, I don't. Come on now, what have you lived on the last 4 months? How do you mean, what have I eaten? Same as when I arrived. That's the end. What did you eat last night? Per usual, what they gave me. I don't know. I don't remember. Maybe it was beans or rice, or some other vegetable. So you ate last night. For God's sake, you think I throw my food away? No, that's not what I mean. I give up. Oh. I'll scratch. Bad conduct. Make up another release paper. I'm putting down, good conduct. Are you satisfied? That's better. It's what I deserve. And with that we left the office. The great door of the reclusion opened to let us through. Escorted by one guard, we walked slowly down the path that led to the camp. The sea lay below us, sparkling. Royale was opposite, very green and dotted with red roofs. Diable was over there, grim and wild. I asked the guard if I could sit down for a few minutes. Maturette and I sat on either side of Clausiot and grasped each other's hands. The contact aroused a strange emotion and we embraced without speaking. The guard said, "Come on, guys, we've got to get going." Slowly, very slowly, we walked down to the camp. Maturette and I went in together, still holding each other by the hand, followed by the 2 stretcher bearers carrying our dying friend. Life at Royale. As soon as we got to the camp, we were met by the welcoming stares of the Bagnards. Piero Le Fou, Jean Sartrou, Calandini, Cicilia were all there. The guard told us we had to go to the infirmary, and 20 men escorted us across the yard. In a few minutes Maturette and I had been presented with a dozen packs of cigarettes, tobacco, hot café au lait and hot cocoa. Everybody wanted to give us something. The orderly gave Clausiot a shot of camphor oil, and adrenaline for his heart. An emaciated black said, "Orderly, give him my vitamins. He needs them more than me." Pierre Le Bordelais said, "Do you need any money? Before you leave for Royale, I'll have time to scrape some up." "No, thanks, I have some. But how do you know I'm going to Royale?" "The clerk told us. All 3 of you. I think you're all going to the hospital there." The orderly was a mountain bandit from Corsica. His name was Henri. I got to know him very well and later on I'll tell his story. It's an interesting one. The 2 hours in the infirmary went like a flash. We ate and drank our fill. Then, full and happy, we set off for Royale. Clausiot's eyes stayed closed except when I came near him and put my hand on his forehead. Then he'd open them and say, "My friend Pappy, we're real friends, aren't we? We're more than that, we're brothers." With our one guard, we started down the hill, Clausiot on the stretcher, Maturette and I on either side. At the entrance to the camp all the cons said goodbye and wished us luck. Piero Le Fou slipped a musette bag full of tobacco, cigarettes, chocolate and cans of milk around my neck. Someone gave Maturette one too. Only the orderly Fernandez and the guard went with us to the quay. Each of us got a slip. For the hospital at Royale, I gathered that the 2 orderlies, Henri and Fernandez, had taken the responsibility for putting us in the hospital. No doctor had been consulted. The boat arrived. There were 6 rowers, 2 armed guards in the stern and another at the helm. One of the rowers was Chapper. We set off. The oars dipped into the water, and as he rowed, Chapper said, "How are things, Pappy? You get the coconuts?" "Not for the last 4 months." "I know. There was an accident. The mech was good, though. He didn't squeal." "What's happened to him?" "He's dead." "No, how?" "The orderly said somebody kicked him and ruptured his liver." We landed on the quay at Royale, the largest of the 3 islands. The clock over the bakers said 3 o'clock. The afternoon sun was hot, too hot. The guard asked for stretcher bearers. 2 hefty convicts, spotless in white, lifted Clausiot as if he were a feather, and Charriére and I followed behind. A guard carrying some papers walked with us. The path was over 12 feet wide and covered with pebbles. It was hard for us to walk. Luckily the stretcher bearers stopped from time to time and waited for us. I'd sit on the arm of the stretcher near Clausiot's head and pass my hand gently over his head and brow. Each time he smiled, opened his eyes and said, "Good old Pappy." Charriére took his hand. He seemed happy to feel us near him. Near the entrance we were met by a gang on their way to work. Almost all the cons were from my convoy. As they passed, each said something friendly. We reached the level ground, and there in the shade in front of a square white building the island's highest authorities sat waiting for us. We walked up to them. Without getting up, Warden Barrett said, "So, it wasn't too hard at the reclusion. And the man over there on the stretcher, who is he?" "It's Clausiot." He looked at him and said, "Take them all to the hospital. When they're ready to leave, let me know. I want to see them before they go to the camp." In the hospital we were given clean beds with sheets and pillows in a large, well-lighted room. The first man I saw was Charriére, who had been the orderly in the maximum security ward at St. Laurent du Maroni. He began immediately to look after Clausiot and ordered a guard to call in a doctor. The doctor arrived about 5 o'clock. After a long and detailed examination he shook his head unhappily and wrote down some orders. Then he came over to examine me. "We're not very good friends, Papillon and I," the doctor said to Charriére. "I'm surprised. He's a good man, doctor." "That may be, but he made trouble for me." "When?" "When I examined him in the reclusion." "Doctor, you call that an examination?" I said, listening to my chest through a wicket. "It's an administration rule that we can't open a prisoner's door." "Perhaps, sir, doctor, but for your sake I hope you're only on loan to the administration, not a part of it. We'll discuss that another time. I'm going to try to get you well, you and your friend. As for the other one, I'm afraid it's too late." Charriére told me that he was suspected of preparing an escape and had been interned on the islands. I also learned that Jesus, the one who had crossed me up on Michael, had been killed by a leper. Charriére didn't know the leper's name and I wondered if it might have been one of those who had helped us. The life of the convicts on the Les du Salut was entirely different from what you might imagine. Most of the men were in the dangerous class. They ate well because there was a black market in everything: alcohol, cigarettes, coffee, chocolate, sugar, meat, fresh vegetables, fish, shellfish, coconuts, etc. As a result, everybody was healthy, as was the climate. Since only the cons with short sentences had any hope of being freed, the men with life sentences had nothing to lose. Everybody was involved in the daily black market, convicts and guards alike. It was all mixed up. The wives of the guards sought out young cons to work around the house, and often took them as lovers. They were called houseboys, some working as gardeners, others as cooks. They became the middlemen between the camp and the guards' houses. There was no feeling against the houseboys because the trafficking depended on them. But we didn't consider them as pure underworld. No man from the real underworld would stoop to do that kind of work, or be a turnkey or work in the guards' mess. On the other hand, he would pay to get work where he didn't have to deal with the guards. For instance, as a cesspool cleaner, leaf raker, animal herder, orderly, gardener, butcher, baker, boatman, postman, lighthouse keeper, etc. These jobs were done by the real hardened cons. Also, a real con never worked with the gangs that maintained the prison walls, roads, stairs, or planted coconut trees. These gangs worked in the full sun and under the eyes of the guards. The workday was from 7 to noon and from 2 to 6. It was a strange mixture of people who lived together in this little village where everybody watched everybody else, judged everybody and observed the life around him. Diga and Galgani came to spend Sunday with me in the hospital. We had an aioli with fish, a fish soup, potatoes, cheese, coffee and white wine. We ate the meal in Chartel's room. Diga, Galgani, Macharet, Grandit and me. They asked me to describe my cavale down to the last detail. Diga had decided not to try to escape. He was hoping to get 5 years off. With the 3 years he had done in France and the 3 years here, he had only 4 years to go, and he was resigned to doing them. Galgani said some Corsican senator was doing something about him. Then it was my turn. I asked them where the best places were around here for trying an escape. There was a great hue and cry. The question had never entered Diga's mind, and certainly not Galgani's. Chartel volunteered that a garden might be useful for making a raft. Grandit told me that he was a blacksmith in the workshop. He described it as a shop with a large variety of workers, painters, carpenters, blacksmiths, masons, plumbers, nearly 120 men all told. They did the maintenance for the administration buildings. Diga, who was head clerk, said he'd see to it that I had whatever job I wanted. Grandit offered to share his gambling operation with me so I could live off what I took from the players instead of spending my clan. As I learned later, it was interesting work but very dangerous. Sunday went by like a flash. 5 o'clock already, Diga said, looking at his beautiful watch. Time to get back to camp. As we were leaving, Diga gave me 500 francs so I could play poker. Apparently there were some great games in our room. Grandit gave me a magnificent dagger he had tempered himself. It was an impressive weapon. You've got to be armed day and night. Don't they frisk you? Most of the guards who frisk you are Arab turnkeys. If they know a man is considered dangerous, they see to it they never find anything on him, even if they've touched it. See you at camp, Grandit said. Before leaving, Galgani said he had reserved a place for me so we'd be in the same gourbi. The members of a gourbi ate together and shared all their money. Diga didn't sleep in the camp but in a room in the administration building. We'd been in the hospital 3 days, but since I had spent my nights with Clausiot, I didn't really know what went on in the ward. Clausiot was in bad shape. He was in an isolation room with another man. Chartel had pumped him full of morphine. He was afraid he wouldn't make it through the night. In the ward there were 30 beds, most of them occupied, on either side of an aisle 12 feet wide. It was lit by 2 gas lamps. Macharet said, "They're playing poker over there." I went over. There were 4 players. Can I make a 5th? 1. An Arabic word for primitive shelter. In military usage, a temporary shelter for soldiers in the trenches, dating from 1841. Now used to describe any kind of abode from a hole in the wall to an apartment. See glossary. Sure. Have a seat. The ante's 100 francs. You have to triple the ante to play, in other words, 300 francs. Here's 300 francs worth of chips. I gave 200 to Macharet for safekeeping. A man from Paris named Dupont said, "We play English rules. No joker, you know how." Sure. Oh. Your deal. The speed with which these men played was amazing. You had to bet like lightning or the dealer said, "Too late," and you had to sit it out. These gamblers were a whole new class of bagnads. They lived for and off gambling. Nothing else interested them. They forgot everything. What they had been, their punishment, what they could do to change their lives. They didn't even care who they played with. The one thing that mattered was gambling. We played all night, Stopping in time for breakfast. I won 3,300 francs. I was heading for bed when one of the guys, his name was Paolo, came up to me and asked if I could lend him 200 francs so he could play two-handed bellet. He needed 300 and had only 100. Here, take 300 and we'll go halves. Thanks, Papillon. You really are the good guy they said you were. I can see we're going to be friends. He held out his hand, I shook it, and he went off happy. Clausiot died this morning. During a moment of lucidity the night before he had told Chartel not to give him any more morphine. I want to die conscious, he'd said, sitting on my bed with my friends around me. It was strictly forbidden to enter the isolation ward, but Chartel took the responsibility on himself so that Clausiot could die among his friends. I closed his eyes. Maturette was broken with grief. The companion of our adventures is gone. He was thrown to the sharks. When I heard the words, he was thrown to the sharks, my blood froze. It was true. There was no cemetery for Bagnods. When a convict died, he was thrown into the sea at sunset between Saint Joseph and Royale, in a place that was infested with sharks. With the death of my friend the hospital became unbearable. I sent word to Diga that I wanted to leave in 2 days. He answered with a note saying, "Ask Chartel to get you 2 weeks rest at camp. That way you'll have time to choose what work you want to do." Maturette would stay a while longer. Chartel was going to try to get him a job as infirmary aide. I was taken from the hospital straight to the administration building and into the presence of Chief Warden Barrett, known to the cons as Coco Sec. "Papillon, I want to have a few words with you before I let you go to camp. You have a very powerful ally here in Louis Diga, my chief clerk. He tells me you don't deserve the reports I've received from France, and since, according to him, you're innocent, it's perfectly normal that you should be in a state of permanent revolt. I must say I don't entirely agree with him, but what I want to know is, what is your mental attitude right now? In the first place, sir, to answer you I would have to know what the reports say. Have a look," and he handed me a yellow card on which I read the following. Henri Charriére, called Papillon, born November 16, 1906, in Ardèche, condemned for first-degree murder and sentenced to hard labor for life by the assizes of the Seine. Extremely dangerous. To be closely watched. To be given no privileges. Central de Con. Incorrigible. Likely to foment and lead a revolt. Keep under close observation. Saint Martin de Ré. Had to be disciplined. Very influential among his friends. Will always try to escape. Saint Laurent du Maroni. Committed savage act of aggression against 3 guards and a turnkey when escaping from the hospital. Was returned from Colombia. Good conduct during imprisonment there. Given light sentence of 2 years in solitary reclusion de Saint Joseph. Good conduct. That, my dear Papillon, the warden said as I gave him back the report, doesn't exactly recommend you as a boarder here. Will you make a deal with me? Perhaps. It depends on the deal. I haven't the slightest doubt that you're going to do everything you can to escape from the islands. You may even succeed. As for me, I have only 5 months more as warden here. Do you know what an escape costs the chief warden? A year's pay, the entire loss of colonial pay, plus having my leave put off 6 months and reduced to 3. And if they investigate and find the warden guilty of negligence, it means a possible demotion. You see how serious it is. Now, if I do my job honestly, I have no right to put you in a cell just because I think you're likely to escape. Of course I could dream up some imaginary offense, but I don't want to do that. So I'd like you to give me your word you won't try to escape until I've left the islands. That's 5 more months. Warden, I give you my word of honor I won't leave while you're here unless it goes beyond 6 months. I leave in a little under 5. It's definite. Oh. Diga will tell you that I keep my word. I believe you. But, in exchange, I have a request to make too. What's that? That during the 5 months I have to stay I can have the kind of work that will be useful to me later, and that I can be allowed to change islands. All right, it's a deal, but strictly between us. Yes, sir. He summoned Diga, who convinced him that I didn't belong with the good boys but with the men from the underworld in the building for dangerous prisoners, where all my friends were. I was given a pack with bagnard clothing, and the warden had them add some white jackets and pants. So, carrying 2 pairs of brand new very white pants, 3 jerseys and a hat of rice straw, I walked to the central camp accompanied by a guard. To get from the administration building to the camp, you had to cross the entire plateau. We skirted the 16-foot wall that surrounded the penitentiary, passed in front of the guards' hospital and, making an almost complete tour of the huge rectangle, arrived at the main entrance. Penitencia des Les, Section Royale. The immense wooden door, it must have been at least 18 feet high, was wide open. 2 details of 4 guards each were on duty, and an officer sat on a chair nearby. No carbines, everybody carried revolvers. There were also 4 or 5 Arab turnkeys. When I arrived at the door, all the guards came forward. Their leader, a Corsican, said, "He's new and he's some guy." The turnkeys were about to frisk me, but he stopped them. "He doesn't have to empty his pack. Go on, Papillon. You have a lot of friends waiting for you in there. My name is Sofrani. Good luck on the islands." "Thanks, Chief." I went into an enormous courtyard surrounded by 3 big buildings. The guard led me to one of the 3. Above the door I read, Bâtiment A, Group Special. The guard called through the wide open door, "Guard," and an old con appeared. "Here's a new man," the guard said, and went off. I stepped into a huge rectangular room, home for 120 men. Like in the barracks at Saint Laurent, an iron bar ran the length of each of the longer sides, interrupted only by the door, a grill that was closed only at night. Stretched tightly between the wall and the bars were the hammocks that served as beds. They weren't like the hammocks I'd known, but they were clean and comfortable. Above each one were a couple of shelves, one for clothes, the other for food, dishes, etc. Between the 2 rows of hammocks was an alley 3 yards wide which we called the promenade. The men lived in small communities called gorbis. Some had as few as 2 men in them, others as many as 10. I was hardly in the room when the white-clad bagnards came at me from all sides. "Pappy, come over here," or, "No, come to us." Grandad took my pack and said, "He's going to make Gorby with me." I followed him. My hammock was hung up and stretched good and tight. "Mech, here's a feather pillow for you," Grandad said. A lot of my old friends were there, men from Corsica and Marseille, a few from Paris, all people I'd known in France, or at the Santé or Conciergerie, or in the convoy. "Why are you all here?" I asked. "Why aren't you out working?" Everybody laughed. "Nobody here works more than an hour a day. Then we come back to our gorbis." I had a wonderful reception, but I soon realized something I hadn't anticipated. In spite of the 4 days I spent in the hospital, I would have to learn all over again how to live in a community. Then, to my surprise, a man came in, dressed in white, carrying a platter covered with a white cloth and calling out, "Steaks, steaks, who wants some steaks?" He gradually made his way to us, stopped and lifted the white cloth, revealing neat piles of steaks just like in a butcher shop. It was clear that Grandad was a regular customer. He wasn't asked if he wanted any, but how many. 5. Sirloin or shoulder? Sirloin. How much do I owe you? You better give me your bill because there's one more of us now. The steak seller took out a notebook and started to add up. 135 francs all told. Here's your money. We'll start from scratch now. When the man had gone, Grandad said, "If you don't have money here, you starve. But we have a system so you'll never be without it. We call it, the deal." In the hard labor camps, the deal was the way each person managed to get money. The camp cook sold the meat intended for the prisoners. When the meat arrived at his kitchen, he cut up about half. Depending on the cuts, he made steaks, or stew or soup meat. One part went to the guards. Their wives did the buying, and one part to the cons who could afford it. Naturally, the cook gave a share of his earnings to the kitchen guard. The first building he went to with his merchandise was always ours, Special Building A. So the deal was that the cook sold meat and fats, the baker sold the rolls and long loaves intended for the guards, the butcher sold meat too, the orderly sold injections, the clerk took money to get you a good job or to release you from a work gang, the gardener sold fresh vegetables and fruits, the cons who worked in the labs sold analyses and would even work up a fake tuberculosis, leprosy, dysentery, etc. There were specialists in robbery who lifted chickens, eggs and French soap from around the guards' houses. The houseboys trafficked with their employers to provide you with whatever you asked for. Butter, condensed milk, powdered milk, canned tuna fish, sardines, cheese, and of course wines and liquor. Our Gorby was never without a bottle of Ricard, and English or American cigarettes, and the same for the men who fished for lobsters. But the best and most dangerous deal was to be a croupier. There was a rule that no building could have more than 5 croupiers. If you decided you wanted to be one, you presented yourself at the start of the evening's game and said, "I want to be croupier." The players would say, "No." Everybody says no. Everybody. "All right, then, I want so-and-so's place." The man he singled out understood. He got up, they went to the center of the room, and there the two men fought it out with knives. Whoever won became croupier. Croupiers got 5% of each winning hand. The gambling also gave rise to other smaller deals. There was the man who prepared the tightly stretched blanket we played on, someone else who rented out small benches for players who couldn't sit cross-legged on the floor, and the cigarette vendor who scattered cigar boxes containing French, English, American and even hand-rolled cigarettes on the blanket. Each cigarette had its price, and as the player took one, he dropped the exact amount in the box. And then there was the man who prepared the gas lamps and watched to see that they didn't smoke. The lamps were made from milk containers with a wick that was stuck through a hole in the top. It needed a lot of trimming. For non-smokers there were candy and cakes baked through a special deal. Each building had at least one Arab-style coffee maker, covered with a couple of jute bags. It kept hot the whole night. From time to time the coffee vendor passed through the door selling hot coffee or cocoa from a handmade pot. Then there was Camelot. It was a kind of artisan's deal. Some worked the tortoiseshell from turtles caught by the fishermen. A shell with 13 plates could weigh as much as 4.5 pounds. They were made into bracelets, earrings, necklaces, cigarette holders, combs, the backs of brushes. I saw a small box of pale tortoiseshell that was really beautiful. Other craftsmen worked coconuts, cattle and buffalo horns, ebony and the wood on the islands. Still others did very fine cabinetwork using only joints, never nails. The cleverest of all worked in bronze. And there were also painters. Sometimes several talents were combined to make one object. For example, a fisherman caught a shark and fixed his mouth in an open position, the teeth straight and well polished. Then a cabinet maker fashioned a small-scale anchor out of a smooth, fine-grained piece of wood, with enough space in the middle for a painting. The shark's jaw was attached to the anchor and the artist painted a scene showing the Hortels du Salut surrounded by water. One of the favorites was a view of the point of La Royale, the Channel and Isle St. Joseph, with the setting sun casting bright rays over the blue sea and, in the water, a boat with 2 junk or shoddy goods, from the old French koismelet, meaning a dealer in odds and ends. See glossary. 6 convicts naked from the waist up, their oars held upright, behind them 3 guards holding submachine guns. In the prow of the boat 2 men were raising a casket from which slid a flour sack containing the corpse of a dead con. Sharks were swimming about with their mouths open, waiting for the body. In the lower right-hand corner of the painting was the inscription, "Burial at Royale," and the date. The camelote was sold in the guards' houses. The best pieces were often bought in advance or made to order. The rest was sold on the boats that shuttled between the islands. This deal was the boatman's domain. There were also the forges. Someone would take a dented old mug and engrave on it, "This mug belonged to Dreyfus, I'll do diable," and the date. They did the same with spoons and mess plates. Breton sailors fell for anything that had the name, Cézanne, on it. This trade brought a lot of money into the islands, and it was in the guards' interest not to interfere. Besides, the men were easier to handle and adapted better to ban life if they were busy. Homosexuality had official sanction. From the warden on down, everybody knew that so-and-so was so-and-so's wife, and if you sent one of them to another island, you made sure the other went with him. Among all these men, not 3 in 100 were interested in a cavale. Not even the ones with life sentences. The only possibility was to get disinterred and sent to Grande Terre, Saint Laurent, Kourou, or Cayenne. And this worked only for those with short sentences. If you had life, you had to commit murder, so you'd be sent to Saint Laurent to appear before the tribunal. But since you had to plead guilty in order to go, you risked getting 5 years in solitary, and there was no knowing if you'd be able to use the short stay in Saint Laurent, 3 months at the most, to bring off an escape. You could also try to get disinterred for medical reasons. If you were found to be tubercular, you were sent to the camp for tuberculars called Nouveau Camp, about 50 miles from Saint Laurent. There was also leprosy or dysentery. It was fairly easy to fake these, but they carried with them the terrible danger of living isolated in a special ward for nearly 2 years with men who really had the disease. It was a short step from faking leprosy to having it, or from having healthy lungs to getting tuberculosis, but many took that step. Dysentery was the most contagious of all. I was now installed in Building A with my 120 comrades. It was hard learning how to live in this community where you were so quickly pigeonholed. First you had to make it clear that you were dangerous. Once they were afraid of you, you had to win their respect by the way you handled yourself with the guards. You never accepted certain jobs, you refused to work with certain gangs, you never recognized the authority of the turnkeys, you never obeyed an order, even if it meant a run-in with a guard. If you gambled all night, you skipped roll call. The trustee for our case, the buildings were called cases, would call out, "Sick in bed." In the other 2 cases the guards usually made the sick man take roll call. This never happened to us. Obviously, what everybody, from the highest to the lowest, wanted most was a peaceful ban. Grandit, my Gorby mate, was 35 and from Marseille. He was very tall, as thin as a rail, but very strong. We had been friends in France and used to see each other around Toulon, Marseille and Paris. He was a well-known safecracker and a good guy, although a little too dangerous perhaps. Today I was almost alone in the huge room. The man in charge of our case was sweeping and mopping the cement floor. I noticed another man fixing a watch with a gadget in his left eye. Above his hammock he had a shelf with at least 30 watches hanging from it. His face looked 30, but his hair was completely white. I went up to him and watched him work, then tried to start a conversation. He didn't open his mouth. He didn't even look up. This made me a little angry, so I left him and went into the yard to sit by the washhouse. Titi La Bellette was there playing a card game. His nimble fingers shuffled the Thea 2 cards with incredible speed. Without interrupting the rhythm of his magician's hands, he said, "How goes it, pal? You like Royale?" "Sure. But today I'm bored. I think I'll go do a little work to get out of camp." I wanted to have a talk with that mech who fixes watches, but he wouldn't open his mouth. "You can say that again, Pappy. That mech doesn't give a damn for anybody. He lives for his watches and the hell with everything else. But after what happened to him, he has every right to feel bitter. You know they gave that kid. He's not 30 years old. The death penalty last year for supposedly raping the wife of a guard. It was a real phony. He'd been screwing her for a long time. She was the wife of a Breton guard. He worked for them as a houseboy, and each time the Breton was on duty, the watch repairer gave it to her. But they made a mistake. The broad wouldn't let him do the laundry or ironing anymore. She did it herself, and since her husband knew she was bone lazy, he began to wonder what was going on. But since he couldn't prove anything, he thought up a scheme to surprise her in flagrante delicto, then kill them both. One day he left his post 2 hours after arriving and asked another guard to go home with him, saying he wanted to make him a present of a ham he'd just received from home. He crept up to his house and was just opening the door when his parrot shrieked, "Here comes the boss." Which it did whenever the guard came home. Immediately the wife started to scream, "Help, help. I'm being raped." The two guards entered the room just as the woman was tearing herself from the con's arms. The con jumped through the window and the husband started to shoot, nicking him in the shoulder. Meanwhile the broad was clawing at her breasts and cheeks and ripping her dressing gown. The con fell, but just as the Breton was going to finish him off, the other guard disarmed him. When I tell you this guy was a Corsican, you'll understand right away that he knew the whole thing was a fake, that it was no more a rape than a 25-franc lay. But he was in no position to tell this to the Breton, so he pretended he believed it was a rape. The watch fixer was condemned to death. Not that all this was particularly unusual. It was later that it became interesting. On Royale the cons with special punishments are kept in the same place they keep the guillotine. Every week the executioners and his aides go into the yard, mount the guillotine and slice a couple of banana trunks to make sure it's in good working order. The watch repairman was in a cell for cons with the death sentence along with 3 Arabs and a Sicilian. All 5 were waiting for verdicts on their appeals. One morning they set up the guillotine and threw open the watch fixer's door. The executioners jumped on him, bound his wrists and looped the rope around his feet. Then they cut away his collar and he shuffled out into the early morning light. You probably know that when you arrive in front of the guillotine you face an upright board to which you're strapped. They were about to put his neck in the curved part when Coco Sec, the head warden has to be present at all executions, showed up. He was carrying a big hurricane lantern, and as he aimed it at the scene, he saw that the screwball guards had made a mistake. They were going to cut off the watch fixer's head when it wasn't his day at all. "Stop, stop," Barrett hollered. He was so upset it was all he could get out. He dropped the lantern, elbowed past the guards and executioners and unstrapped the mech himself. Finally he managed to say, "Orderly, take him back to his cell. Take care of him, stay with him, give him some rum. And you idiots, go get Renkasu. He's the one you're supposed to execute today." The next day the watch repairer's hair was white as it is today. His lawyer, a guard from Calvi, wrote the Minister of Justice, telling him about the incident and asking for a new pardon. The mech was pardoned and given a life sentence instead. Since then he spends his time fixing the guards' watches. It's his passion. He tests them endlessly. That's why he's got them hanging from his shelf. Now you understand why he's a little peculiar. Every day I learned a little more about my new life. Casa was a concentration of really formidable men because of what they had done in the past and also because of the way they acted around the camp. One morning they called out Jean Castelli's name on the list of people to work in the coconut plantation. He stepped out of ranks and asked, "What goes on here? You're putting me to work." "Yes," said the guard in charge of the work gang. "Here, take this pickaxe." Castelli looked at him coldly. "You must be crazy. You have to come from the sticks to know how to use those things. I'm a Corsican from Marseille. In Corsica we throw work tools into the sea. In Marseille they don't even know they exist. Keep your pickaxe and leave me alone." The young guard didn't know about our group yet and started to raise the handle of the pickaxe over Castelli's head. With one voice 120 men shouted, "Arsehole, touch him and you're dead." "Break ranks," Grandit called out, and ignoring the guards who had taken up attack positions, we went back into our case. Case B filed by on its way to work, Followed by KC. A dozen guards came to ours and closed the grill. An hour later we had 40 guards flanking the door, submachine guns in hand. The assistant warden, the head guard, the guards, everybody was there except the head warden, who had left at 6 for an inspection tour of Diable. The second in command said, "Dasily, call up the men one by one. Grandit. Present. Come out here." He went out into the middle of the 40 guards. Dasily said, "Go to your work." Cam T. "You refuse." "No, I'm not refusing. I'm sick." "Since when?" "You didn't report sick at roll call." "I wasn't sick this morning. But I am now." The first 60 called up all said the same thing. Only one man refused without giving an excuse. He probably hoped to be taken to Saint Laurent in order to go before the tribunal. When he was asked, "You refuse?" he answered, "Yes, I refuse." "Why?" "Because you make me puke. I refuse absolutely to work for shits like you." The tension was mounting. The guards, especially the young ones, couldn't take being humiliated by bagnads. They were waiting for the one threatening gesture that would justify the going into action with the guns. Everybody who was called up, strip. Then go to your cells. As our clothes hit the ground, you could hear the occasional clatter of a knife. Then the doctor arrived. "Oh. Okay, stop. Doctor, please examine these men. Those who are not really sick will go to the dungeons. The others will stay in their case." "You have 60 sick." "Yes, doctor, except for that one there who refuses to work." To the first in line the doctor said, "Grandit, what's wrong with you?" "I've got indigestion, doctor. The guards make me sick to my stomach. All of us here have got long sentences, most of them life. We've got no hope of escaping, and there's no way we can stand it unless there's some give and take in the regulations. This morning a guard threatened a friend with a pickaxe handle. It wasn't a question of self-defense. The man hadn't lifted a finger. All he said was he didn't want to use the pickaxe. And that's the reason for this indigestion epidemic. You judge." The doctor looked down, thought for a minute, then said, "Orderly, write down the following. Due to a widespread alimentary infection, I direct that the infirmary guard give 20 grams of sulfate of soda as a purgative to all those who reported sick this morning. As for Convict X, place him under observation in the hospital so we may determine if his refusal to work was made when in full possession of his faculties." Then he turned on his heel and was gone. Everybody inside. The second in command called out, "Pick up your clothes. Don't forget your knives." For the rest of the day everybody stayed in the case. Nobody was allowed out, not even the man who sold us our bread. Toward noon the infirmary guard and 2 convict orderlies came around with a wooden bucket full of the purgative instead of soup. Only 3 men swallowed the stuff. The 4th fell over the bucket in a perfect imitation of an epileptic fit, and the purgative, bucket and all, flew off in all directions. Our guard mopped up the mess and the incident was ended. Jean Castelli came over to eat with us and I spent the afternoon talking with him. He was in a gourbi with a man from Toulon called Louis Graven who had been convicted for stealing furs. When I brought up the subject of a cavale, his eyes glistened. "I almost escaped last year," he said, "but it fizzled. I didn't think you were the type to stay here indefinitely. But talk cavale here and you might as well be talking Hebrew. I don't think you understand the bagnads on the islands yet. 90% are relatively happy here. But nobody will squeal on you, whatever you decide to do. Even if you kill somebody, there's never a witness. Whatever a man does, everybody comes to his rescue. The island bagnads are scared of only one thing, that a cavale might succeed. When that happens, there's just no peace. There are constant searches, no more cards, no more music, instruments are destroyed during the searches, no more checkers or chess, no books, no nothing. Not even making camelot. Everything stops. They search all the time. Sugar, oil, steak, butter, all that disappears. Every time a cavale has made it from the islands, the men have been picked up on grande terre. But in the eyes of the administration, the cavale was successful, the mechs got away. And so the guards get hell and they in turn take it out on us. I listened closely and didn't bring the subject up again. I had never thought of it that way. In short, Castelli said, the day you decide to prepare a cavale, beware. Unless it's with a close friend, think twice before discussing it with anybody. Jean Castelli was a professional burglar and a man of unusual guts and intelligence. He loathed violence. His nickname was the Antique. He washed only with Marseille soap. If I happened to wash with Palmolive, he'd say to me, "Say, you smell like a queer. You washed with Hawes soap." Unfortunately he was 52, but his iron will was a joy to see. He told me one day, "Papillon, you're like my son. Life on the islands isn't for you. You eat well because you want to keep in shape, but you're never going to settle down and accept island life. I congratulate you. Among all these cons there aren't half a dozen like you. It's perfectly true that a lot of them would pay a fortune to get dissented so they could go to grande terre and escape from there. But here nobody even gives it a thought. Old Castelli gave me some good advice. He said I should learn English, and talk Spanish with a Spaniard as often as possible. He lent me a book that was supposed to teach me Spanish in 24 lessons, and a French-English dictionary. He had a very good friend, a man from Marseille called Gardes who was nearly 50 and knew volumes about cavales. He'd done two, one from a Portuguese ban and one from grande terre. He had one point of view on the subject, Jean Castelli another, Graven yet another, all of them different. From that day on I decided to make up my own mind and stop talking about it. The only thing they agreed on was that gambling was interesting only as a way to make money and that it was very dangerous. At any moment you could be forced into a battle of knives with the first troublemaker who came along. Last night I gave my case a demonstration of the way I saw things. A little guy from Toulouse was challenged by a man from Nîmes. The little fellow's nickname was Sardine and the bully from Nîmes was called Mouton. Mouton, bare from the waist up, was standing in the middle of the alley with his knife in his hand. "You pay me 25 francs a hand or you don't play." Sardine answered, "Nobody's ever had to pay poker. Why take it out on me? Go fight the bankers. Never mind about that. Pay, don't play, or fight." "I'm not fighting. You're chicken." "Yes, I don't want to risk being chopped up by someone like you who's never even been on a cavale. I'm a cavale man. I'm not here to kill or get killed." We were all waiting to see what happened next. Grandad said, "The little guy's got guts. It's too bad we can't interfere." I opened my knife and placed it under my thigh. I was sitting on Grandad's hammock. "Okay, chicken," the man from Nîmes continued. "What do you say?" He moved a step nearer Sardine. I said, "Shut up, Mouton. Leave the guy alone." "You crazy, Papillon," Grandad said. Still sitting with the open knife under my left leg, my hand on the handle, I said, "No, I'm not crazy." Then in a louder voice, "Lease 10 to me, Mouton. Before I fight you, which I'm prepared to do as soon as I've had my say, I want to get something off my chest. Since I've been in this case, I've come to realize that the most beautiful, the most important, the only true thing, yes, a cavale, is not respected here. I think every man who's given proof that he's a cavale man, who's got enough guts to risk his life in a cavale, deserves respect. Does anybody here disagree?" Silence. "You've got a lot of rules, but you lack the most important one, the obligation not only to respect but to aid and abet the cavale man. Nobody has to go, and I know most of you have decided to make your life here. But if you don't have the courage to start a new life, at least have some respect for the men who do. And I can guarantee serious consequences for anyone who forgets this rule. Okay, Mouton, let's go." I jumped into the middle of the room, my knife in my hand. But Mouton threw his knife down and said, You're right, Papillon. But I don't want to fight with knives. I'll fist fight you to prove I'm not chicken. I gave my knife to Grandit and we fought like wild dogs for almost 20 minutes. Thanks to a lucky jab to his head, I managed to beat him. We were standing next to each other over the washstands, washing the blood off our faces, when Mouton said, "It's a fact. We go to pieces here on the islands. I've been here 15 years and I haven't even spent the 1,000 francs for a disinterment. That's not good." When I returned to my gourbi, Grandit and Galgani jumped on me. "Are you crazy to insult everybody that way? It's a miracle somebody didn't jump into the alley and cut you up right there." "It was no miracle. Our gang always goes along when they know you're right." "That may be," Grandit said. "But I wouldn't fool around this volcano too much." All evening long, cons came by to talk to me. They dropped in as if by chance, talked of this and that, then, as they left, said, "You were right, Pappy." After this incident the men had a higher opinion of me. From then on, although I was still considered one of the gang, my friends realized that I accepted nothing without first analyzing it and discussing the pros and cons. I also noticed that when I was croupier, there were fewer disputes, and when I gave an order, it was quickly obeyed. One evening an Italian named Carlino was killed. He lived with a young kid as man and wife. They were both gardeners. Carlino must have known his life was in danger, for when he was asleep the kid watched over him, and vice versa. They had put some empty boxes under their hammock so nobody could sneak up without making a noise. But they got him anyway. We heard him scream and, right afterward, a wild racket of empty boxes. Grandit was running a game with over 30 players sitting around him. I was talking to someone nearby. The scream and the noise of the boxes stopped the game. Everybody got up, asking what had happened. Carlino's friend had seen nothing. The leader of our case asked if he should call in the guards. No, since Carlino was dead, there was nothing to be done. Guards could be summoned in the morning at roll call. Then Grandit spoke up. "Nobody heard a thing, right? Not even you, kid. Tomorrow at Royale you notice he's dead." Everybody went back to the game. I was curious to see what would happen when the guards discovered there'd been a murder. The first bell rang at 5:30. At 6 came the second bell and coffee. At 6:30 the third bell, and usually we went out for roll call. But today it was different. At the second bell our trustee said to the guard who accompanied the prisoner with our coffee, "Chief, a man's been murdered." "Who?" "Carlino." "Okay." 10 minutes later 6 guards appeared with a stretcher. "Where's the dead man?" "Over there." The dagger had gone through the hammock and into Carlino's back. They pulled it out. "You two, take him away." 2 guards lifted him and carried him off. Daylight came. The third bell rang. With the bloody knife still in his hand, the head guard said, "Everybody outside for roll call. There'll be nobody sick today." Everybody went out. The wardens and head guards took the roll call. When it got around to Carlino, our trustee said, "Died in the night. Taken to the morgue." "Okay," said the guard calling the roll. When everybody had been checked off, the head guard raised the knife and asked, "Anybody recognize this knife?" No answer. "Anybody see the killer?" Silence. "So nobody knows anything, as usual. Hands out of your pockets and pass in front of me, then go to your jobs." "It's always the same, warden, no way of finding out who did it." "All right, file it," the warden said. "But keep the knife and put a label on it indicating it was the weapon that killed Carlino." That was it. I went back to the case and lay down, for I hadn't shut an eye the whole night. As I was falling asleep, I said to myself, what's a bagnet to anybody? Even if he's killed, nobody takes the trouble to find out who killed him. To the administration he's nothing. Just another bagnet, no better than a dog. I decided to start my job as latrine cleaner Monday. At 4:30 in the morning another man and I took the pails from our building. Regulations demanded that we empty them into the sea. But we paid a man in charge of the buffaloes to wait for us by the edge of the plateau, where a cement trough ran down to the water. In less than 20 minutes the pails were emptied in the sluice. To push the stuff along, we poured in gallons of sea water from a huge barrel and helped it down with a stiff broom. The buffalo keeper was a pleasant black from Martinique and we paid him 20 francs a day for the water. On my first day of work, hauling those buckets was very hard on the wrists. But I soon got used to it. My new friend was very obliging, although Galgani warned me he was a dangerous man. It was said that he'd killed 7 men on the islands. His deal was selling sewage. Each gardener was supposed to make his own manure pile. He dug a trench, put in dry leaves and grass, then the black sneaked in a couple of bucketfuls of sewage. Obviously it couldn't be done alone, so I helped him out. But I knew it was wrong because it could spread dysentery by contaminating the vegetables. I decided that once I knew him better, I'd try to stop him. I'd pay him to make up for what he lost from his business. He also carved cattle horns on the side. I asked him about the fishing, but he said he didn't know anything about it. I should get help from Chapper or someone down in the port. So I was a cleaner of latrines. When I'd finished work, I took a good shower, put on shorts and, whenever I felt like it, went fishing. There was only one requirement. I had to be back in camp by noon. Chapper provided me with rods and hooks. As I started back with my catch of mullet strung on a wire, there was hardly a day when I wasn't hailed by the wife of some guard. They all knew me by name. Papillon, sell me 4 pounds of mullet. You sick? No. Do you have a sick child? No. Then I can't sell you any of my fish. I usually caught enough to give some to my friends in camp. I traded them for rolls, vegetables and fruit. In my gourbi we ate fish at least once a day. Once, when I was returning with a dozen big langoustines and about 50 pounds of mullet, I happened to pass by Warden Barrett's house. A fat woman came out and said, "That's a fine catch, Papillon. The sea's been so rough no one's been catching anything. It's 2 weeks since I've had any fish. It's a shame you don't sell it. My husband tells me you won't sell your fish to any of the guards' wives." That's right, madam, but in your case I might make an exception. Why? Because you're overweight and you shouldn't eat meat. I know, the doctor told me to eat only vegetables and poached fish. But I can't do it here. Here, madam, please take these. I gave her about 4 pounds of langoustines and mullet. From that day on, every time I made a good catch, I helped her with her diet. Although she knew that everything had to be paid for on the islands, she never offered me anything but thanks. She was right, she knew that I didn't want her money. Instead, she often invited me in for a pastis or a glass of white wine, and some figatelli from Corsica when she had some. MME. Barrett never asked me about my past. She did let drop a comment once when we were discussing the ban. It's true you can't escape from the islands, but it's better here in a healthy climate than rotting like an animal on Grande Terre. It was from her that I learned the origin of the island's name. During an epidemic of yellow fever in Cayenne, a group of white fathers and nuns from a convent there sought refuge on the islands and were saved. Hence the name, Fleas du Salut. 77a. My fishing took me everywhere. I'd been on latrine duty for 3 months and I knew every corner of the island. I examined the gardens on the pretext that I wanted to exchange my fish for some vegetables and fruit. A member of my gourbi, Mathieu Carbonieri, worked in the garden next to the guards' cemetery. He worked alone, and it occurred to me that, when the time came, we might be able to assemble and bury a raft in his garden. 2 more months and the warden would be gone. Then I'd be free to go into action. I organized my activities. I made friendly overtures to a pair of brothers-in-law named Narek and Quenya. They were called the Wheelbarrow Brothers. It seems they had been accused of encasing the body of a cashier they'd murdered in cement. Someone claimed to have seen him push a block of cement in a wheelbarrow and dump it in the Marne or the Seine, I don't remember which. The investigation proved that the cashier had gone to them to demand repayment of a loan and had never been seen again. The two men denied murdering him the rest of their lives. Even in the ban they continued to protest their innocence. But, although the body was never found, the head had turned up in a large handkerchief. The experts asserted that the brothers had handkerchiefs of the same weave, thread etc. However, they and their lawyers were able to prove that thousands of yards of the cloth had been made up into handkerchiefs. Everybody had them. In the end the brothers-in-law got life sentences. I made friends with them. As masons, they were free to come and go from the workshops. Perhaps, piece by piece, they could furnish me with the makings of a raft. All that remained was to win 'em over. Yesterday I met the doctor. I was carrying a huge fish weighing at least 50 pounds and very good to eat. It was of the same family as the Black Sea bass. We walked together toward the plateau. Halfway there we sat down on a low wall. He told me that my fish had made a wonderful broth, so I offered it to him along with a piece of the flesh. My gesture surprised him and he said, "You don't hold a grudge, Papillon." "No, doctor, I'm in your debt for what you did for my friend Clausiot." We talked of other things, and then he said, "You'd like to escape, wouldn't you? You're not a real convict. I get the impression you're made of different stuff." "You're quite right, doctor. I don't belong here. I'm only visiting." When he laughed, I plunged ahead. "Doctor, do you believe a man can make himself over?" "Yes, I do." "You accept the idea that I could become a member of society and not be a threat to it? That I could become an honest citizen?" "I sincerely believe it." "Then will you help to bring this about?" "How?" "By letting me be disentaned as tubercular." "That I can't do, and I advise you not to try. It's far too dangerous. The administration will disentand a man for reasons of illness only after he's spent a month in a ward for his particular disease." "Why?" "To prevent precisely what you want to do. If anyone tries to fake it, he runs the risk of being contaminated by the others in the ward. So I won't do it." From that day on the doctor and I were friends. That is, until he almost killed my friend Carbonieri. After discussing it with me, my friend the gardener had taken the job of mess cook for the head guards. He took it in order to steal 3 barrels. Wine, oil, vinegar, it didn't matter as long as they could be fastened together and float us out to sea. Only after Barrett had left, of course. The difficulties were great because we would first have to steal the barrels, get them to the coast without being seen or heard, then lash them together with cables, all on the same night. It would work only during a storm when there was wind and rain to shield us. But by the same token, it would be that much more difficult to launch the raft because the sea would naturally be very rough. So Carbonieri was now a cook. The chief cook gave him 3 rabbits to prepare for dinner the next day, a Sunday. Carbonieri sent 1 rabbit to his brother down in the port and 2 to us, already skinned. Then he killed 3 large cats and made a sensational stew. Unfortunately for him, the doctor was invited to the dinner. He tasted the rabbit and said to the chief cook, "Monsieur Philidori, I congratulate you on your menu. This cat is delicious." "You're joking, doctor. These are 3 fine rabbits." "I beg your pardon," the doctor went on, stubborn as a mule, "it's cat. See this breast, it's flat, a rabbit's is round. I'm sure I'm right, we're eating cat." "Oh my God," Philidori exploded. "I've got cat in my stomach." He ran into the kitchen and thrust his revolver under Matthew's nose, screaming, "Forget we're both Corsicans, I'm going to kill you. You fed me a cat." He had a wild look in his eyes and, not realizing the cat was out of the bag, so to speak, Carbonieri said, "If you call what you gave me cat, it's not my fault. I gave you rabbits. And that's what I cooked. Look, I've still got the skins and heads." Disconcerted, the cook looked at the rabbit heads and skins. "So the doctor doesn't know what he's talking about, eh?" The doctor told you that? Carbonieri said, breathing again. He's pulling your leg, but tell him it's no joking matter. Appeased, Philidori went back to the dining room and addressed the doctor. Say what you like, doctor, I think the wine has gone to your head. I don't care whether those breasts are flat or round, I know it's rabbit I ate. I just saw their 3 fur coats. It was a close call for Mathieu. He resigned as cook a few days later. The day when I could begin my preparations was fast approaching. Only a few weeks and Barrett would be gone. I went to see his wife yesterday, and the good woman asked me to come in. She had a bottle of quinine she wanted to give me. Her living room was full of steamer trunks she was in the process of packing. Papillon, she said, I don't know how to thank you for all you've done for me these last few months. I know that when the fishing was poor you gave me everything you caught. I can't thank you enough. Because of you, I've lost over 30 pounds and I feel much better. Is there anything I can do to show my gratitude? There is something, but I'm afraid it may be a little difficult. Can you find me a good compass? It must be accurate but very small. That's little enough, Papillon, but it may not be easy to do in 3 weeks. Upset because she hadn't been able to find me what I'd asked for, 8 days before her departure she took the ferry to Cayenne. 4 days later she was back with a magnificent antimagnetic compass. The warden and MME. Barrett left this morning. He handed over his post yesterday to a Tunisian officer named Prouillet. There was good news. The new warden kept Diga on as head clerk, which was of great importance to everybody, especially me. Also, in his speech to the Bagnads assembled in the big courtyard, the new warden gave the impression of energy and intelligence. Among other things, he said, as of today, I am the new warden of the Les du Salut. I'm satisfied that the methods of my predecessor were sound and I see no reason to change them. Unless your conduct forces me to do otherwise, I see no necessity to alter your way of life. It was with understandable relief and pleasure that I saw the warden and his wife finally leave, even though the 5 months of forced waiting had passed with amazing speed. The false freedom we convicts enjoyed, our games, the fishing, conversation, new friends, arguments, fights, were all such powerful distractions that we had little time to be bored. All the same, I wasn't really taken in by the life. Each time I made a new friend, I put him to the test. Will he be a candidate for a cavale? Will he be useful in preparing one even if he doesn't want to come along? I lived only for that one thing, escape. It was my idée fixe. As Jean Castelli had advised me, I spoke of it to no one. But it obsessed me. I would never let my resolve weaken. Never would I give up the idea of a cavale. The Isles du Salut continued. 7th notebook. A raft in a tomb. In 5 months I'd come to know every inch of the island. It seemed to me that the garden near the cemetery, where my friend Carbonieri had worked before he became a cook, was the safest place to assemble a raft. I asked Carbonieri to go to work there again. He was willing. Thanks to Diga, he got the job back. This morning, as I was passing by the new warden's house with a catch of mullet, I heard the young con who was working as their houseboy say to a young woman standing next to him, "That's him, madam. He's the one who brought Madame Barrett her fish every day." Then I heard the handsome woman, she was an Algerian type with bronze skin and dark hair, say to him, "So that's Papillon." Then she spoke to me. "Madame Barrett gave me some wonderful langoustines she said you'd caught. Won't you come in, have a glass of wine? I'd like you to taste some of the goat cheese I just received from France." "No, thank you, madam, I can't." "Why not? You did when Madame Barrett was here." "That was because her husband gave me permission to enter his house." "Papillon, my husband is in charge of his camp, I'm in charge of my house. Don't be afraid to come in." I had the feeling that this pretty woman would be useful, but dangerous too. I went in. She placed a plate of ham and cheese on the dining room table and, without ceremony, sat down opposite me. She gave me wine, then some coffee with a delicious Jamaican rum. While she was pouring, she said, Papillon, when Madame Barrett was leaving, she took time out from the bustle of the departure and our arrival to tell me about you. I know she was the only woman on the island you gave fish to. I hope you will do me the same favor. I gave it to her because she wasn't well. From what I can see, you're in excellent health. I won't lie to you, Papillon. I am in good health, but I was brought up in a port and I adore fish. I come from Oran, but what true bless me is that I know you won't sell your fish. That's very annoying. Well, the long and short of it was that I agreed to bring her fish. I was smoking a cigarette, having just given her a good 7 pounds of mullet and 6 langoustines, when the head warden came in. He saw me and said, I told you, Juliet, that, except for the houseboy, no Bagnet is to come into the house. I started to my feet, but she said, don't get up. This is the man Madame Barrett recommended to me before she left. So it's no concern of yours. I'll allow nobody into this house but him. Besides, he's going to bring me fish when I need it. All right, then, the warden said. What's your name? I was about to get up and answer, but Juliet put her hand on my shoulder and told me to stay seated. This is my house, she said. The warden is not the warden here. He is my husband, Monsieur Prouillet. Thank you, madam. My name is Papillon. Ah, I've heard of you and your escape from the hospital in Saint Laurent 3 years ago. One of the guards you knocked out happened to be my nephew, Amine, and your protectors here. With that Juliet let out a gay, young laugh and said, so you're the one who knocked out Gaston. That won't change our relations hip the least bit. The warden, who was still standing, said, the number of murders on the islands each year is unbelievable. Many more than on Grande Terre. How do you account for that, Papillon? Sir, the men here have no hope of escape and that makes them testy. They live practically on top of each other for years on end and they naturally develop strong friendships and hatreds. Besides, less than 5% of the murderers are ever discovered, so no one's afraid of being caught. That sounds logical enough. How long have you been fishing? What work do you do that gives you the right to fish anyway? I take care of the latrines. My work is over at 6 in the morning and then I fish. All the rest of the day? Juliet asked. No, I have to be back in camp at noon, but I can go out again at 3 and stay until 6. Of course, the tides vary and sometimes I miss the best fishing. You'll give him a special permit, won't you, darling? Juliet said, turning to her husband. From 6 in the morning until 6 at night, so that he can fish when he wants to. All right, the head warden said. I left the house, congratulating myself on the way I'd managed things. Those 3 hours from noon to 3 were precious. It was siesta time and almost all the guards were asleep then. Juliet all but took over both me and my fish. It got to the point where she'd send her young houseboy to find me and claim my catch. He'd say, Madam wants everything you've caught because she's expecting company and wants to make a bouillabaisse. In fact, she not only took all my catch, but she also began sending me in search of special fish or after langoustines. It played havoc with the menu in our gourbi, though on the other hand, what protection. She was also full of little attentions. Papillon, isn't it high tide at 1 o'clock? Yes, madam. Then why don't you eat here so you don't have to go back to camp? She was not as discreet as Mme. Barrett. Sometimes she'd try to question me about my past. I avoided the subject that interested her most, my life in Montmartre, and concentrated on my childhood and youth. Meanwhile the warden was asleep in his room. Early one morning I had great luck and caught almost 60 langoustines. It was about 10 when I stopped by her house. I found her in a white dressing gown with another young woman who was setting her hair. I said good morning and offered her a dozen langoustines. No, she said, I want 'em all. How many are there? About 60. That's perfect. How many do you and your friends need? 8. Then you take 8 and give the rest to the boy. He'll put them on ice. I was on the point of going when she said, don't run away. Sit down and have a pastis. You must be hot. It made me uncomfortable to sit down with this demanding woman. I drank my pastis slowly, smoked a cigarette and watched the young woman comb out Juliet's hair. From time to time the girl threw me a glance, and finally the warden's wife noticed it in the mirror. She said, isn't my beau handsome, Simone? You're all jealous of me, aren't you? They both laughed and I didn't know where to look. I said clumsily, luckily your beau, as you call him, isn't much of a threat. In his position he can hardly be anybody's beau. You're not trying to tell me you don't have a crush on me. I'm the first person who's been able to tame you, aren't I? And I can do anything with you I like. Isn't that right, Simone? I don't know about that, Simone answered. But I do know you're a terror to everybody but the warden's wife, Papillon. Last week the chief guard's wife told me you caught over 40 pounds of fish and you wouldn't even sell her 2 miserable ones. There was no meat at the butcher's, and she wanted them like mad. And did you hear, she went on, what he said to Madame Leblond the other day? She saw him going by with some langoustines and a big Murray. Please sell me that Murray, Papillon, or at least sell me half of it. It's a speciality with us Bretons. Bretons aren't the only ones who appreciate it, madam. Lots of people, including those from Ardèche, have known it was a choice food since Roman times. And he went on his way without selling her a thing. They both laughed like mad. I went back to camp in a rage and that evening told my Gorby the whole story. This is serious, Carbonieri said. That broad is putting you on the spot. I'd advise you to go there as little as possible and then only when you're sure the warden is there. Everybody agreed, and I decided I would do just that. I discovered a carpenter from Valence, which is almost my home country. He had killed a guard in the forest and water service. He was an inveterate gambler and always in debt. He spent his days feverishly making camelot and his nights losing what he'd earned. Often he'd make things to pay his creditors, but they took unholy advantage of him and paid him 150 or 200 francs for a rosewood box worth 300. I decided to go after him. One day when we were in the washhouse together, I said, I want to talk to you tonight. Let's meet in the toilets. I'll let you know when. That night, as we were talking alone, I said, Borset, you know we're from the same neck of the woods. How's that? Aren't you from Valence? Yes. Well, I'm from Ardèche. So we're neighbors. So what? That means I don't like to see you taken advantage of when you're in debt, only getting half what your things are worth. Bring them to me. I'll give you full value. That's all. Thanks, Borset said. He was forever in hot water with the people he owed, so I was constantly helping him out. Things weren't too bad, though, until he got in debt to Vichy, a Corsican mountain bandit and one of my good friends. Borset told me that Vichy was after him for the 700 francs he owed him. He had a small secretary that was almost finished, he said, but he wasn't sure when he'd be through with it because he had to work on it in secret. They were not allowed to make large pieces because it took too much wood. I told him I'd see what I could do. With Vichy's consent, I put on an act. Vichy was to put the pressure on Borset, even threaten him, and I'd jump in as Borset's savior. And that's exactly what happened. After that Borset was my man and trusted me implicitly. For the first time in his life as a Baghdad he could breathe freely. So I decided I'd take a chance. One evening I said to him, I'll give you 2,000 francs if you'll do what I ask. I want a raft big enough for 2 men, in sections that will fit together. Listen, Papillon, I wouldn't do this for anybody else, but for you I'll even risk 2 years in solitary. The only thing is, I can't get the big pieces out of the workshop. I've got somebody to do that. Who? The Wheelbarrow brothers, Narek and Quenya. Now, How do you plan to make the raft? First I'll do a drawing to scale, then I'll make each piece tongue and groove so they'll all fit tight. All the wood on the islands is hardwood, though I may have a little trouble finding wood that'll float. When will you know if you can do it? In 3 days. Do you want to escape with me? No. Why not? I'm scared of the sharks and I don't want to drown. You promise you'll help me until it's finished? I swear it on my children's heads. Only it's going to take a long time. That's all right. Now listen carefully. I'm going to copy the design for the raft on a piece of notebook paper, and underneath I'll write, Borset, you make this raft just like this drawing or you die. This'll be your alibi if something goes wrong. Later on I'll give you orders in writing on how to make every piece. Each time you've finished one, I want you to leave it where I tell you. It will then be taken away. Don't try to find out when. This seemed to make him feel better. This way we avoid the risk of your being tortured if you're caught. The most you'll get is 6 months. What if you're the one who's caught? Then it'll be the other way around. I'll admit to being the author of the notes. Naturally you'll keep the written orders. Okay. Okay. You're not afraid? No. I'm glad to have the chance to help you. I didn't say a word to anyone. I was waiting for Borset's answer. An endless week passed before we talked again, alone in the library. Right away Borset put sunshine in my heart. The hardest part was to make sure I'd have wood that was light and dry. I solved it by designing a kind of wooden collar to fit around a bunch of dried coconuts. Shells on, of course. The shells are the lightest thing there is and they're absolutely waterproof. When the raft is finished, it will be up to you to find the coconuts to put inside. I'll start on the first piece tomorrow. It should take me about 3 days. Have one of the brothers pick it up as soon as possible after Thursday. I won't start a new piece before the finished one has left the shop. Here's my design. You copy it and write the letter you promised. Have you talked to the brothers? No, not yet. I was waiting for your answer. Well, you've got it. It's yes. Thanks, Borset. I don't really know how to thank you. Here, take this 500 francs. He looked me straight in the eye and said, no, you keep the money. If you make it to Grande Terre, you'll need it to set up your next cavale. Starting today, I'm not playing cards until you're gone. With the things I make here, I'll still have enough for cigarettes and steaks. Why won't you take it? Because I wouldn't do this for 10,000 francs. For all the precautions we've taken, the risks are too great. I can do it only for free. You helped me, you were the only person who ever gave me a hand. It scares me, but I'm glad to do it. As I copied the design, I began to feel very guilty. It had never even crossed Borset's innocent mind that I'd helped him to gain my own ends. I had to keep telling myself, to make me look better in my own eyes, that escape justified everything, even the dishonorable way I'd behaved. During the night I talked to Narek, who was to pass the word to his brother-in-law. Right away he said, you can count on me to carry the pieces out of the shop. Just don't be in too much of a hurry. We'll only be able to move them when there's big stuff going out for a masonry job. We won't miss a chance, though, I promise you that. So far so good. Now I had only to talk to Mathieu Charriére, for he was the one I wanted to go with me on the cavale. He was for it 100%. Mathieu, I've found someone to make the raft and I've found someone to carry the pieces out of the shop. Now it's up to you to find a place in your garden where we can bury the raft. No, the garden's no good. The guards come at night to steal vegetables and they're likely to notice something. I'll fix up a hiding place in the retaining wall by taking out a big stone and digging out a space behind it. That way, when I get a piece, I'll only have to remove the rock and then put it back after I've stowed the piece inside. Should they carry the pieces straight to your garden? No, that's too dangerous. The brothers don't have any good reason for going there. The best thing would be to have them leave the piece in a new place each time. Right. Everything seemed to be working. The only thing lacking was the coconuts. I must try to figure out how to collect enough of them without attracting attention. I felt myself coming back to life. The only thing left was to talk to Galgani and Grandit. I had no right to keep silent, for they might be accused of complicity at some point. To avoid this, I decided to leave Gorby and live alone, but when I told them my plans they really bawled me out. Get going on your cavale as soon as you can. We'll make out, but while you're waiting, stay with us. We've been through cavales before. The cavale had now been in preparation for over a month. I had already received 7 pieces, 2 of them quite big. I went to have a look at the retaining wall where Matthew had dug his hiding place. He had taken the precaution of sticking moss around it so the rock didn't look as if it had ever been moved. The place was perfect, but the cavity looked too small to hold the whole raft. Still, there was room enough for the moment. Having a cavale in the works was wonderful for my morale. I ate better than ever and the fishing kept me in good physical shape. In addition, I spent over 2 hours every morning doing exercises among the rocks. I concentrated on my legs, for the fishing took care of my arms. I discovered a good trick for the legs. If I fished further out where the waves broke against my thighs, the struggle to keep my balance was very good for the muscles. Juliet, the warden's wife, was still very nice to me, but she noticed that I came in only when her husband was there. She said so right out, and to put me at ease, she explained that she had been joking the day she was having her hair done. And the young woman who had done her hair stopped me often on the way up from fishing to ask how I was, etc. So everything was all right in that department. Borset never wasted a moment. It was now 2.5 months since we'd begun and, as I'd foreseen, the hiding place was full. We lacked only 2 pieces, but these were the longest, 6.5 feet long and 5 feet. They would never fit into the hole in the retaining wall. Looking around in the cemetery, I noticed a freshly dug grave with an ugly bouquet of faded flowers on it. It was probably the grave of the guard's wife who had died the week before. The cemetery guard, an ancient, half-blind con nicknamed Papa, usually spent the whole day sitting in the shade of a coconut palm on the far side. From there he couldn't see the grave or anyone coming near it. What if I used the grave for the raft after it was assembled, and to store as many coconuts as possible? But it would hold only about 35, far fewer than I'd be needing. So I scattered over 50 in various other places. There were a dozen in Juliet's garden alone. The houseboy thought I'd left them there to make oil out of someday. When I learned that the dead woman's husband had left for Grande Terre, I decided to dig the earth away from the grave. Mathieu sat on the wall and acted as lookout. On his head he wore a white handkerchief, knotted at the 4 corners. Next to him he kept a red handkerchief, also knotted at the corners. He wore the white as long as there was no danger. If anyone came into view, he put on the red. This risky work took me one whole afternoon and night. I didn't remove the earth as far down as the coffin because I had to enlarge the hole to make it big enough for the raft, another 4 feet plus a little room for maneuvering. The hours seemed endless, and the red handkerchief on Matthew's head forced me to stop several times. Finally it was morning and I was finished. The hole was covered with woven palm leaves which made a fairly firm platform. On top of that I put a layer of earth with a small border. You could barely see it. By the time I was through, my nerves were on the point of snapping. The preparations for the cavale had now been going on for 3 months. The labeled pieces had been taken out of their hiding place and laid above the poor woman's coffin, hidden by the earth that covered the matting. In the wall cavity we stored 3 bags of flour, a 7-foot rope for the sail, a bottleful of matches, a tinder box and a dozen cans of milk. Borset was getting more and more excited. You'd have thought it was his own cavale. Now Nartrik was sorry he hadn't said yes in the beginning. We could have made a raft for 3 people instead of 2. The rainy season began. It rained every day, which made it easier for me to visit the grave. Now only 2 side pieces for the frame were missing. Little by little I'd brought the coconuts nearer the garden, where they could be stored without danger in the buffalo's open stable. My friends never questioned me. From time to time they simply asked, "How's it going?" "Okay, it's taking a long time, isn't it? You can't do it faster without running a big risk." That was all. Then one day Juliet saw me as I was moving the coconuts I'd stored in her yard. "Tell me, Papillon, when are you getting to work on your coconut oil? I don't see why you don't make it here in the yard. You've got a sledgehammer to open them with, and I can lend you a big pot for the pulp." "I'd rather do it in the camp." "That's funny. The camp isn't very convenient." She paused and then said, "Want me to tell you what I think?" "I don't think you're making coconut oil at all." I froze. She went on, "Why would you want it when I can give you all the olive oil you can use? The coconuts are for something else, aren't they?" Large drops of sweat rolled down my face. I was waiting to hear the word escape. I could hardly breathe. "Madam, it was to be a secret, but your curiosity forces me to tell you. However, all I'm going to say is that I picked them out for their shells. I was going to make something as a present for you. That's all there is to it." "It worked," she said. "Papillon, you shouldn't go to all that trouble for me. I forbid you to spend your time and money making me something extravagant. I thank you sincerely, but you mustn't do it. That's for me to decide." Phew, I asked her for a pastis, something I'd never done before. Luckily she didn't notice my unease. God was on my side. It rained hardest during the afternoon and evening. I was afraid the water would seep down through the thin layer of earth and lay bare the matting. Mathieu was forever having to replace the earth. I was certain it was flooded underneath, so we pulled back the matting and found that the water had almost reached the top of the coffin. It was a critical moment. Not far away was the grave of 2 children, dead for many years. We lifted off the tombstone. I crawled in and hacked away at the cement with a miner's pick on the side nearest my raft's grave. I had no sooner cracked the cement and prodded the earth with the pick than a great gush of water streamed in. It was the water from my flooded grave. I climbed out as it was reaching my knees. We replaced the stone and made it fast with some white mastic that Narek had found. With this operation we had got rid of half the water in our tomb. That evening Carbonieri said, "We seem to have nothing but trouble with this cavale. Come on, we're almost there." Let's hope so. We were getting very nervous. The next morning, as a cover-up, I went down to the quay and asked Chapa to buy me 5 pounds of fish. I told him I'd pick it up at noon. Then I walked over to Carbonieri's garden. As I came near, I saw 3 white caps. What were 3 guards doing in his garden? This was most unusual. Were they making a search? I'd never seen 3 guards around Carbonieri before. I waited almost an hour. Then I had to find out what was going on. Casually I walked down the path that led to the garden. The guards watched me come. When I was about 40 yards away, Mathieu put the white handkerchief on his head. I breathed again and just had time to pull myself together before I reached them. "Good morning, gentlemen." "Good morning, Mathieu. I'm here for the papaya you promised me." "I'm sorry, Papillon, but somebody stole it this morning while I was getting the poles for my beans. I'll have some more ripe ones in 4 or 5 days. They're already turning yellow. Gentlemen, don't you want some lettuce, or tomatoes, maybe some radishes for your wives? Your garden is very well tended, Carbonieri." "My congratulations," one of them said. They accepted the lettuce, tomatoes and radishes and left. I made sure to leave before them, taking 2 heads of lettuce with me. I passed by the cemetery. The rain had washed away the earth, leaving the tomb half uncovered. I could see the matting 10 steps away. Only the good Lord had kept us from being caught this time. The wind blew like mad every night, roaring over the plateau and sometimes bringing gusts of rain. It was ideal weather for a cavale. The 6-foot piece of wood, the most important one and damnably cumbersome, joined its brothers. I slid it into place and it fitted like an angel. Borset ran back to camp to find out if I'd received it. He was so relieved to know all had gone well, it seemed as if he'd been worried it might not arrive. Is something wrong? I asked him. Do you think somebody's onto us? Have you told anybody about this? No, certainly not. But something's eating you. What is it? A guy named David Sellier seems to be taking a little too much interest in us. I think he saw Narek put a piece of our wood under his workbench, then transfer it to a barrel of lime and carry it off. His eyes followed Narek to the door of the shop. That's why I'm worried. So I said to Grandit, David Sellier is in our case. He can't possibly be a stoolie, can he? He's one of the boys in the public works service. You know the kind. African battalion, camisard, one of those bull-headed soldiers who's been in every military prison in Morocco and Algeria. He's a fighter, dangerous with a knife, a passionate lover of young boys and a gambler. He's never been a civilian. Conclusion. He's a loser and a dangerous one. The ban is his life. If you have any real doubts, take the bull by the horns and kill him tonight. Don't give him time to squeal. We've got no proof he's a stoolie. True, Grandit said, but we've got no proof he isn't. His kind of bagnard don't like cavales. They don't like anything messing up their well-ordered lives. They might not be stool pigeons about anything else, but about cavales, who knows? I consulted Mathieu. His advice was to kill Sellier that night. In fact, he volunteered to do it himself. I made the mistake of saying no. The idea of killing someone, or allowing someone to be killed, on the basis of appearances alone revolted me. What if Borset was imagining things? Fear might make him invent heaven knows what. I asked Narek, have you noticed anything funny about David Sellier? Me, no. I carried the barrel out on my shoulder so the turnkey at the door couldn't see inside. We figured that if I stood just in front of him until my brother-in-law arrived, the Arab would see I wasn't in a hurry and he'd trust me enough not to look inside the barrel. But later on my brother-in-law did tell me he thought David Sellier was watching us pretty closely. What do you think? My brother-in-law was especially nervous because of the size of the piece and the fact that it looked too much as if it were for a raft. He thought he saw more than he actually saw. That's what I think. Let's forget it. When we get to the last piece, make sure David Sellier is not around when you leave. Take the same precautions with him you would with a guard. I spent that night gambling for very high stakes and won 7,000 francs. The less attention I paid to the game, the more money I won. At 4:30 in the morning I left for work, though I actually turned the job over to the black from Martinique. The rain had stopped and I crept through the dark to the cemetery. I couldn't find the shovel, so I had to move the earth back with my feet. When I went down to fish, the sun was already shining bright. I went to the southernmost part of Royale, where I was planning to launch the raft. The tide was high and the sea rough. It was clear that it would be hard to get away from the island without being tossed back onto the rocks. I started to fish and right away caught a lot of rock mullet. In no time I had over 12 pounds. So I stopped and cleaned the fish in the sea. I was very uneasy, and tired from the long night of gambling. I sat down in the shade and tried to pull myself together. I told myself that the tension that had been building up for 3 months was soon coming to an end and, thinking about Sellier, I decided I had no right to kill him. Then I went to call on Mathieu. The grave could easily be seen from his garden. There was some earth on the path which he said he'd sweep off at noon. I passed by Juliet's and gave her half my fish. She said, Papillon, I had a bad dream about you last night. You were in chains and all covered with blood. Please don't do anything foolish. I'd suffer too much if something happened to you. See, the dream upset me so much I haven't washed yet or even combed my hair. I looked through my binoculars to see where you were fishing, but I couldn't find you. Where did you catch these? On the other side of the island. That's why you didn't see me. Why do you go so far away where nobody can see you? What if you were carried away by a wave? There would be no one to save you from the sharks. Oh, you're exaggerating. You think I'm exaggerating? Well, perhaps, but I forbid you to fish on that side of the island. If you don't obey me, I'll see that your fishing permit is taken away. Come, be reasonable. If it'll make you any happier, I'll let your houseboy know where I'm going fishing. All right, but why do you look so tired? Because I am tired, and I'm going back to the camp to sleep. Okay, but I expect you for coffee at 4 o'clock. You'll come? Yes, madam, I'll see you later. Juliet's dream. That was all I needed. As if I didn't have enough real problems. Borset told me he was sure he was being watched. We'd been waiting 15 days for the last piece, the one 5 feet long. Narek and Quenya insisted there was nothing wrong, but Borset was still afraid to make it. If it hadn't needed 5 joints that had to fit exactly, Mathieu could have made it in the garden. But it was into this plank that the 5 ribs of the raft had to be fitted. Narek and Quenya were repairing the chapel, so they were able to come and go from the shop with all kinds of material. Sometimes they even used a small wagon pulled by a buffalo. We had to take advantage of this opportunity. Against his better judgment, Borset started to make the piece. Then one day he said he was sure someone had moved it when he wasn't there. He still had to make one of the joints, and we decided he should do this and then put the piece under his workbench. He was to lay a hair on it to tell us if anyone touched it. He finished his work and left the shop at 6 o'clock, making sure that no one was left except the guard. The plank and hair were in place. At noon I was in the camp waiting for the 80 men to come out of the shop. Narek and Quenya were there, but no Borset. A German came up to me and handed me a carefully sealed letter. I could see it hadn't been opened. I read. The hair is gone. Someone has touched the board. The guard is letting me stay to work during the siesta. I told him I had to finish a little rosewood box I've been working on. I'll take the board and put it with Narek's tools. You tell him about it. He must leave with the board at 3 sharp. Maybe we can steal a march on the guy who is taking such an interest. Narek and Quenya agreed. Just before everybody was back in the shop, 2 men would start a fight outside the door. This task was allotted to 2 of Carbonierie's people, Corsicans from Marseille named Massani and Santini. They didn't ask why, which was fine. Narek and Quenya would be first in line and they would take advantage of the incident to run in, then out, carrying a mixture of stuff as if they were in a hurry to get to work and the fight couldn't concern them less. We were all agreed that this was our last chance. If it succeeded, I wouldn't make a move for a month or 2 because it was clear that someone, or several people, knew that somebody was making a raft. It would be up to them to find out who and where. It was now 2:30 and the men were getting ready. There were 30 minutes between roll call and the time the men actually filed off to work. David Sellier was in the middle of the 20 rows of 4 men each. Narek and Quenya were in the first row, Massani and Santini in the 12th, David Sellier in the 10th. It looked like a good setup, because when Narek was picking up his odd lengths of wood along with our board, others would still be going in. David would be almost at the workshop door. When the scuffle broke out, everybody would turn around, David included, and there'd be lots of shouting and shoving. And so it went. By 4 o'clock it was all over. The board was under a heap of stuff in the chapel. They hadn't yet been able to get it out of there, but it was well hidden. I went to see Juliet. She wasn't home. On my way back I passed the administration building and saw Massani and Santini standing in the shade, waiting to be put in the dungeon. We had expected that. I walked up to them and asked, how much? 8 days. A Corsican guard said, how about that? 2 Corsicans fighting each other. I went back to camp. Carbonieri and my friends were walking on air. They congratulated me on the way I had organized the operation. Narek and Quenya were pleased too. Everything was going great. I slept through the night even though I was asked to play poker. I pretended I had a headache. Actually I was just dead tired but overjoyed that success was around the corner. The most difficult part was behind me. The next morning Matthew put the board in the hole in the wall. The cemetery guard was raking the paths near our tomb. It would be risky to go too near it now. Every morning at daybreak I took a wooden bucket and replaced the earth on the grave. I tidied the path with a broom, then hurriedly hid the pail and broom in a corner and returned to work. It was now exactly 4 months since we had started to prepare this cavail and 9 days since we'd finally got the last piece for the raft. The rain had stopped except for a little at night. All my attention was turned to the next 2 stages. First getting the damned board out of Matthew's garden, then fitting it into the raft. This could only be done during the day. Then, escape. But that had to wait until the raft was launched and packed with the coconuts and our supplies. I brought Jean Castelli up to date. He was delighted to know that I was this near the end. He remarked, "The moon's in the first quarter." "I know. At midnight there'll be no problem. The tide goes out at 10 in the evening, so the best time to put the raft in the water will be between 1 and 2 in the morning." Carbonieri and I decided to hurry things up a little. We'd make the final assembly the next morning. That night, escape. The next morning I walked from the garden to the cemetery and jumped over the wall, carrying a bucket in my hand. While I was clearing the earth away from the top of the matting, Matthew was moving the stone out from the wall to get at the board. Then together we lifted the matting and placed it to one side. The raft seemed to be in perfect condition. A little dirty, but that didn't matter. We took it out in order to have room to fit the last piece in. Then we set in the 5 ribs, banging them into the grooves with a stone. Just as we were finished and about to put the raft back in its place, a guard appeared with a carbine in his hand. "Don't move or I shoot." We dropped the raft and put up our hands. I recognized the guard. He was the one from the workshop. "Don't try anything funny. I've got you. Admit it and at least you'll save your skin. It's hanging by just a thread right now. I'd really like to pump you full of lead." "All right, get going. Keep your hands up." As we passed the entrance to the cemetery, we met an Arab turnkey. The guard said to him, "Thanks for your help, Muhammad. Come by tomorrow morning and I'll give you what I promised you." "Thanks," the old dog replied. "Don't worry, Chief, I'll be there. But doesn't David Celia owe me something too?" "You work it out with him," the guard said. So I said to him, "Was David Celia the one who ratted on us, Chief?" "I didn't say so, did I?" "It doesn't matter. It's just good to know." Still aiming his carbine at us, the guard said, "Frisk, Muhammad." The Arab found my knife inside my belt, then took Matthew's. "Muhammad," I said to him, "you're pretty sharp. How'd you catch on to us?" "I climbed a palm tree every day to see how you were doing with the raft." "Who told you to do it?" "First it was David Celia, then Brewitt, the guard." "Let's go," the guard said. "That's enough talk. You can put your hands down now. Get moving." The 400 yards to the wardens were the longest road I'd ever walked. I wanted to die. All that struggle only to get caught like a pair of half-assed idiots. My God, but you're cruel to me. Our arrival at the wardens was a great occasion. As we were nearing the administration building, we kept meeting guards who fell into step with our guard. By the time we arrived, there must have been 7 or 8 of them. The Arab had run ahead to give the warden the news. He was standing at the door with Diga and 5 guards. "What's going on, Monsieur Brewitt?" "I just caught these 2 red-handed. They were hiding a raft that looked to be about finished." "What have you got to say for yourself, Papillon?" "Nothing. I'll talk at the interrogation." "Put them in the dungeon." I was put in a cell with a blocked-up window near the entrance to the building. The cell was dark, but I could hear people talking outside. Things moved fast. At 3 o'clock we were taken out and handcuffed. A kind of tribunal had been set up consisting of the head warden, his second in command and the head guard. Another guard served as clerk. Diga sat at a little table to one side, pencil in hand, ready to take down our statements. Charriére and Carbonieri listened to Monsieur Bruet's allegations. I, Auguste Bruet, head guard and director of the workshops on the Les du Salut, accused the two bagnads, Charriére and Carbonieri, of the theft and misappropriation of material belonging to the state. I accuse the carpenter, Borset, of complicity. I think I can also implicate Narek and Quenya. I wish to add that I caught Charriére and Carbonieri red-handed as they were violating the grave of Madame Private, which they used as the hiding place for their raft. What have you got to say? The warden asked. In the first place, Carbonieri had nothing to do with it. The raft was designed to carry only one man, me. I only asked him to help me lift the matting off the grave. Carbonieri is not guilty of theft or misappropriating material belonging to the state, or of complicity in an escape since there was no escape. Borset was a poor bastard who was operating under pain of death. As for Narek and Quenya, I hardly know them. They had nothing to do with it. That's not what my informant told me, the guard said. Your informant was David Sellier. He might have been trying to get even with someone by implicating him falsely. Besides, how can you trust a stoolie? All right, the warden said. You are officially accused of theft and misappropriation of material belonging to the state, of defiling a grave, and attempting to escape. Sign here. TL sign only when you've added my statement about Carbonieri, Borset, Narek and Quenya. All right, write it up. I signed. I can't really tell you what happened after that. I was out of my mind. I barely ate, I couldn't move, I smoked constantly, one cigarette after another. Luckily Diga kept me well supplied with tobacco. Every day I had a morning walk in the sun in the yard of the maximum security compound. The warden came to see me. The funny thing was that, although he would have been severely censured if the escape had succeeded, he wasn't angry with me at all. Smiling all the while, he told me that his wife had said it was perfectly normal for a man to try to escape unless he had gone to pot. With great cleverness he tried to get me to admit Carbonieri's complicity. I think I convinced him. I explained how it was practically impossible for Carbonieri to refuse to help me when I needed to remove the matting. Borset disclosed my threatening letter and the design I'd made for the raft. In that matter the warden was completely convinced. I asked him what he thought the theft of state property would get me. Not more than 18 months. So, gradually, I climbed out of the pit. A note came from Chartal, the orderly, informing me that David Sellier was in a special room in the hospital with a rare disease, an abscess of the liver. I was sure it was something cooked up between the doctor and the administration to protect him from reprisals. I was left alone in my cell and never searched, so I took advantage of this to get hold of a knife. I told Narek and Quenya to ask for a meeting of the shop guard, David Sellier, the carpenter and me. After the meeting the warden would decide whether they deserved imprisonment, punishment, or freedom. During the morning walk Narek told me that the warden had agreed to the meeting. It was to take place the next day at 10. One of the head guards would act as examining judge. I spent the night trying to talk myself out of killing David Sellier, but I couldn't do it. It wasn't fair for him to be dissented to Grande Terre for his service to the administration and make a cavale from there as if in reward for having prevented mine. They'd probably condemn me to death. I didn't give a good goddamn. I was that desperate. 4 months of hope, of joy, the fear of being caught, ingenuity, then, on the brink of success, to have the whole thing collapse because of one stinking rat. Come what might, I'd kill Sellier. The only way to escape the death penalty would be to get him to pull his knife first. If I had mine out, he'd be sure to pull his. I would do it a little before or right after the meeting. During the meeting itself, It would be impossible because I'd risk being shot by a guard. I would have to count on the guard's chronic negligence. I spent the whole night fighting this idea. I lost. After all, there were some things that could not be forgiven. I knew that nobody had the right to write his own laws, but that was for people of another social class. How could you not think of punishing a low-down bastard like him? I'd never harmed that bigmouth. He didn't even know me. He was condemning me to X number of years in solitary, and I'd never done a thing to him. He was burying me so he could live again. No, no, no. I couldn't let him profit from this. I felt lost. Tit for tat. Let him feel lost, too, more than me even. But what if they condemned me to death? It would be damn stupid to die for a punk like him. I finally managed to promise myself one thing. If I couldn't get him to pull his knife, I wouldn't kill him. I didn't sleep that entire night. I smoked a whole package of grey tobacco. When coffee arrived at 6 in the morning, I had 2 cigarettes left. I was so tense that, even though it was forbidden, I said to the coffee boy, "Could you give me some cigarettes or a little tobacco? I'm almost out, Monsieur Antartaglia." The guard said, "Sure, give him some. I really feel sorry for you, Papillon. I'm a Corsican. I like people. I hate this kind of treachery." By 9:45 I was in the yard waiting to enter the hall. Narek, Quenya, Borset and Carbonieri were there. The guard in charge was Antartaglia, the coffee guy. He talked to Carbonieri in Corsican, and I gathered he was telling him that he stood a good chance of getting 3 years in solitary. At that point the door to the yard opened and in came the Arab of the palm tree, the Arab who guarded the door to the shop and bathed Celia. When Celia saw me, he drew back, but the guard said, "Come on, stand over there on the right. Antartaglia, see they don't get too close." We were less than 2 yards apart. Antartaglia said, "No talking between groups." Carbonieri continued to talk to his fellow Corsican, who was watching both groups. The guard bent down to tie his shoelace. I made Mathieu a sign to step forward a little. He understood, looked at Celia and spat in his direction. The guard stood up and Carbonieri went on talking to him, commanding his attention so I could take a step forward. Without his noticing it, my knife slid down into my hand. Only Celia could see it. His knife was already open in his pocket and, faster than I'd anticipated, he swung at me and nicked me in the muscle of my right arm. But since I was left-handed, I was able to plunge my knife into his chest right up to the handle. There was an animal cry of, "AAR," and he fell in a heap. Antartaglia pulled out his revolver. "Get back, kid, get back. Don't hit him when he's down or I'll have to shoot you, and I don't want to do that." Carbonieri went over to Celia and prodded his head with his foot. He said 2 words in Corsican. I understood them. "He's dead." The guard said, "Give me your knife, kid." I gave it to him. He put his revolver back in its holster, went over to the door and knocked. A guard opened it and he said, "Tell the stretcher bearers to come pick up a dead man." "Who's dead?" the guard asked. "Bathed Celia." "Ah, I thought it was Papillon." We were put back in our cells. Meeting suspended. Before stepping into the hall, Carbonieri said to me, "Poor Pappy, you're in for it this time." "Yes, but I'm alive and he isn't." The guard came back alone, opened the door and said in a husky voice, "Knock on the door. Tell him you're wounded." He attacked first. One saw him. He left. These Corsican guards were amazing. Either all good or all bad. I knocked on the door and shouted, "I'm wounded. I want to go to the hospital." The guard returned with the head of the disciplinary section. "What's the matter with you? Why all the racket?" "Chief, I'm wounded." "What, you're wounded? I didn't think he touched you." "He got the muscle in my right arm." "Open the door." The door opened and I went out. The arm muscle was badly cut. "Put him in handcuffs and take him to the hospital. But don't on any account leave him there. Bring him back here the minute he's patched up." When he went out, There were more than 10 guards standing around the warden. The shop guard said to me, "You murderer." Before I could say anything, the head guard answered for me. "Shut up, Bruette. He attacked Papillon first." "I saw it too. I was a witness," Antartiglia said. "And you might as well learn now, Monsieur Bruette, Corsicans don't lie." Once I was in the hospital, Chartel called for the doctor. With no anesthetic, either general or local, he sewed me up and attached 8 clamps. When he was finished, he said, "I couldn't give you a local anesthetic. I'm all out." Then he added, "That was not a good thing you did." Well, you know, he couldn't have lived long with that abscess on his liver. He hadn't expected that one. The interrogation was resumed. Borset's participation in the plot was dismissed. It was agreed that he'd been terrorized. For lack of proof they dismissed the case of Narek and Quenya too. That left Carbonieri and me. In Carbonieri's case they dismissed the charge of theft and misappropriation etc. There remained complicity in an attempt to escape. That wouldn't get him more than 6 months. In my case things got complicated. In spite of all the testimony on my behalf, the examiner would not accept legitimate self-defense. Diga had seen the full dossier and told me that, in spite of the examiner's vindictiveness, I couldn't be given the death penalty because I had been wounded. What the prosecution used to get me was the declaration of the 2 Arabs that I had been the first to pull my knife. The interrogation ended. I waited to be sent to Saint Laurent to appear before the Council of War. I smoked. I hardly walked at all. At no time did the warden or the guards, except the shop guard and the examiner, show me the least hostility. Also I was allowed to have all the tobacco I wanted. I was to leave Friday. On Wednesday morning at 10 I had been in the yard almost 2 hours when the warden called me and said, "Come with me." We took the path to his house. As we walked, he said, "My wife wants to see you before you leave. I didn't want to upset her by having you brought by an armed guard. I hope you'll behave yourself." We reached his house. "Juliet, I've brought your protégé, as I promised. Remember I have to take him back before noon. You have almost an hour." He discreetly went his way. Juliet came up to me, put her hand on my shoulder and looked me in the eye. Tears made her black eyes sparkle all the more, but luckily she didn't cry. "My friend, you really are crazy. If only you'd told me you wanted to leave, I could have helped you. I've asked my husband to do everything possible for you, but he said it wasn't up to him. I wanted you to come so I could see how you are. I congratulate you on your courage. You're in better shape than I could have hoped. Besides, I wanted to tell you I intend to pay for all the fish you've given me. Here is 1,000 francs. It's all I have. I'm sorry I can't do better. Madam, I don't need the money. I can't accept it. It would spoil our friendship." I pushed aside the 2 500-franc notes. "Please, don't insist. As you wish. Won't you sit down and have a small pastis?" For more than an hour that admirable woman talked to me in her charming way. She was sure I'd be acquitted for murdering the punk, that the most I'd get would be 18 months to 2 years for the rest. As I was leaving, she squeezed my hand for a long time, then said, "Goodbye. Good luck," and burst into tears. The warden took me back to the cell block. On the way I said, "Sir, your wife is the noblest woman I've ever met. I know it, Papillon. She wasn't made to live here. It's too hard on her. But what can I do? Well, we have only 4 more years to go. Now that we're alone, sir, I want to thank you for treating me so well in spite of all the trouble I would have caused you if I'd been successful. Yes, you could have been a real headache, Papillon. All the same, I'll tell you something. You deserve to succeed." At the door to the maximum security section he added, "Goodbye, Papillon. God help you. You're going to need it." "Goodbye, sir." I certainly was going to need God's help. The Council of War was presided over by a police commissioner with 4 stripes, and it was tough. 3 years for theft and misappropriation, defiling a grave and attempting to escape, plus 5 years, to be served consecutively, for Celia's murder. Total, 8 years in solitary. If I hadn't been wounded, I would have got the death penalty for second solitary. I returned to the islands, handcuffed to a Polak named Dan Doski. For 2 premeditated murders he'd got 5 years. I'd got 8. There were 16 of us, 12 condemned to solitary. The sea was very rough and the deck was often swept by huge waves. My despair was so deep I practically hoped the tub would sink. Absorbed in my fate, I talked to no one. The cold spray stung my face, the wind took my hat. So what? I wouldn't need it much for my 8 years in solitary. At first I had hoped we'd all drown. Now I took a different view. David Celia was eaten by sharks. I am 30 and have only 8 years to go. But can I survive 8 years within the walls of Le Manger's Doms? From my previous experience I had to say no. 4 to 5 years had to be the absolute limit of human resistance. If I hadn't killed Celia, I'd have only 3 years to do, maybe only 2, but that murder had messed up everything. I should never have killed the punk. My duty to myself was not to get even but, above anything else, to live in order to escape. How could I have been such a dope? Even though he very nearly killed me, the filthy bastard. Live, that's what should have been, and must be from now on, my only religion. Among the guards who accompanied the convoy there was one I remembered from the reclusion. I couldn't recall his name, but I had a crazy desire to ask him a question. Chief, I'd like to ask you something. Surprised, he came nearer. What? Have you ever known anybody who lived through 8 years of solitary? He thought a moment and said, no, but I've known several who did 5 years, and there was even one, I remember him very well, who got out in good health and sound mind after 6 years. I was at the reclusion when he was freed. Thank you. You're welcome. You've got 8 years, they tell me. Yes, Chief. You'll make it only if you're never given extra punishment. Those were very important words. I'd get out alive only if I was never punished. Punishment meant taking away part or all of your food for a certain length of time. After that, even when you were back on a normal diet, you could never make it up. A few mild punishments and you were dead. Conclusion, I would accept no coconuts, no cigarettes, not even write or receive notes. For the rest of the trip I chewed this over. I would have nothing, absolutely nothing to do with the outside or inside world. Then an idea came to me. The only way to get better food without risk was to get someone on the outside to pay the soup distributor to give me the biggest and best piece of meat at noon. That was easy, because one man ladled out the broth and another man carried a platter of meat from which he chose the piece for your bowl. I had to get the first man to scrape the bottom of the pot and give me all the vegetables he could. This idea brought me comfort. If I could set this up, I'd be able to satisfy my hunger, or just about. Then, in order not to go mad, all I had to do was dream, flying as far away as possible and choosing only the most pleasant subjects. We got back to the islands at 3 in the afternoon. I was no sooner off the boat than I noticed Juliet's pale yellow dress next to her husband. The warden came up to me even before we had lined up and asked, "How many?" 8. He turned to his wife and spoke to her. She sat down on a rock, obviously stunned. Then her husband took her by the arm. She got to her feet and, looking at me somberly with her big eyes, walked away. Papillon, Liga asked, "How many?" 8 years in solitary. He was silent, and didn't even dare look at me. Galgani came up, and before he could speak I said, "Don't send me a thing. Don't write to me. With this long sentence I can't take any risks." I understand. In a low voice I added quickly, "See if you can get me the best food possible at noon and at night. If you can manage it, maybe we'll see each other again someday. Goodbye." I headed for the boat that was to take us back to St. Joseph. Everybody looked at me as if I were a coffin being lowered into the grave. No one spoke. During the short trip I repeated to Chapa what I'd said to Galgani. He replied, "That should be easy enough. Chin up, Pappy." Then he asked, "What about Carbonieri?" "I'm sorry I forgot to tell you. The president of the council asked for more information on his case before making a decision." "Is that good or bad?" "It's good, I think." I was in the first row of the column of 12 men that climbed the hill to the reclusion. I walked fast. It's strange, but I was actually in a hurry to get to my cell and be alone. In fact, I was rushing so fast that the guard said, "Slow down, Papillon. You look as if you were in a hurry to get home." Then we were there. The guard said, "Strip, everybody. The chief warden at Reclusion will address you now." He made his usual speech. "Reclusionaires, here we," then turned to me. "I'm sorry to see you back, Papillon. You're in Building A, Cell 127. It's the best one, Papillon. You're opposite the door to the hall so you have more light and you'll always have fresh air. I hope you intend to behave. 8 years is a long time, but who knows? If your conduct is good, you may get a year or 2 off. I hope so. You're a brave man." So I was in number 127. It was exactly opposite a large barred door that opened into the passageway. Although it was already 6 o'clock, you could see quite clearly. Nor did this cell have the odor of rot that my first one had. That was encouraging. "Old man," I told myself, "these 4 walls will be watching you for the next 8 years. Don't count every month and hour. That's a waste of time. Try 6-month periods. 16 times 6 months and you're free again. You have one advantage anyway. If you croak in here, you have the satisfaction of dying in the light. If you die during the day, that is. It can't be much fun to die in the dark. If you're sick, here at least, the doctor can see your face. Don't blame yourself for trying to escape and live again, and for God's sake, don't feel guilty about killing Celia. Just think how you'd suffer if he left on a cavale while you were in here. Anyway, maybe there'll be an amnesty, a war, an earthquake, maybe a typhoon will destroy this place. Why not? Maybe some honest man, returning to France, will move the French to force the penal administration to put an end to this guillotining of men without benefit of guillotine. Maybe a doctor, sickened by what he has seen, will spill it to a journalist or to a priest. Who knows? In any event, Celia has been eaten by the sharks, but you're here, you have your pride, you'll get out of this tomb alive. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and turn. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, another turn. I began to walk and suddenly it all came back to me. The position of the head, the arms, the exact length of each step to make the pendulum work properly. I decided to walk only 2 hours in the morning and 2 in the afternoon until I knew if I could count on the extra food. I mustn't waste energy. Yes, it was heartbreaking to have failed at the end, even though it was only the first part of the cavale, with 90 miles on a frail raft ahead. And then, after arriving on Grande Terre, still another cavale. If I'd been able to launch the raft, the 3 flour sacks that had to serve as sails would have carried it at a speed of at least 6 miles an hour. In less than 15 hours, maybe even 12, we would have reached land. Assuming, of course, that it was raining that day, because only in the rain would we have dared to hoist sail. I seem to remember that it rained the day after I was put in the dungeon. But I wasn't absolutely certain. I tried to think of what mistakes I'd made. Only 2 came to mind. First, the raft had been too well made. To house the coconuts, the carpenter had had to construct a framework which amounted to making 2 rafts, one inside the other. The whole thing had taken too many pieces and too much time. The second mistake was more serious. The moment we began to have doubts about Celia, that very night, I should have killed him. If I had, just think what might have happened. Even if we'd been shipwrecked on Grande Terre or arrested as I put the raft in the water, I would have got only 3 years instead of 8, and I would have had the satisfaction of doing something toward a cavale. And where would I be if everything had gone well on the islands and Grande Terre? Who knows? Maybe having a chat with Bowen in Trinidad, or in Curacao with Irene de Bruyne. And we would have moved on only when we knew for sure which country was ready to accept us. If that hadn't worked out, I could easily have taken a small boat alone and rejoined my tribe in Guajira. I went to sleep very late. It wasn't all that depressing. Live. Each time I was tempted to despair, I would repeat 3 times, as long as there's life, there's hope. A week went by. I began to notice a change in my food. A beautiful piece of boiled meat at noon and for supper a bowl of lentils with practically no water. Like a child, I recited, "Lentils are rich in iron. Lentils are very good for you." If this lasted, I'd be able to walk 10 to 12 hours a day, and by evening I'd be tired enough to fly where I wanted to. But actu ally I went nowhere. I stayed right on Earth, thinking about all the bagnads I'd known on the islands. I thought of the legends that made the rounds, and there was one I promised myself I'd check on when I got out, the one about the bell. As I've mentioned before, bagnads weren't buried but were thrown into the sea between St. Joseph and Royale in an area infested with sharks. The corpse was wrapped in flour sacks and a rock attached to his feet by a strong cord. A long, narrow crate, always the same one, rested in the bow of the boat. When the boat arrived at the right spot, the 6 rowers feathered their oars, one man tipped the crate, another opened the trapdoor, and the corpse slid into the water. It was a known fact that the first thing the sharks did was to saw through the cord. The corpse never had time to sink much below the surface. It soon bobbed up again and the sharks would begin to fight for the choicest pieces. They say that to watch a man being eaten by sharks leaves a lasting impression. When the sharks were especially numerous, they sometimes lifted the shroud and its occupant right out of the water, tore away the flour bags and carried off large hunks of the corpse. I know that this part is accurate, but there was one thing I had not been able to verify. All the cons believed that what brought the sharks to this particular place was the sound of the bell which was rung in the chapel when a con died. They said that when you stood at the end of the jetty on Royale at 6 in the evening, there were sometimes no sharks at all. But when the bell rang in the chapel, the place was crowded with them in no time flat. There was no reason for them to rush to that particular spot at that hour. I hope to God I would never be the sharks, blue plate special. If they ate me alive while I was making a cavale, okay, at least I was on the road to freedom. But to die in my cell of some disease, no, I couldn't allow that to happen. Thanks to my friends, I ate well and stayed in perfect health. I walked from 7 in the morning to 6 at night without stopping. And then came the evening soup bowie of lentils, split peas, rice, or whatever. I ate it all and happily. All that walking had a good effect, it brought on a healthy fatigue, and I even got to the point where I could spin off into the past while I was walking. For example, once I spent the whole day in the fields of a small village in Ardèche called Favres. After my mother died, I often used to go there to spend a few weeks with my aunt, my mother's sister, who was the village schoolteacher. Well, I was in the chestnut forest picking mushrooms. I heard my friend, the shepherd, call his sheepdog and order him to bring back a wandering sheep. I tasted the cool, slightly metallic water of the spring, felt the tiny droplets bounce up my nose. Such sharp recollections of moments and events 15 years in the past, and the ability to relive them so intensely, can only be accomplished in a cell where you're cut off from all noise, in the most absolute silence. I could even see the yellow of Aunt Autine's dress. I could hear the wind in the chestnut trees, the dry noise a chestnut makes when it falls on the ground, or its soft thump when it hits a pile of leaves. A huge wild boar appeared out of a field of broom and gave me such a fright that I ran off, dropping most of the mushrooms I'd picked. Yes, I spent the whole day in Favres with my aunt and my young friend, Julian. And there was no one to stop me from rolling around in these memories and drinking in the peace so necessary to my battered soul. To the objective I was in one of the many cells of Le Manger's Doms. But in point of fact I had stolen an entire day and spent it in Favres in the fields, among the chestnut trees. 6 months went by. I had promised myself to count only in intervals of 6 months. I kept my promise. This morning I reduced the figure from 16 to 15. It was now only 15 times 6 months. To be specific, nothing had really happened in those 6 months. Always the same food, but in sufficient quantity to maintain my health. There were many suicides and lunatics around me, but luckily the latter didn't last very long. It was depressing to hear their screams, moans and complaints for hours and days on end. I found a good antidote, but it wasn't a very healthy one. I broke off 2 small pieces of soap and stuck them in my ears. The noise was gone, but my ears started to run after a couple of days. For the first time since I'd arrived, I asked for something. One of the guards who ladled out the soup was from Montélimar, very near where I came from. I had known him at Royale. I asked him if he could bring me a ball of wax as big as a nut to drown out the madmen's racket. He did it the next day. It was a great relief not to hear those poor crazy bastards anymore. I established a good working relationship with the centipedes. In 6 months I'd been bitten only once. If I woke up and found one crawling over my body, I simply waited. You can get used to anything and it was only a matter of self-control. But the tickling of those legs and antennae was very disagreeable. It was better to let them go away by themselves, then look for them and crush them later. If you didn't catch them the right way, you got a terrible sting. There were always a few crumbs on my cement bench. They couldn't resist the smell of the bread, so that's where they went. I killed them there. I had to get rid of one gnawing obsession. Why hadn't I killed David Sellier the day we began to suspect him? I'd argue endlessly with myself, when do you have the right to kill? Then I'd arrive at the conclusion that the end justified the means. My end had been to have a successful cavale. I'd been lucky enough to finish a good raft and hide it in a safe place. Our departure was only a few days away. I knew that Sellier was dangerous. I should have finished him off. But what if I'd made a mistake? What if I'd been misled by appearances? I would have killed an innocent man. That would have been bad. But for a Bagnard, with a life sentence to get involved in questions of conscience. What's more, a con with 8 years in solitary. Who do you think you are? A piece of trash treated by society like so much garbage. I'd like to know if those 12 cheeseheads on the jury ever asked themselves if they'd done the right thing when they sentenced you to life. And whether the prosecutor, I still hadn't decided exactly how I'd tear out his tongue, had asked himself if he hadn't gone a little far with his indictment. Even my own lawyer probably didn't remember me. He might mention that unfortunate business over at the assizes in 32, in general terms, saying, you know, on that particular day I wasn't quite up to snuff, and besides, Prosecutor Pradle was having an especially good day. He argued his case in masterly fashion. Truly a first-class adversary. I heard all this as if I was standing right next to Raymond Hubert as he was conversing with some lawyers at a party, or more likely in the corridors of the Palais de Justice. There was one man of honor, but only one, President Bevan. He might well have spoken to some of his colleagues about the danger involved in having a man judged by a jury. He might have said, choosing his words more carefully, of course, that the 12 yokels on the jury were not prepared to assume the responsibility of judgment, that they were too easily swayed by the lawyer's eloquence, that they acquitted too fast or convicted without really knowing why, according to the positive or negative atmosphere created by the more persuasive lawyer. Perhaps my family felt aggrieved at the trouble I had caused them. Only my poor father probably didn't complain at the heavy cross his son had laid on his shoulders. Of that I was certain. He probably hadn't once criticized his child, even though as a teacher he respected the law and taught his pupils to understand and accept it. I was positive that in the bottom of his heart he was saying, "You bastards, you've killed my child. Worse than that, you've condemned him to slow death at the age of 25. If he knew where his boy was and what they were doing to him now, he'd be quite capable of becoming an anarchist." Tonight Le Manger's Doms really earned its name. 2 men hanged themselves and 1 suffocated by stuffing rags in his mouth and up his nose. Cell 127 was near where the changing of the guard took place, and I could sometimes hear snatches of the guards' conversation. This morning I heard them discussing the events of the night. That's how I knew what had happened. Another 6 months passed and I carved a handsome 14 into the wood. I had a nail which I used only for this purpose, hence every 6 months. I took stock and was glad to report that both my health and morale were good. Thanks to my journeys among the stars, I rarely had long bouts of depression. Also, Celia's death was a great help in getting me through my moments of crisis. I would say to myself, I'm alive, I'm living, and I must continue to live now to live free again someday. The man who balked my escape is dead, he'll never be free. If I get out at 38, I won't be old. And the next cavail will work, that I know. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and turn. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, another turn. For some days now my legs had been black and my gums were always bleeding. Should I report sick? I pressed my thumb against my calf and the thumbprint stayed. It was as if I were full of water. For the last week I hadn't been able to walk 10 or 12 hours a day. 6 hours, even with a rest period, tired me out. I usually cleaned my teeth by rubbing them with the rough soapy towel, but now it hurt my gums, making them bleed. And yesterday a tooth fell out just like that, an incisor in the upper jaw. This last 6 months wound up with a real revolution. Yesterday we were told to stick our heads out of our cells and a doctor came by and lifted everybody's upper lip. Then this morning, after only 18 months in my cell, the door opened and I was told, "Come out, stand up against the wall and wait." I was the man nearest the door. About 70 of us filed out. We were told to turn left, and I found myself at the tail of a line moving toward the opposite end of the building and out into the yard. It was 9 o'clock. A young doctor in a short-sleeved khaki shirt was sitting at a small wooden table in the middle of the yard. Near him stood 2 convict orderlies and an infirmary guard. I didn't recognize any of them. 10 armed guards kept us covered, and the chief warden and the head guards watched in silence. "Everybody strip," the head guard called out. "Hold your clothes under your arms. First man, your name. Peg. Open your mouth, spread your legs apart. Remove these 3 teeth. Apply some iodine, then methylene blue, and give him ascorbic acid twice a day before meals." I was last. Name: Charriére. That's interesting. You're the only one in good shape. Did you just arrive? No. How long you been here? 18 months today. Why aren't you as thin as the others? I don't know. Well, I'll tell you. Either you eat better or you masturbate less. Open your mouth, spread your legs apart. 2 lemons a day, 1 in the morning, 1 at night. Suck the lemons and rub the juice into your gums. You have scurvy. They cleaned my gums with iodine, painted them with methylene blue and gave me a lemon. Left about face and, last in line, I returned to my cell. That was a real revolution, having sick cons go all the way into the yard, into the sun, to see a doctor face to face. Nothing like it had ever happened before at reclusion. What was going on? Was it possible that a doctor had at last defied the inhuman regulations? That doctor, whose name was Germain Guibet, later became my friend. He died in Indochina. His wife sent me word in Maracaibo, Venezuela, many years afterward. Every 10 days we went into the sun. Always the same prescription. Iodine, methylene blue and 2 lemons. I wasn't getting worse, but I wasn't getting better either. I twice asked the doctor for cochlearia and twice he refused me. This made me mad. I still couldn't walk more than 6 hours a day and my legs were still black and swollen. One day, as I was waiting my turn, I noticed that the spindly little tree I used for shade was a non-bearing lemon tree. I broke off a leaf and chewed it. Then, without thinking, I broke off a twig with a few leaves on it. When the doctor called me, I stuck the branch up my rear end and said, "Doctor, I don't know if it's because of all those lemons you've been giving me, but look what's growing out of my ass." I turned so he could see the little branch sticking out. The guards broke out into guffaws, but the head guard said, "Papillon, you'll be punished for not showing the doctor the proper respect." "Not at all," the doctor said. "You can't punish him if I don't lodge a complaint. So you don't want any more lemons. Is that what you're trying to tell me?" "Yes, doctor, I've had enough damn lemons. They aren't doing me any good. I want to try the cochlearia. I haven't given it to you because I have very little and I've been saving it for the sickest men. However, I'll give you a spoonful a day, but you have to have the lemons as well." "Doctor, I've seen the Indians eat seaweed. There was the same kind on Royale. There must be some here too." "That's a good idea, Papillon. Yes, I've seen the kind you mean down by the edge of the water. I want you to distribute some daily to all the men." "Did the Indians eat it cooked or raw?" "Raw." "Very good, thank you. And, warden, make sure this man isn't punished. I'm counting on you." "Yes, Captain." It was a miracle. To go into the sun for 2 hours every 10 days and wait for the doctor, to watch the others file by, see faces, say a few words. Who would have dreamed that anything so glorious could ever happen? It wrought the most fantastic transformations. The dead rose and walked in the sun. Men buried alive spoke a few words. It was like breathing a bottle of oxygen and feeling life flow back into us. Click, click, many, many clicks, and one Thursday morning at 9 all the cell doors opened. Everybody was to stand in his door. "Reclusionaires," a voice called out, "the governor's inspection." With 5 colonial officers in his train, probably all doctors, a large, elegant man with silver-gray hair moved slowly down the corridor, stopping at each cell. I could hear someone tell him each man's sentence and crime. Before he reached me, they had to lift up a man who hadn't been able to keep standing. An officer said, "That man's a walking corpse." "They're all in terrible shape," the governor replied. The group had now reached me. The warden said, "This man has the heaviest sentence at reclusion." "What's your name?" "Charriére." "Your sentence?" 8 years, 3 for theft of material belonging to the state, etc., and 5 for murder, sentences to be served consecutively." "How much have you done?" 18 months. "How's his conduct been?" "Good," the warden said. "His health?" "Fair," the doctor said. "What have you to say for yourself?" "That the life here is inhuman and unworthy of the French people." "How so?" "Absolute silence, no going outdoors and, until recently, no medical attention." "Behave yourself and maybe you'll be pardoned if I'm still governor." "Thank you." From that day on, by order of the governor and the chief doctor, who had come from Martinique and Cayenne respectively, every morning we had an hour's walk and a swim in a kind of pool made with big blocks of stone to keep the sharks out. Every morning at 9, in groups of 100, we walked down for our swim. The guards' wives and children were told to stay home so we could go down stripped. This had been going on for a month, and a dramatic change had come over the men's faces. The hour in the sun, the swim in salt water, being able to talk for an hour each day, all had transformed this herd of morally and physically sick men. One day I was among the last going back up after our swim when I heard the desperate shrieks of a woman followed by 2 revolver shots. "Help! Help! Lisette's drowning. The screams came from the quay, which was no more than a cement ramp leading down to the water where you got into the boats. More screams followed. Sharks. Then 2 more shots. Everybody had turned in the direction of the noise. Without thinking what I was doing, I pushed a guard aside and ran, naked, toward the quay. Standing there were 2 women screaming to wake the dead, 3 guards and a few Arabs. Jump in the water, one of the women shouted at me. She isn't far. I can't swim or I'd go. You pack of cowards. Sharks, a guard called out and shot again. A little girl in a blue dress was being carried off by a gentile current. She was heading straight for the Baghdad cemetery. The guards kept on shooting. They must have hit a few sharks, for the water around her was boiling. Stop shooting, I yelled and threw myself into the water. With the help of the current and vigorous kicking to keep the sharks away, I made quick time to the little girl, who was being kept afloat by her dress. I wasn't more than 30 or 40 yards away when a boat from Royale appeared. It reached the little girl before me and she was pulled out of the water, then me. I wept with anger. I had risked my life for nothing. At least that's what I thought. But a month later, as a reward, Dr. Gwibbet was able to get my sentence in solitary suspended for medical reasons. The return to Royale. 8th notebook. The Buffaloes. It was a kind of miracle to be back on Royale. I had left it with an 8-year sentence. Because of the attempted rescue I was back 19 months later. All my friends were there. Diga, who was still clerk, Galgani, still the postman, Carbonieri, who had been acquitted, Grandit, Borset the carpenter, the wheelbarrow boys, Narek and Quenya, Chartel in the infirmary, my accomplice in my first cavale, and Macharet, who was an infirmary aide. All the bandits of the Corsican Marquis were also there, Esri, Vishali, Cesari, Razori, Fosco, Morcua and Chapa. All the headliners of the Yellow Press from 1927 to 1935 were there. Marcino, the man who killed Dufresne, had died the week before of an illness. That day the sharks had had a choice morsel. They had been served up one of the greatest experts on precious stones in all of Paris. Also Barrett, nicknamed Le Comédien, the millionaire tennis player from Limoges, who had killed his chauffeur and the chauffeur's intimate friend, his too intimate friend. Barrett was head of the laboratory and pharmacist at the Royale Hospital. One facetious doctor claimed that the only way you got into the hospital was by droit de seigneur. My arrival back on Royale was like a clap of thunder. It was a Saturday morning when I returned to the building of the hardened criminals. Almost everybody was there and they all welcomed me with open arms. Even the mech of the watchers, who hadn't spoken since that famous morning when he had almost been guillotined by mistake, came over to say hello. Well, boys, everybody okay? Okay, Pappy, welcome back. Your place is still here, Grandad said. It's been empty since the day you left. Thanks. Anything new? One good thing. What? Last night the punk who spied on you from the top of the palm was found murdered. A friend of yours must have done it, knowing you wouldn't want to see the devil alive, and wanting to spare you the chore. I'd like to know who it was so I can thank him. Maybe he'll tell you someday. They found the rat at roll call this morning with a knife in his heart. Nobody saw or heard a thing. It's better that way. How's the game going? Oh. You still have your place. Great. So hard labor for life begins again. And who knows how or when the story will end. Pappy, we were shocked as hell when we heard you got 8 years. Now that you're back, there isn't a man on the islands who won't help you, no matter how risky it is. The warden wants you, an old man said. I went with him. At the guardhouse several of the men had kind words for me. I followed the old man and eventually found myself in front of Warden Crouillet. How are you, Papillon? Fine, sir. I'm glad you got your pardon, and I must congratulate you for showing such courage in the matter of my colleague's little girl. Thank you. I'm going to put you in charge of the buffaloes until your old job is free again, along with your right to fish. I'd like that, if you can manage it. I'll make it my business. The workshop guard isn't here anymore, and I leave for France in 3 weeks. Okay, you start tomorrow. How can I thank you? By waiting a month before you try another cavale, Charriére said, laughing. In our room the same men were leading the same lives as before. The gamblers were a class apart, thinking and living only for cards. The men with young boys lived, ate and slept with them. These were real households, where passion and love between men dominated their thoughts day and night. There were scenes of uncontrolled jealousy where the wife and husband spied on each other. When one of them tired of the other and flew off to a new affair, inevitably someone was killed. Last week, for love of beautiful Charlie Barrett, a black named Simplon killed a guy named Sidro. Sidro was the third man Simplon had killed for love of Charlie. I hadn't been back for more than a few hours when a man called on me. Say, Papillon, I want to know if Charriére is your boyfriend. Why? I have my own reasons. Listen, Charriére made a cavale with me. We covered 1,500 miles and he behaved like a man. That's all I have to say. I want to know if he belongs to you. No, I've never had sex with Charriére. He's my friend. The rest is none of my business, unless somebody does him harm. What if he becomes my wife? If he consents, fine. But if you have to threaten him to get him, then you'll have to deal with me. Passive or active, homosexuals are all the same. As soon as they settle into their passion, they think of nothing else. I saw the Italian who had the gold plan on our convoy. He came to say hello. You're still here? I asked. I've tried everything. My mother sent me 12,000 francs. The guard took a commission of 6,000. I spent 4,000 to get disentangled. I managed to get myself X-rayed in KN, but nothing came of it. Then I got myself accused of wounding a friend. You know him, Henri, the Corsican. So what happened? He agreed to do it. He wounded himself in the gut and we went to the Council of War together, him the accuser and me the accused. We barely had time to look around. They were finished with us in 15 days. I got 6 months and did at reclusion last year. You didn't even know I was there. Pappy, I can't stand it anymore. I want to kill myself. Better to die at sea in a cavale. Then at least you die free. You're right, I'm game for anything. If you get something going, just give me the word. 0K. Life on Royale resumed. This time I was a buffalo herdsman. One of my charges was named Brutus. He weighed over 4,000 pounds and was a killer of other buffaloes. He had already killed 2 males. The guard in charge told me, this is his last chance. If he kills one more, we finish him off. I was introduced to Brutus. The black from Martinique who was taking care of him had to spend a week teaching me. I made friends with the bull right away by pissing on his nose. His long tongue went after anything salty. Then I gave him a few green mangoes I'd picked in the hospital garden. I led Brutus down, harnessed him like an ox to the thick shafts of a wagon so primitive it was worthy of the Merovingian kings. It carried a barrel holding almost 1,000 gallons of water. My work, and that of my pal Brutus, was to go down to the sea, fill the barrel and climb back up the rugged slope to the plateau. Once there, I turned the barrel spigot and let the water run down the sluices, carrying with it whatever was left from the morning sewage. I started at 6 and was finished by about 9. By the end of 4 days the man from Martinique had decided I was ready to go it on my own. There was only one problem with Brutus. At 5 in the morning I had to get him out of the pond where he hid because he didn't like to work. In his sensitive nostrils he wore an iron ring from which hung a chain about 20 inches long. When I was just about to reach him, he dived down and come up some distance away. Sometimes it took me over an hour to catch him in the revolting water of the stagnant pond full of insects and water lilies. I muttered in anger, "You bastard. You mulish Breton, are you going to get out? If you're not, the hell with you." He was mine only when I could get hold of his chain. My insults left him unmoved. But when I had him out of the pond, he became my pal again. I carried 2 grease buckets full of fresh water. First I'd give myself a bath to wash off the slimy pond water. When I had soaped and rinsed myself thoroughly, I usually had half a bucket left, so I'd scrub Brutus with a coconut branch. I'd rub all his sensitive parts and water him down. Then he'd rub his head against my hands and go get between the wagon shafts all by himself. I never goaded him the way the black had. Brutus must have been grateful, for he moved faster for me than he ever had for him. There was a small female buffalo who was very much in love with Brutus. She was always tagging along, and I didn't chase her off the way the other herdsmen did. To the contrary, I let her snuggle up to Brutus and follow us everywhere. When they made love, I let them alone, and as a result Brutus was very beholden to me. He pulled his 1,000 gallons with extraordinary speed. It was as if he were trying to make up the time his licking sessions with Marguerite, that was her name, cost me. I made 3 trips a day. The longest was when the barrel had to be refilled, but there were 2 men to help me, so it went fairly fast. By 9 o'clock I was finished and free to go fishing. I got Marguerite to help me lure Brutus out of the pond. When her ear was scratched, she let out a sound like a mare in heat. Then Brutus came out all by himself. I no longer needed to wash myself, but I washed Brutus better than ever. Clean and rid of the sickening smell of the water, Brutus was doubly attractive to Marguerite. On our way back, about halfway up the cliff, we would stop at a little flat place where there was a big rock. I'd break the wagon against it so Brutus could catch his breath. This particular morning another buffalo named Danton, as big as Brutus, was lying in wait behind some small coconut palms. As we approached, he bolted out and attacked Brutus. Brutus leapt to one side, dodging Danton's horns, one of which went right through the barrel. While Danton was desperately tugging to get free, I let Brutus out of his harness. Brutus backed up to higher ground, at least 30 yards away, and bore down on Danton at a furious gallop. Before my buffalo could reach him, Danton had yanked himself free of the barrel, leaving a piece of his horn behind. Brutus couldn't break himself in time, collided with the wagon and turned it over. Then the strangest thing happened. Brutus and Danton touched heads, not pushing, just rubbing their big horns together. It was as if they were talking, only they made no noise. Then Marguerite started slowly up the path, followed by the 2 males who would stop from time to rub and tangle horns some more. When this lasted too long, Marguerite gave an amorous moo and resumed her climb. The 2 mastodons followed. 3 more stops, same ceremony, until we finally arrived at the plateau. We were in front of the lighthouse in a flat bare space about 300 yards wide. At the far end was the Bagnads' camp. To the right and left, the 2 hospitals, one for us, and one for the guards. Danton and Brutus were still 20 paces behind. Marguerite went quietly toward the center and stopped. The 2 enemies came abreast. Marguerite let out a long, sexual lament. The males touched horns again, but this time it seemed they really were talking because their breathing was mixed with sounds that clearly meant something. After their conversation one turned slowly to the right, the other to the left. They took up positions at the far ends of the clearing, 300 yards apart. Marguerite, still in the center, waited. At last I understood. There was to be a duel, a formal contest, and the young female was the trophy. It was all right with Marguerite. She was proud to have 2 such suitors fighting over her. A high, quavery move from Marguerite started it. The 2 bulls threw themselves into the fray. I don't need to point out that, crossing the 300 yards between them, their 4,000 pounds multiplied as the speed increased. By the time the 2 heads crashed together, The shock was so great it knocked both of them out for 5 minutes. Brutus was the first one up and he galloped back to his place. This stage of the battle lasted 2 hours. Some of the guards wanted to kill Brutus then, but I said no. During the next set too, Danton broke off the horn he had injured on the barrel. He started to run with Brutus after him. The next stage of the battle lasted until the following day. Wherever they went, garden, cemetery, or washhouse, they left a trail of destruction. It wasn't until 7 in the morning that Brutus finally pinned Danton against the wall of the butcher shop down on the quay and pierced his belly with his horn. Then to finish him off, Brutus rolled over twice, twisting his horn deeper into his victim's belly. Gushing blood and guts, Danton fell in a heap. The battle between the monsters had so weakened Brutus that I had to disengage his horn for him to get up. He staggered down the path that wound along the shore, and Marguerite walked alongside, holding her hornless head high. I did not share their honeymoon. The guard in charge of the buffaloes accused me of unharnessing Brutus and I lost my job as herdsman. I asked to speak to the warden about Brutus. Papillon, what in God's name happened? Brutus has to be killed. He's too dangerous. We've lost 3 good buffaloes on account of him. That's why I came to see you. I want you to save Brutus. The field guard doesn't understand that Brutus was acting in legitimate self-defense. Will you let me explain? The warden smiled. I'm listening. I told him the story. So now you understand, sir, how my buffalo was the one who was attacked. Furthermore, if I hadn't unhitched Brutus, Danton would have killed him because Brutus was harnessed to his yoke and couldn't have defended himself. That's true, the warden said. Then the field guard arrived. Good morning, sir. Papillon, I was looking for you. You left this morning as if you were going to work. But you had no work to do. Mr. Angosti, I left because I wanted to try to stop the battle. Unfortunately it was past stopping. That may be, but I told you you're not to handle the buffaloes any longer. Besides, we're killing Brutus Sunday morning. He'll provide meat for the penitentiary. You can't do that. You can't stop me. No, I can't, but the warden can. And if that isn't enough, I'll ask Dr. Gwibbet to stop it. What does it matter to you? None of your business. That buffalo is my responsibility, and he's my friend. Your friend, a buffalo, you trying to pull my leg. Listen, Mr. Angosti, will you let me talk for a minute? Let him defend the buffalo, the warden said. Oh. Okay, go ahead. Do you believe that animals talk to each other? Why not, if they communicate at all? All right then, Brutus and Danton were fighting a duel. I told the whole story again, from beginning to end. Christacle, the Corsican said. You're a strange guy, Papillon. Do what you like about Brutus, but one more death and nobody can save him, not even the warden. You can go back to being a herdsman, but see that Brutus does some work. 2 days later the wagon was repaired by the men in the shop, and Brutus, with his wife Marguerite at his side, resumed his daily carting of sea water. When we arrived at his resting place, and I anchored the wagon with the rock, I'd say, "Where's Danton, Brutus?" And that mastodon would free the wagon with one tug and, with the joyful step of the victor, finish the trip in a single bound. Revolt at St. Joseph. The islands were dangerous because of the false sense of security we enjoyed. I suffered at the sight of all those people settled into the comfortable lives. Some waited for the end of their sentences, others just indulged their vices. One night I was stretched out on my hammock. At the back of the room a wild game was going on, so wild that Carbonieri and Grandit had to double up to run it. One man wasn't enough. I was out of it, trying to summon a few memories. But they wouldn't come. It was as if the assizes had never existed. For all my efforts to focus the misty pictures of that fatal day, the only one I could see clearly was the prosecutor in all his cruel righteousness. Goddamn it, I really thought I'd beaten you when I arrived at Bowen's on Trinidad. You son of a bitch. What kind of evil eye did you put on me to make 6 cavales go south? As I was talking to my accuser, 2 men approached my hammock. You asleep? No. We'd like to talk to you. Oh. Talk. If you're quiet, no one will hear you. Well, we're preparing a revolt. What's your plan? We're going to kill all the Arabs, all the guards' wives, and their kids. They're all rotten. Me? Oh no. My friend Houghton and 4 other guys who are in on this are going to attack the warden's arms depot. I have a job there taking care of the weapons. There are 23 submachine guns and over 80 rifles and carbines. We'll begin the action. Stop. You don't need to go on. I refuse. Thanks for your trust in me, but I won't go along. We thought you might take the lead. Let me fill in the details for you. We've studied everything carefully and we can't fail. We've been preparing this for 5 months. There are over 50 men with us. Don't tell me the names. I refuse to be the leader or even be involved. Why? You owe us an explanation after we've trusted you with our plan. I didn't ask you to tell me anything. Besides, I do only what I want to do, not what others want me to do. I'm not an assembly line killer. I might kill somebody who had done something really bad to me, but not women and children who have done nothing. What's worse, and since you don't see it, I'll have to point it out to you, even if your revolt succeeds, you will fail in the end. Why? Because you won't accomplish your main goal. You won't escape. Let's say 100 take part in the revolt. How are they going to get off the island? There are only 2 boats here. Together they can carry at the most 40 cons. What will you do with the other 60? We'll be among the 40 who leave on the boats. That's what you think, but the others are no stupider than you. They'll be armed, too, and once you've eliminated all those you say you're going to eliminate, you'll be shooting each other to see who's going to get on the boats. And besides, no country is going to allow either boat to land. Telegrams will have gone out to every country you might try, especially with all those dead left behind. No matter where you go you'll be arrested and returned to French authorities. I'm back from Colombia and I know what I'm talking about. I swear to you that after a business like that, nobody will keep you. Okay, then, you refuse. Yes. This is your final word. Yes. Well, we'd better go. 1 minute. Don't mention this to any of my friends. 350. 8th notebook. Revolt at St. Joseph. Why? Because I can tell you beforehand they'll refuse. Save your breath. 0K. You can't put a stop to this project. Frankly, Papillon, no. I don't understand what you're after. Seriously. As I said before, even if your revolt succeeds, you won't get your freedom. What we really want is revenge. And since you tell us that no country will accept us, well, we'll take to the bush, live as a group in the forest. I promise I won't speak of this even to my best friend. We know we can count on you. Good. And one last thing. Give me 8 days warning so I can go to St. Joseph. I don't want to be on Royale when this takes place. We'll give you time enough to change islands. You're sure I can't make you change your minds? Would you try another scheme with me? For instance, we could steal 4 rifles and attack the sentry who guards the boats at night. Without killing anybody, we could take a boat and leave. No, we've been through too much. The most important thing for us is revenge, even if we pay with our lives. All right, I don't want to talk about it anymore. You don't want to wish us luck. No, I repeat, give it up. There are better things to do than a half-assed scheme like this one. You don't agree we have the right to get even? Sure. But not by killing innocent people. Good night. Good night. We'll pretend we haven't discussed it. All right, Pappy. All right, Mex. Houghton and Arno went away. Jesus, how about that? What a pair of nuts. Already 50 or 60 men were involved, and at each hour there'd be 100. It was just plain crazy. None of my friends had spoken to me about it, so those two cons must have discussed it only with the squares. No man from the real underworld would get mixed up in a thing like that. And what made it worse, the squares were butchers. The ones like us were murderers, a different thing entirely. I made some discreet inquiries about Arnaud and Houghton. Arnaud had been indicted, unjustly, it would seem, and condemned to life for something that wasn't worth 10 years. The jury gave it to him because, the year before, his brother had been guillotined for murdering a cop. The prosecuting attorney had concentrated on the brother in order to create a hostile atmosphere. He was probably tortured at the time of his arrest, besides, all because of what his brother had done. Houghton had never known freedom. He'd been in prison since the age of 9. At 19 he had killed a guy just before he was due to get out of the reformatory, on the eve of joining up with the Navy. He was out of his mind. He was planning to get to Venezuela and work in a gold mine where he planned to blow off his leg in order to get a big compensation. The leg was already stiff from some injections he had cadged at St. Martin de Rey. This morning there was a minor sensation. At roll call they called up Arnaud, Houghton and my friend Mathieu Carbonnieri's brother. Jean was a baker down on the quay and had access to the boats. They were sent to St. Joseph with no explanation. I tried to find out why, but in vain. Arnaud had been taking care of the weapons for 4 years, and Jean Carbonnieri had been a baker for 5. It couldn't be just a coincidence. There must have been a leak, but what kind of leak, and how far had it gone? I decided to ask my 3 best friends, Mathieu, Grandit and Galgani. None of them knew anything. Just as I had thought, Houghton and Arnaud had involved only cons who weren't of the underworld. Why did they talk to me then? Because everybody knows you'll escape at any price. But not at that price. They couldn't see the difference. What about your brother Jean? God knows why he was such a fool to get mixed up in a business like that. 8th notebook, Revolt at St. Joseph. Maybe the man who ratted said he was in it when he wasn't in it at all. After that things moved fast. That night someone killed Gira Solo as he was going to the toilets. They found blood on the Martinican's shirt. 15 days later, after a 2-speedy interrogation and the testimony of another black in solitary, the herdsman was condemned to death by a special tribunal. An old con named Garvel came to see me in the washhouse. Pappy, I killed Girasolo. I'd like to save the black, but I'm scared of the guillotine. That's too high a price to pay. If I could find some way of getting only 3 or 5 years, I'd confess. What's your sentence now? 20 years. How many have you done? 12. Find some way to get life. That way you won't have to go to reclusion. How do I do it? Let me think about it. I'll tell you tonight. That night I said to Garvel, no, you can't get yourself accused and then confess. Why not? You run the risk of the death penalty. The only way to avoid solitary is to get life. So you make your confession. Say you couldn't in good conscience see an innocent man guillotined. Pick a Corsican guard to defend you. I'll tell you who later. But you've got to work fast. I just hope they don't cut the black's head off too soon. You'll have to wait at least 2 or 3 days. I talked it over with a guard named Colonna and he gave me a great idea. I was to take Garvel before the head warden and tell him that he had asked me to take on his defense, that I had promised to go with him while he made his confession and had guaranteed him that this noble act would make it impossible for him to get the death penalty, but that I had also warned him that his crime was very serious nonetheless, and he must expect life imprisonment at the very least. The plan worked. Garvel saved the black, who was freed straight off. His false accuser found himself with a year in prison, and Robert Garvel got life. 2 months passed. Garvel told me all that had happened now that the affair was over. It seems that Girasolo had agreed to take part in the revolt and, after having been given all the details, had squealed on Arnaud, Houghton and Jean Carbonnieri. Fortunately these were the only names he knew. The accusation was so serious that, at first, the guards wouldn't believe it. But, to be on the safe side, they sent the 3 cons to St. Joseph, without a word, no questions, no nothing. What motive did you give for the murder, Garvel? That he had stolen my plan. I said I slept opposite him, which was a fact, and that I took out my plan at night and hid it in the blanket I used as a pillow. One night I went to the toilet, and when I got back, my plan was gone. Now, in my area, only one man wasn't asleep and that was Girasolo. The guards believed me. They didn't even mention that he had squealed on the revolt. Papillon, Papillon, somebody shouted from the yard. Roll call. Present. Get your gear together, you're going to St. Joseph. Oh, shit. War had broken out in France and had brought with it a new disciplinary measure. Any officials in the penal service who allowed an escape were to be dismissed. Any cons arrested attempting an escape were to be condemned to death. It would be considered as motivated by a desire to join the Free French forces, who were traitors to the motherland. Anything was tolerated except escape. Warden Prouillet had been gone 2 months. I didn't know the new man, so nothing doing there. I said goodbye to my friends. At 8 o'clock I was on the boat to St. Joseph. Lissette's father was no longer at the camp on St. Joseph. He and his family had left for Cayenne the week before. The warden now was named Dutain and came from Le Havre. He met me at the dock. You're Papillon. Yes, sir. You're a curious fellow, he said, leafing through my papers. Why do you say that? Because on the one hand it says here you're extremely dangerous, with a note in red ink added, always preparing to escape. On the other hand, there's a footnote, surrounded by sharks, attempted to rescue daughter of warden of St. Joseph. I happen to have 2 small daughters, Papillon. Would you like to meet them? He called to 2 very blonde children of about 3 and 5 who were entering his office in the company of a young Arab dressed in white and a very pretty, dark-haired woman. Darling, this is the man who tried to rescue your goddaughter, Lisette. Oh. Let me shake your hand, the young woman said. To shake a Bagnara's hand is the greatest honor anyone can give him. You never put out your hand to a con. Her spontaneous G's tour touched me. I'm Lisette's godmother. We're very good friends with the Grandoids. What are you going to do for him, dear? He has to go to the camp first. He turned to me. Then you must tell me what job you want. Thank you, sir. Thank you, madam. But could you tell me why I've been sent to St. Joseph? For me it's a kind of punishment, you know. There's no particular reason, so far as I know. The new warden on Royale is afraid you'll escape. He's right there. They've increased the penalties for those who allow escapes. Before the war you were liable to lose a stripe. Now you lose it automatically, and that's the least of it. He'd rather you escaped from St. Joseph, which is not his responsibility, than from Royale, which is. How much longer will you be here, warden? 18 months. I can't wait that long. But I'll find some way to get back to Royale so it won't be held against you. Thank you, his wife said. That's very noble of you. If you need anything, count on us. Papa, give the guardroom orders that Papillon is to come and see me whenever he likes. All right, dear Papillon. Mohammed will take you to the camp and you can pick out the case you want to be assigned to. No problem there. I want to be in with the dangerous cons. That isn't difficult, the warden said, laughing. He made out a slip and gave it to Mohammed. I left the house on the quay which doubled as the warden's house and his office, Lisette's former home, and walked to the camp with the young Arab. The man in charge of the guardroom was a violent old Corsican, a well-known killer. His name was Filosari. So, Papillon, you're back. You know how, all good or all bad. Don't try any escape stuff with me, for if you fail, I'll kill you like a rabbit. I retire in 2 years and I don't want any trouble now. You know that all Corsicans are my friends. I'm not going to tell you that I won't try to escape, But if I do, I'll make sure it's when you're not on duty. It's all right, then, Papillon. We won't be enemies. You understand, the young guards are in a better position to take the flak that follows an escape. For me it's murder, at my age and just when I'm about to retire. Oh. You understand. Now go to the building you've been assigned to. There I was in a building exactly like the one on Royale with room for 100 to 120 cons. Piero Le Fou was there, and also Houghton, Arnaud and Jean Carbonieri. Logically I should have made Gorby with Jean since he was Mathieu's brother. But Jean wasn't in the same class with Mathieu and, besides, I didn't like his friendship with Houghton and Arnaud. So I gave him a wide berth and settled next to Charriére, otherwise known as Piero Le Fou. The island of St. Joseph was wilder than Royale and, although really smaller, looked bigger because of its length. The camp was halfway to the top of the island, which had two plateaus, one above the other. On the lower level was the camp, on the higher level, the reclusion. Every day at noon the Arab who worked for the warden's family brought me 3 bowls on an iron platter and took away those he had left the day before. Every day Lisette's godmother sent me the exact same food she prepared for her own family. I went to see her on Sunday to thank her. I spent the afternoon talking to her and playing with the little girls. As I stroked those blonde heads, I was reminded of how hard it was to know where one's duty lay. A terrible danger threatened that family if those madmen held to their plan. The guards had put so little trust in Girasolo's accusation that they hadn't even bothered to separate Arnaud, Houghton and Carbonieri. If I were even to hint that they should, I'd be confirming the truth about the revolt. What would the guards' reaction be then? Better keep my mouth shut. Arnaud and Houghton barely spoke to me. It was best that way. We were polite but not friendly. Jean Carbonieri didn't speak to me at all. He was angry that I hadn't made Gorby with him. There were 4 in our Gorby. Piero Le Fou, Marchetti, who twice won the Prix de Rome for violin and often played for hours on end, which depressed me, and Marcery, a Corsican from Chez. I didn't speak of it, but I had the impression that no one here knew about the abortive revolt on Royale. Had they changed their plans? Theirs was one of the worst jobs on the island. They had to pull, or rather haul, huge rocks that were being used to make a swimming pool in the sea. Chains were wound around the rocks to which another chain 15 to 20 yards long was attached. 2 cons wearing harnesses around their chests and shoulders stood on either side and inserted a long hook into one of the chain links. Then, like dumb beasts, they hauled the rock to its destination. In the hot sun this was hard work and terribly wearing. One day we were sitting around when suddenly there was the crack of gunfire, rifles, carbines, revolvers, all going off together down by the quay. Christ, those madmen were going through with it. What was happening? Who was winning? I sat in the room and didn't move. Everybody agreed. It's a revolt. A revolt? What do you mean? I made it very clear that I knew nothing. Jean Carbonieri had not gone to work that morning. He now came up to me, white as death for all that his face was deeply sunburned. In a low voice he said, "It's the revolt, Pappy." I said coldly, "What revolt? I guess I'm not up to date." The carbine shots continued. Piero Le Fou came running into the room. "It's a revolt, but I think it fizzled. What a bunch of idiots. Papillon, get your knife ready. We might as well kill as many guards as we can before they finish us off." "Right, let's kill as many as we can," Carbonieri agreed. Kai's Cilia pulled out a razor. Everybody armed himself with something. "Don't be a bunch of dopes," I said. "How many of us are there?" 9. 7 of you put away your weapons. I'll kill the first man who threatens a guard. I'm not about to be shot down like a rabbit. You in on this? No. No. Me neither. And you? Didn't know a thing about it. Oh. All of us here are from the underworld. Nobody knew anything about this amateurs revolt. Understand? Yes. The minute anybody lets on he knows something, he's dead. So anyone who's fool enough to talk gains nothing. Throw your weapons in the pails. The guards'll be here soon. What if it's the cons who won? If it's the cons, let's wait and see if they use their victory to make a cavail. The way I see it, the price is too high. How about you? They all agreed, including Jean Carbonieri. I didn't let on about what I already knew, that, since the shooting had stopped, the cons must have lost. If they'd won, the massacre would still be going on. The guards swept past like a bunch of wild beasts, prodding the men who worked in the rock gang with rifle butts, sticks and feet. They herded them into the building next door, and soon guitars, mandolins, chess games, checkers, lamps, benches, bottles of oil, sugar, coffee, white uniforms, everything was trampled on, destroyed and thrown out the door. The guards took it out on everything that wasn't regulation. 2 revolver shots rang out. There were 8 buildings in the camp. In every one it was the same story. Guards crossed in front of us and entered the building to our right, the 7th case. We were the last one. The 9 of us were each in our own place. None of the men who had been working outside had come back yet. We stood frozen to the spot. Nobody spoke. My throat was dry. All I could think was, just so long as some bastard doesn't take advantage of this to shoot me. Here they come, said Carbonieri, terrified. They swept in, more than 20 of them, carbines and revolvers at the ready. Filisari shouted, "Why aren't you stripped yet? What are you waiting for, you shitheads? We're going to shoot the lot of you. Get moving. We don't want to have to undress you after your corpses." Mr. Filisari. Shut your trap, Papillon. You'll get no pardon here. The little affair you cooked up this time is too serious. And, naturally, all of you here were in on it. His bloodshot eyes bulged out of his head. There was no mistaking their murderous gleam. Piero started to speak. I decided to go for broke. I can't believe that a Corsican like you would kill innocent men. You want to shoot. All right, then, but no more talking. We don't need it. Shoot, but shoot fast, for Christ's sake. I thought you were a man, Filisari, a real Corsican, but I was wrong. Too bad. I don't even want to look at you when you shoot. I'm turning my back. Everybody turn your backs so they can't say we were attacking them. To a man, they turned their backs. The guards were dumbfounded, all the more so because, as I learned later, Filisari had killed 2 poor buggers in one of the other cases. Got anything else to say, Papillon? With my back still turned, I answered, I don't believe your story about a revolt. Why should there be a revolt? To kill guards, then leave on a cavail. Where could they go? I'm a cavail man. I've come back from as far away as Colombia. What country's going to offer asylum to a bunch of escaped murderers? Tell me its name. Don't be assholes. What man worthy of the name would get mixed up in a thing like this? You. Maybe not, but what about Carbonieri? I'll bet he was in on it. Arnaud and Houghton were surprised when he reported sick this morning instead of showing up for work. You're just guessing. Then I turned around. But you'll find out. Carbonieri is my friend. He knows all about what happened to my cavail, and he knows perfectly well what would happen to a cavail that followed a revolt. At that point the warden arrived. He remained outside. Filisari went out and the warden called in. Carbonieri. Present. Take him to the dungeon, but gently now, no rough stuff. Get everybody out. I want only the head guards to stay. Go bring back all the men still working around the island. Nobody's to be killed. I want everybody back in the camp without exception. The warden, his second-in-command and Filisari came into the room with 4 guards. Papillon, something very serious has happened, the warden said. As chief warden of the penitentiary, I have to assume a very heavy responsibility. But before taking the next step, I need some information. I realize that in such a difficult situation you might think it unwise to discuss this with me in private, so I've come here. The guard, Duclos, has been murdered. They tried to take the arms from the depot. In my view that makes it a revolt. I have only a few minutes. I trust you. What's your opinion? If it was a revolt, why weren't we in on it? Why weren't we told? How many were implicated? I think I can answer those 3 questions, but first I have to know how many men went into action after Duclos was killed and his weapon, I assume, taken. 3. Who were they? Arnaud, Houghton and Marceau. All right, then, whether you like it or not, there was no revolt. That's a lie, Papillon, Filosari interrupted. This revolt was supposed to take place on Royale. Girasolo squealed, but we didn't believe him. Now we know everything he said was true. You're playing us for suckers, Papillon. Look, if there had been a revolt, we'd have been the ones in charge, not those jerks. You trying to tell me nobody else was involved? I don't believe I. All right, what did the other men do? Did anybody besides those 3 budge? Did anyone make a move to take over the guardhouse? How many boats are there on St. Joseph? 1 launch. 1 launch for 600 men. That would be a little half-assed, wouldn't it? And killing people to make an escape. Even assuming 20 men got off, they'd be arrested and turned in. Warden, I don't know how many men your people have killed, but I'm almost certain they were all innocent. And now you want to destroy what little we have left. You may think your anger is justified, but don't forget that on the day you take away the little that makes our lives bearable, on that day, yes, there may be a real revolt. The revolt of the desperate, a collective suicide. Killing or killed, we'd all die together, guards as well as Bagnods. Monsieur Dutain, I've spoken to you from the heart. I think you deserve it for having come here to find out what we think. Now leave us alone. What about those who were involved? Filosari said again. It's up to you to find them. We know nothing. We're of no use to you. I repeat, this was the folly of amateurs. It's not our kind of action. Mr. Filosari, when the men return, keep them in until further notice. I want 2 guards at the door, no brutality and no touching what belongs to the men. Let's go. The warden left with the other guards. Jesus, that was a close one. As he closed the door, Filosari said to me, you're damned lucky I'm a Corsican. In less than an hour almost all the men who belonged in our building were back. 16 were missing. The guards were in such a hurry they had locked them up in the wrong buildings. Once everyone was back where he belonged, we learned what had happened, for these men had been in the same work gang. In a hushed voice a thief from St. Etienne told me the whole story. Here's the picture, Pappy. We were hauling a rock weighing about a ton over a distance of 400 yards. The path we used was fairly flat, and when we arrived at a well about 50 yards from the warden's house, we always stopped and rested. It was in the shade of some coconut palms and about halfway to where we were going. So we stopped per usual and pulled up a big bucket of fresh water. Some drank, others just wet the handkerchiefs they wore around their heads. The break usually lasted around 10 minutes, so our guard sat down on the edge of the well. He took off his helmet and was wiping his brow and head with a big handkerchief when Arnaud came up behind him. Arnaud was carrying a hoe, but since he hadn't raised it, nobody thought to warn the guard. In a split second he lifted the hoe and brought the sharp edge down right in the middle of the guard's skull. The guard's head split in 2, and he fell flat without making a sound. The minute he hit the ground, Houghton, who had taken up an advanced position, grabbed his carbine and Marceau took his belt and revolver. With the gun in hand, Marceau turned toward the whole gang and said, "This is a revolt. Everyone who's with us, come on." There wasn't a sound from the turnkeys, and not one man in the entire gang made a move to follow. Arnaud looked us over and said, "You cowards, we'll show you what real men are." He took the carbine from Houghton's hands and they both ran toward the warden's house. Marceau drew off to one side. He had the big revolver in his hand and ordered, "Don't move, not a word, not a sound. You Arabs, down on the ground." From where I was, I could see everything. Arnaud was about to climb the steps to the warden's house when the Arab who worked there happened to open the door, holding one of the warden's little girls by the hand and the other in his arms. Both men were caught by surprise. The Arab tried to kick Arnaud. Arnaud was about to kill him when the Arab held the child out in front of him as a shield. All this time there wasn't a sound. 5 or 6 times Arnaud aimed the gun at different parts of the Arab. Each time the Arab held the child between him and the gun. Then Houghton grabbed the bottom of the Arab's pants. As he was about to fall, the Arab threw the child against the gun in Arnaud's hands. Arnaud was thrown off balance. Houghton grabbed the Arab's leg. Arnaud, the Arab and the other child all fell in a heap. For the first time there were sounds. First screams from the kids, then from the Arab, then curses from Arnaud and Houghton. The gun had fallen to the ground. The Arab got to it first, but he had it only by the barrel and in his left hand. Houghton caught hold of his leg again. Arnaud grabbed his right arm and twisted it, but before they could get it away from him, the Arab threw the carbine a good 10 yards. As the 3 of them were running after it, the first shot rang out, fired by a guard in charge of a leaf-raking gang. The warden appeared at his window and started to shoot, but for fear of hitting the Arab, he aimed where the carbine had fallen. Houghton and Arnaud fled toward the camp by way of the path that follows the shore. Houghton, with his stiff leg, couldn't run fast enough and was shot down before he reached the water. Arnaud rushed in between the guard's pool and the one under construction. The place is always swarming with sharks. As another guard came up, he hid himself behind a big rock. "Give up," the guard shouted, "and your life will be saved." "Never," Arnaud answered back. "I'd rather be eaten by the sharks. Then at least I won't have to look at your ugly faces anymore." With that he waded into the sea, smack into the sharks. A bullet must have grazed him. Anyway, he stopped for a second. But the guards went right on shooting and Arnaud kept moving farther. Quote, out. The water wasn't up to his chest when the sharks hit. The guards saw him clearly, belting a shark that was coming at him half out of the water. He was literally drawn and quartered as the sharks yanked at him from all sides. In less than 5 minutes he'd disappeared. The guards must have shot at the pack 100 times at least. One shark was killed. He floated up to the beach, belly side up. As guards began to move in from all sides, Marceau tried to save his skin by throwing the revolver into the well. But the Arabs got to their feet, beating him with sticks, fists and feet, and pushed him toward the guards, saying he was in the plot. Even though he was covered and had his hands up, the guards shot him dead. To finish him off, one of them crushed his head with the butt of his carbine, holding it like a bludgeon by the end of the barrel. As for Houghton, the guards completely unloaded their carbines into him, 30 men, 6 shots each, over 150 bullets. The poor mechs killed by Filosari were men the Arabs said had started to follow Arnaud, then thought better of it. That was an out-and-out lie, because, accomplices or not, no one moved. We had now been locked up in our various buildings for 2 days. Nobody went to work. The guards at the door were changed every 2 hours. Between the buildings, more guards. We were forbidden to talk from one building to the next, forbidden to stand near a window. We could see the yard through the barred door only by standing to one side in the alley that separated the 2 rows of hammocks. Reinforcements were sent over from Royale. Not a single con was allowed outside, nor a single Arab turnkey. We were all locked in. From time to time you saw a man stripped to the skin being led toward the Maximium security cells. Guards were constantly looking in on us through the side windows. The ones who stood at the door had short hours, but they never sat down or let go of the guns. They held their carbines under their arms, ready to shoot. We decided to try playing in small groups of 5. No big games, it would make too much noise. Marchetti started to play a Beethoven sonata, but a guard made him stop. No music. We're in mourning. An unnatural tension reigned not only in the case but throughout the camp. No coffee, no soup. A piece of bread in the morning, corned beef at noon, corned beef for supper, 1 can to 4 men. Nothing of ours had been destroyed, so we had coffee and a little food, butter, oil, flour, etc. The other cases had nothing left. We started a fire in the toilets to make coffee, but when he saw the smoke, a guard made us put it out. An old con from Marseille by the name of Niston made the coffee to sell. He had the gall to tell the guard, if you want the fire put out, go in and do it yourself. The guard shot through the window. Coffee and fire disappeared quickly. Niston was hit in the leg. We were so tensed up that we thought we were all going to be shot and threw ourselves flat on the floor. Filosari, who was still on duty as head of the guard detail, came running in like a madman, accompanied by his 4 guards. The one who had done the shooting was a Frenchman. Filosari cursed him out in Corsican, but he didn't understand a word. All he could say was, "Don't understand." We got back on our hammocks. Niston's leg was bleeding. "Don't tell 'em I'm wounded. They might take advantage of the opportunity and finish me off out there." Filosari told Marchetti in Corsican, "Go make your coffee. Nothing more is going to happen." Then he left. Niston was lucky. The bullet hadn't stayed in his leg. It had entered below the calf muscle and gone out farther up. A tourniquet was applied, the bleeding stopped, and he was given a vinegar dressing. "Papillon, come. It was 8 at night and dark outside. The warden wants to see you. Tell him to come here. I'm not leaving." "You refuse." "Yes, I refuse." My friends came and stood around me in a circle. The guard spoke through the closed door. Marchetti went up to him and said, "We're not letting Papillon out unless the warden comes." "But it's the warden who's sent for him. Tell him to come himself." An hour later 2 young guards were at the door. With them they had the Arab who worked at the warden's, the one who had come to his rescue and broken up the revolt. "Papillon, it's me, Mohammed. The warden wants to see you. He can't come himself so he sent me." Marchetti said, "Pappy, the mech has a gun." I left the circle and went to the door. It was true that Mohammed was carrying a carbine under his arm. That was really something. A Baghdad officially armed with a carbine. "Come," the Algerian said to me. "I'm here to protect you." I didn't believe him. "Come along." I went out. Mohammed stationed himself at my side and the 2 guards stood behind. As we passed the guard's house by the camp entrance, Filosari said, "Papillon, I hope you're not holding anything against me." "Not me, or anybody else in our case. I wouldn't know about the others." We went down to the warden's. The house and the key were dimly lit by carbide lamps. On the way Mohammed gave me a pack of Gauloises. We entered a room brightly lit by 2 carbide lamps, and seated there were the warden of Royale, his deputy, the warden of St. Joseph, the warden of Reclusion and the deputy warden of St. Joseph. Just outside I noticed 4 Arabs under guard. I recognized 2 of them as belonging to the work gang under discussion. Mohammed said, "Here's Papillon." "Good evening, Papillon," said the warden of St. Joseph. "Good evening. Please sit down." I sat down, facing the lot. The door of the room opened into the kitchen, where I saw Lisette's godmother making a gesture of greeting. The warden of Royale began, "Papillon, Warden Dutain considers you a man he can trust. I know you only from official reports which describe you as a dangerous man. But I'd like to forget these and believe my colleague Dutain. Now, we know that a commission will be sent here to investigate the incident and that all the convicts will be asked to tell what they know. We also know that you and a few other men have great influence on the convicts and that they will follow your advice. What we want now is your view of the revolt and some information on what you think your case and the others are prepared to tell us." "Sir, I can tell you nothing, nor can I influence the others. I might add that, If there is a serious investigation, with the situation the way it is now, you're all in trouble. What do you mean, Papillon? My colleagues and I stopped the revolt on St. Joseph. Maybe you're in the clear, but not the officials on Royale. Explain yourself. The two wardens of Royale started to get up, then sat down again. If you continue to speak of it officially as a revolt, you're through. If you will accept my conditions, I can save you all, except Filosari. What are your conditions? First, that you let things get back to normal, starting tomorrow morning. It's only by talking among ourselves that we can influence the rest and decide what we'll tell the Commission. Will you agree to this? Yes, Dutane said, but why do we need saving? You on Royale are in charge, not only of Royale, but of all 3 islands. Right. Now, you were told by Girasolo that a revolt was being planned and that the leaders were Houghton and Arnaud. And Carbonieri. No, that's not true. Carbonieri has been an enemy of Girasolo's ever since their Marseille days. He was implicated in this thing solely for revenge. Now, you did not believe in this revolt. Why? Because Girasolo told you that the object of the revolt was to kill women, children, Arabs and guards, and you thought this ridiculous. Also, a mass cavale was impossible. There were only 2 launches for 800 men at Royale and 1 for 600 at St. Joseph. Nobody in his right mind would have gone along with such a stunt. How do you know this? That's my business, but if you continue to talk about a revolt, even if you get rid of me, or especially if you do, it will all come out in the open. Therefore the responsibility lies with Royale, which sent these men to St. Joseph without separating them. The logical move would have been to send one to Diable and the other to St. Joseph. When the Commission discovers this, you'll be in for it, even though I realize it was hard to believe such a wild scheme at the time. So I repeat, if you go on talking revolt, you're digging your own graves. Now these are my conditions. First, as I said before, that life return to normal starting tomorrow. Second, that all the men now in dungeons be freed immediately and not interrogated as accomplices in a revolt since there was no revolt. Third, that Filosari be sent to Royale immediately, for his own safety and also because, if there was no revolt, how can you justify the murder of 3 men? And murder is what it was. That guard is a killer. When the incident took place, he was scared stiff and would have gladly shot us all. If you accept these conditions, I'll see to it that everybody states that Arnaud, Houghton and Marceau had decided to commit suicide by killing as many people as they could before they were killed themselves. They had no accomplices, no allies. Now, if you like, I'll go into the kitchen so you can talk it over by yourselves. I went into the kitchen and closed the door. Dutane squeezed my hand and offered me some coffee and a brandy. Mohammed said, "Did you say anything about me? The warden will take care of you." From the moment he allowed you to have a gun, it was clear he intended to see that you're pardoned. Dutane said softly, well, so Royale won't get away with it, after all. It was too damn easy for them to agree there had been a revolt on St. Joseph that everybody knew about except your husband. Papillon, I heard everything and understood right away that you were doing us a good turn. The door opened. Papillon, come in, a guard said. Please sit down, said the warden of Royale. We've discussed the matter and it's our unanimous decision that you are correct. There was no revolt. The 3 convicts decided to commit suicide, first killing as many people as possible. So tomorrow life goes back to normal. Monsieur Filosari goes to Royale this very night. His case is our affair and I will not ask you to collaborate. We depend on your keeping your word. You can count on me. Mohammed, you and the 2 guards take Papillon back to his case. Have Filosari brought here. He will go to Royale with us. As we were walking, I told Mohammed that I hoped he'd get his freedom. He thanked me. Back in the case, there was absolute silence as I told what had happened. Word for word, in a loud voice so that everybody could hear. If there's anybody here who doesn't agree, or wants to criticize the arrangements I made, let him speak up now. Nobody disagreed. You really think they believed no one else was involved? No, but if they want to save their skins, they have to believe it. And if we don't want trouble, we'd better believe it too. At 7 the next morning they emptied every cell in the maximum security section. There were over 120 men. Nobody went to work, but all the buildings were open and the yard was full of bagnads talking, smoking, sitting in the sun or shade. Niston went to the hospital. Carbonieri told me that signs saying, "Suspected of complicity in the revolt," had been hung on at least 80 of the doors. Now that we were together once again, we learned what had actually happened. Filisari had killed only one man. The other two had been shot by 2 young guards. The 2 cons had had the backs to the wall and, thinking they were about to be killed, they'd drawn their knives in the hope they could take at least one guard with them. The guards in turn felt threatened, so they shot them. That's how the revolt, luckily aborted at the start, was transformed into an unusual form of suicide. This theory was officially accepted by everybody, administration as well as cons. It has since remained part legend, part true story. Apparently the burial of the 3 men killed in camp, plus Houghton and Marceau, was effected in the following manner. Since there was only one sliding casket, the guards put them all in the bottom of the boat and the 5 were thrown to the sharks together. The guards had calculated that, while the first was being devoured, the others would have time to sink to the bottom, since their feet were weighted down with rocks. But I was told that none of the 5 sank and that, as daylight faded, they staged a ballet in their white shrouds, like 5 marionettes manipulated by the mouths and tails of the sharks. It was a spectacle worthy of Nebuchadnezzar. The horror of it sent the guards and boatmen beating it back to shore. A commission came and stayed almost 5 days on St. Joseph and 2 days at Royale. I was not singled out for special examination but was treated like all the rest. I learned from Warden Dutain that everything went smoothly. Filisari, given leave until the start of his retirement, would not be returning. Mohammed got a reprieve. Warden Dutain was promoted. Some malcontent, a con from Bordeaux, asked me, what did it get us to be so helpful to the guards? I looked the mech in the eye. Not much, only that 50 or 60 cons won't spend 5 years in solitary for complicity. That doesn't seem like anything to you. Fortunately the storm died down. A tacit understanding between guards and cons completely undermined the investigating commission, which perhaps wanted exactly that, for everything to work itself out. Personally I won nothing and lost nothing, unless you count my comrades' gratitude. Some other good things happened. The hauling of rocks stopped. The work was now done by the buffaloes. The cons only set them in place. And Carbonieri was allowed back in the bakery. I tried to get sent back to Royale. There was no workshop on St. Joseph, therefore no way of making a raft. Pétain's coming to power in France complicated relations between cons and guards. All the administration people proclaimed themselves Pétainists. One Norman guard even told me, "You want to know something, Papillon? I've never even been a Republican." Nobody had a radio on the islands, so we were without news. On top of that, word went around that we were supplying German submarines at Guadeloupe and Martinique. There was no way of finding out the truth and arguments erupted all the time. Jesus, you want to know what I think, Pappy? We should be staging a revolt now so we can give the islands back to de Gaulle and the Free French. You think Le Grand Charlotte needs the ban? What for? He gets 2 or 3,000 extra men. Lepers, half-wits, tuberculars, men with dysentery. Don't make me laugh. He's not such a fool he wants an army of cons on his hands. What about the 2,000 healthy ones? That's something else again. They may be men, but that doesn't mean they'd be good for the firing line. You think war is like a knife fight. That takes 10 minutes. A war lasts years. To be a good soldier you have to have a patriot's faith. Whether you like it or not, I don't think there's a single mech here who'd give his life for France. Why should we, after what she's done to us? So you agree with me? It's a good thing old Charlotte has other men besides you to fight the war. Though, God damn it, I don't like the idea of having all those German bastards in our country. And to think there are Frenchmen who've gone over to the side of the Boches. All the guards here say they're for Pétain. The Count de Berac said, it might be one way of getting pardoned. No mech had ever spoken of trying to get a pardon. Now everybody, the underworld and the non-professionals both, even the hardened old criminals, was seeing flickers of hope on the horizon. How about staging a revolt so we can join up with de Gaulle, Pappy? I'm sorry, but I'm not looking for a pardon. Screw French justice and its ideas of rehabilitation. I'll be the one to judge when I've been rehabilitated. My duty now is to make a cavale and, once I'm free, to be a normal man who is not a threat to society. I don't think there's any other way to prove yourself. I'm ready to leave at any time, but only so long as it's on a cavale. I'm not interested in turning the islands over to Le Grand Charlotte, and I don't think he wants them anyway. Besides, if we did such a thing, you know what the boys at the top would say. That we did it for ourselves, not for France. Anyway, do we really know which one is right, Pétain or de Gaulle? I sure as hell don't. I suffer as much as the next guy, knowing that my country's been overrun. I think about my people, my father, my sisters, my nieces. What right have these bastards to ask us to go to all that trouble for a society that doesn't give a damn about us? It's perfectly natural. The pigs, the French judicial system, the guards, they aren't France. They're a class apart, made up of people with warped minds. Just guess how many of them are ready to grovel before the Germans. Want to bet the French police are arresting their own countrymen and turning them over to the German authorities. I tell you again, I'm not taking part in any revolt for any reason. Except for a cavale. We had very serious discussions among our various factions. Some were for de Gaulle, some for Pétain. But actually we knew nothing because, as I said before, neither guards nor cons had radios. News reached us only by the boats that brought in our food supplies. To us the war seemed very far away and difficult to understand. There was a rumor that a recruiter for the Free French forces had turned up at Saint-Laurent-du-Maroni. We on the islands knew nothing, only that the Germans were all over France. There was one amusing incident. A priest came to Royale and preached a sermon after Mass in which he said, if the islands are attacked, you'll be given arms to help the guards defend French soil. He actually said it. That was some priest, all right, and he must have had a pretty funny opinion of us prisoners. To ask us to defend ourselves. What next? For us the war reduced itself to this. Twice as many guards as usual, lots of inspectors, some with pronounced German or Alsatian accents, very little bread, we were down to less than £1 a day, and very little meat. The only increase was in the penalty for a failed escape, death, because added to the regular charge of attempted escape was, attempt to go over to the enemies of France. I succeeded in returning to Royale, where I made good friends with Dr. Germain Guibert. His wife, who was an extraordinary woman, asked me to plant a vegetable garden to supplement our restricted diet. I planted lettuces, radishes, green beans, tomatoes and eggplant. She was delighted and treated me like a close friend. The doctor had never shaken hands with a guard, whatever his rank, but he often shook mine and those of the few other bagnads he had come to know and respect. Years later, when I was finally free, I made contact again with Dr. Guibert through Dr. Rosenberg. He sent me a photograph of himself and his wife taken on the Cannebière in Marseille. He was back from Morocco and congratulated me on my freedom. He was killed in Indochina trying to save a wounded soldier. He was an exceptional man and his wife was worthy of him. When I went to France in 1967, I thought about getting in touch with her, but decided not to. I had asked her for a letter of recommendation, which she had given me, but I hadn't heard from her since. I don't know why she stopped writing, but I still feel the deepest gratitude to both of them for the way they welcomed me into their home on Royale. Saint Joseph. 9th Notebook. Carbonieri's death. Yesterday my friend Mathieu Carbonieri was stabbed to death. His murder set off a whole series of other murders. He had been in the washhouse, naked, and his face was covered with soap when he was hit. When we showered, we were in the habit of opening our knives and hiding them under our clothes so we could reach for them quickly if a suspected enemy appeared. Carbonieri forgot to do this and it cost him his life. The man who killed him was an Armenian pimp. With the permission of the warden and the help of another con, I carried my friend down to the quay. He was heavy and we had to stop 3 times to rest. I had a big rock attached to his feet and had used steel wire instead of the usual rope. That way the sharks wouldn't be able to cut it and he'd sink to the bottom without being eaten. The bell tolled as we reached the quay. It was 6 o'clock. The sun was setting. We got into the boat. In the all too familiar crate, under the closed lid, Mathieu slept his final sleep. For him it was all over. "Let's go. Start paddling," said the guard at the tiller. In less than 10 minutes we were in the channel between Royale and Saint Joseph. Suddenly my throat tightened. Dozens of sharks' fins were cutting through the water, whipping around in tightening circles. They were ready for their appointment. Dear God, don't give them time to get at him. Our oars were raised as if in farewell. We lifted the crate. Wrapped in flour sacks, Mathieu's body slid into the water. Jesus! He was no sooner in the water, for good, I thought, than he rose above the surface, lifted by, I don't know, 7, 10, maybe 20 sharks. The flour sacks were torn off, and for perhaps 2 or 3 seconds Mathieu appeared to be literally standing on the water. His right forearm was already gone. With half his body out of the water, he was bearing down on our boat when an eddy caught him and he disappeared. The sharks shot under the boat and, as they hit its bottom, one of our men lost his balance and almost fell in the water. Everybody, guards included, was terror-stricken. For the first time in my life I wanted to die. It wouldn't have taken much to get me to throw myself to the sharks and leave this hell forever. I walked slowly back to camp, alone. I was carrying the stretcher on my shoulder, and as I reached the place where Brutus had attacked Danton, I stopped and sat down. Night had fallen, although it was only 7, but in the west the sky was still glowing with a few licks of sunlight from below the horizon. Everything else was black but for the regular beam from the lighthouse. My heart was heavy. Well, you wanted to see a burial and you saw one. The burial of your pal. Okay, you saw it, the bell and the whole bit. Now are you satisfied? But I still had to get the mech who had killed my friend. When? Tonight? No, it was too early. He'd be on his guard. No point in moving too quickly. There were 6 men in his gourbi. How many men could I count on? Besides myself, 4. Oh. Okay, we could do it. Yes, then if possible, I'd leave for Diable. On Diable, no rafts, no preparations, nothing, 2 sacks of coconuts and off into the sea. From there to the coast the distance was relatively short, 25 miles as the crow flies. With the waves, wind and tides, figure about 75 miles. It would be just a matter of endurance. I was strong, and I should certainly be able to last the 2 days astride my sacks. I picked up the stretcher and continued on my way. When I arrived in front of the door, I was searched. Very unusual. That had never happened before. The guard removed my knife. You want me to be killed. Why are you taking away my knife? I guess you realize you're sending me to my grave. Nobody answered, not the guards or the Arab turnkeys. They opened the door and I entered our case. I can't see a thing. Why only one lamp? Pappy, come here. Grandad pulled me by the sleeve. The room was strangely quiet, as if something serious had just happened or was about to. I don't have my knife. They took it away from me at the door. You won't need it tonight. Why? The Armenian and his friend are in the can. What are they doing there? They're dead. Who did it? Me. That was fast work. What about the others? There are still 4 left in the Gorby. Paolo gave me his word he wouldn't do anything until he'd talk to you. Give me a knife. Take mine. I'll stay here. I went over to the Gorby. My eyes were now used to the semi-darkness. I finally made out the group. They were standing glued to each other in front of their hammocks. Paolo, you wanted to speak to me. Yes. What do you want? Prudently I left a good 4 feet between us. The knife was open inside my left sleeve and its handle was well cradled in the whole low of my hand. Paolo said, I wanted to say I think your friend has had his revenge. You lost your closest friend. We've lost 2. In my opinion that's enough. What do you say? Paolo, I'll consider your offer. What we could do, if you agree, is call off any action between our 2 Gorbis for the next week. During that time we can consider what to do next. Is that all right with you? Yes. I left. What did he say? They think Mathieu got his revenge with the death of the Armenian and Sans Souci. No, Galgani said. Grandit didn't speak. Jean Castelli and Louis Graven agreed to the peace treaty. What do you think, Pappy? In the first place, who killed Mathieu? The Armenian, right. I suggested an agreement. I gave my word and they gave theirs that, for the next week, nobody moves. Don't you want to revenge Mathieu? Galgani asked. Look, Mech, Mathieu has been avenged enough. 2 men died for him. Why kill still more? Were they in on it or not? That's what we have to find out. Excuse me, but good night everybody. I've got to get some sleep. Or, at least, I needed to be alone. As I stretched out on my hammock, I felt a hand slide over me and gently remove the knife. A voice whispered, try to sleep, Pappy, and don't worry. We're taking turns keeping watch. There was no real motive behind my friend's brutal murder. The Armenian had killed him because Mathieu had made him pay up 170 francs for a poker hand. And the son of a bitch had felt humiliated because he had to do it in front of 30 or 40 players. Given the squeeze by Mathieu and Grandit, he had to cough up. So, like a coward, he killed Mathieu, a born adventurer with his life before him. It was a heavy blow for me, and my only satisfaction was that his murderer had survived him by only a few hours. But it wasn't much. With the speed of a champion fencer, Grandit had plunged his knife into their throats before they found time to protect themselves. The place where they fell must be damn bloody, I thought to myself. Then I wondered who had dragged them into the toilets. But I didn't want to ask. Behind closed lids I saw the sun go down again, tragically purple and red, casting its last rays on that Dantesque scene, the sharks fighting over my friend. The mutilated torso swaying toward the boat. So it was true that the bell summoned the sharks and those bastards knew dinner was ready when the bell rang. I saw again the dozens of fins, flashing a dull silver, scooting like submarines around and around. There must have been over 100. It was all over for my friend. He had come to the end of the road of the condemned. To die for nothing at 40. My poor old buddy. I couldn't stand it here anymore. I didn't care if the sharks ate me so long as I was trying for my freedom. There'd be no flour sacks, no rock, no rope, no spectators either, no convicts, no guards, and no bell. If I had to get eaten, well, let them eat me alive, fighting the elements on the way to Grande Terre. I'm through, I told myself. No more overplanned cavales, just Diable, 2 sacks of coconuts, and off into the arms of fate. After all, it was only a matter of physical endurance. For 8 to 60 hours. With that long immersion, plus the muscular effort to stay upright on the coconuts, end by paralyzing my legs. If I had Akans to go to Diable, I'd experiment with it. At all costs, I must get off Royale and go to Diable. After that we'd see. Are you asleep, Pappy? No. Want some coffee? If you do. I sat up in my hammock and took the mug of hot coffee and the lighted Gaulois Grandit handed me. What time is it? 1 o'clock. I started my watch at midnight, but since you were thrashing around, I figured you weren't asleep. You were right. Matthew's death really hit me, but his burial and the sharks were even worse. That was horrible. I don't want to hear about it, Pappy. I can imagine what it was like. You shouldn't have gone. I thought the story about the bell was so much crap. And I thought the wire around the rock would keep the sharks from reaching him on the way down. Poor Matthew. Pooh, see that ghastly scene for the rest of my life. Tell me, Grandit, how did you manage to rub those two out so fast? I was at the end of the island, fitting an iron door in the butcher shop, when I heard they'd killed Matthew. It was noon. Instead of going up to camp, I went to the shop, pretending I needed to get something for the door. I was able to slip a double-edged dagger into a yard-long tube. The handle of the dagger and the tube were both hollow. I carried the tube back to camp at 5. The guard asked me what it was for, and I told him that the wooden bar of my hammock was broken and I was going to replace it with the tube. It was still daylight when I entered our room, so I left it in the washhouse. I went and got it before roll call, when it was beginning to get dark. The Armenian and Sans Souci were standing in front of their hammocks, with Paolo a little behind. You know, Jean Castelli and Louis Graven are brave men, but they're getting old and can't move fast enough for that kind of close infighting. I wanted to have it done before you got back so you wouldn't be involved. With your record, if things didn't work out right, you'd get the maximum. Jean put out the light at one end of the room, Graven at the other. It was almost dark, the only light coming from the gas lamp in the middle. I had a big flashlight that Diga had given me. Jean moved forward with me following. When he reached the two men, he aimed the light right in their eyes. The Armenian was blinded and raised his arm to protect his eyes. It gave me just enough time to plunge my knife into his throat. We did the same thing to Sans Souci. He pulled out his knife but couldn't see to aim it. I gave it to him so hard the knife came out the other side. Paolo threw himself on the floor and rolled under the hammocks. Jean had turned off the flashlight, so I couldn't see Paolo. That's what saved him. Who pulled them into the can? I don't know. I suspect it was the men in the Gorby who wanted to get their plans out of the gut. There must have been damn near a sea of blood. You're not kidding. They were stuck like pigs. They must have been drained to the last drop. The idea of using the flashlight came to me when I was preparing my knife. A guard in the shop was changing the batteries in his. I got in touch with Diga right away and asked him to get me one. Now they can do a routine search. It doesn't matter. An Arab turnkey returned both the flashlight and dagger to Diga. That part was easy, and I have nothing to be sorry about. They killed our friend when his eyes were blinded by soap. I killed them when their eyes were blinded by light. We're quits. What do you say, Pappy? You did right. I'm grateful to you for going at it so fast and especially that you kept me out of it. Never mind about that. I did my duty. You'd suffered enough, and you want your freedom so much I had to do it. Thanks, Grandit. It's true, and I want to get out now more than ever. But first we have to make sure this business ends right here. To be frank, it wouldn't surprise me if the Armenian didn't tell his Gorby before he killed Matthew. Paolo would never have gone along with such a cowardly murder. He knows the consequences much too well. I agree. Galgani is the only one who thinks the guilty. We'll see what happens at 6 o'clock. I won't do the latrines. I'll pretend I'm sick so I can watch developments. 5 a.m. Our case leader came up to us and said, "Mex, think I should call the guardhouse. I just found 2 corpses in the toilets. That 70-year-old Bagnard wanted us, of all people, to think that, since 6 o'clock when the Mex were bumped off, he had known nothing. The room must be covered with blood, The men couldn't have helped tracking it around. Grandad gave the old man some of his own back. What, you mean to tell me there are 2 stiffs in the toilets? How long they been there? How should I know? The old man said. I've been asleep since 6 o'clock. Just now I was going in to piss and slipped on a slimy puddle and landed on my face. I lit my lighter, saw it was blood, then I found the mechs in the toilets. Why don't you call for help and see what happens? Guards! Guards! Guards came running. What you yelling about, you old goat? Is your case on fire? No, Chief, but there are 2 corpses in the can. What you expect me to do? Bring them back to life. It's 5:15 now. We'll do something about it at 6. Don't let anybody near the toilets. That's impossible. How can I? The men have to piss. I suppose you're right. Wait, I'll report it to the duty guard. 5 guards appeared. We thought they were coming into the room, but they stopped by the grill. You say 2 dead men are in the toilets? Yes, Chief. Since when? I don't know. I just found them now. Who are they? I don't know. I just found them now as I was going to piss. Well, then, stupid, I'll tell you. One of them is the Armenian. Go have a look. Yes, you're right. It's the Armenian and Son Susi. Oh. Okay, we'll wait for roll call. And they left. At 6 o'clock the first bell rang. The door opened and the 2 men who distributed coffee went from place to place with the bread man immediately behind. 6:30, second bell. It was now daylight and the alley was full of bloody footprints. The 2 wardens arrived. They were accompanied by 8 guards and the doctor. Everybody strip and stand at attention in front of your hammocks. My God, this is a real slaughterhouse. There's blood everywhere. The deputy warden was the first to go into the toilets. When he came out, he was as white as a sheet. They were completely drained. Of course, nobody saw or heard anything. Absolute silence. You old fool, you're supposed to be the guard here. These men are bone dry. Doctor, how long would you say they've been dead? 8 to 10 hours. And you didn't find them until 5. You saw nothing, heard nothing. No, I'm hard of hearing. I can barely see. Besides, I'm 70 years old, and 40 of them I spent in the ban. So you see, I sleep a lot. I go to sleep at 6, and it was only because I needed to piss that I woke up at 5. It was pure luck, because usually I only wake up with the bell. You're right there. It was pure luck, the warden said with heavy irony. Everybody slept peacefully the whole night through, guards and convicts alike. Please have the stretcher bearers take the 2 corpses to the hospital amphitheater. I'd like you to do autopsies, doctor. As for the rest of you, file out into the yard as you are. We each filed past the wardens and the doctor. They examined every inch of our bodies. No one had a wound, although many were splattered with blood. They explained it was from slipping on the way to the toilets. Grandad, Galgani and I were examined even more minutely. Papillon, which is your place? They searched through everything I owned. Where's your knife? My knife was taken from me by the guard at the door. Last night at 7. That's true, the guard said. He made a big stink about it, too, said there were people who wanted to kill him. Grandad, is that knife yours? Well, it's here in my place, so it must be. The warden examined it carefully and saw that it was as clean as a new penny. The doctor returned from the toilets. It was a double-edged dagger that killed the men. They were knifed standing up. It's hard to understand. No Bagnard would let himself be killed like a rabbit without trying to defend himself. Somebody here has to have been wounded. But you saw for yourself, doctor. No one has so much as a nick. Were these 2 men dangerous? Very. The Armenian was almost certainly Carbonier's murderer. He was killed in the washhouse at 9 yesterday morning. We'll shelve it, the warden said. But keep Grandad's knife. Everybody to work now, except those of you who are sick. Papillon, did you report sick? Yes, sir. You didn't waste much time avenging your friend. I'm not a fool, you know. Unfortunately I have no proof and I know we'll find none. For the last time, does anybody have anything to say? Anyone who can cast light on this double crime will be disentangled and sent to Grande Terre. You have my word. Absolute silence. The Armenians' entire Gorby reported sick. When they saw that, Grandit, Galgani, Jean Castelli and Louis Graven became sick at the last minute. The room emptied. We were the 5 in my Gorby, the 4 in the Armenians, plus the watch repairer, the old fellow who kept muttering about the cleanup he had in store, and 2 or 3 others, including the Alsatian. Big Sylvain. Sylvain lived alone and had only friends in the ban. He was a highly respected man of action and the author of a singular deed that had got him 20 years at hard labor. All by himself, he had attacked the mail wagon on the Paris-Brussels Express, knocked out the 2 guards, and thrown the mail sacks onto the bank where his accomplices picked him up. They had netted a very pretty sum out of it. Seeing the 2 Gorbis whispering in their respective corners and unaware that we had agreed not to fight for a week, Sylvain spoke up. I hope you don't have a pitched battle a la the 3 Musketeers in mind. Today, no, Galgani said. That's for later on. Why later on? Paolo said. Never put off till tomorrow what you can do today. Though for myself, I don't see the point of us killing each other. What do you say, Papillon? I have just one question. Did you know what the Armenian was going to do? On my word of honor, Pappy, we didn't know a thing. And you want to know something else? If the Armenian weren't dead already, I'm not sure I would have let him get away with it. Well, if that's the way it is, why don't we bury the hatchet right now? Grandad said. It's okay with me. Let's shake on it and forget the whole sad mess. Agreed. I'm a witness, Sylvain said, and I'm glad it's over. At 6 o'clock the bell rang. When I heard it, I couldn't help seeing last evening's scene once again. My friend's body, upright, bearing down on our boat. The picture was so vivid, even 24 hours later, that I couldn't wish the same fate even on the Armenian and Sans Souci. Galgani wasn't speaking. He too knew what had happened to Carbonieri. He was sitting astride his hammock, staring straight ahead. Grandit hadn't come in yet. Still looking off, Galgani said in a low voice, I only hope that Armenian son of a bitch isn't eaten by the same sharks that got Mathieu. It would be too much if the 2 of them ended up in the same shark's belly. The loss of that wonderful friend left a big empty space. I had to get away from Royale as soon as possible. The madmen, Scavale. Now there's a war on and the punishment is even tougher. This is no time to louse up a cavale, is it, Salvadia? I was talking with the Italian of the gold plan I'd known on the convoy. We were sitting in the washhouse, having just read the bulletins describing the new measures pertaining to escapes. I told him, but no death sentence is going to keep me from trying. What about you? Papillon, I can't take any more of this. I've got to go, no matter what. I've asked for a job as orderly in the lunatic asylum. In the storeroom there they have 2 55-gallon barrels which would make a very nice raft. One is full of olive oil, the other of vinegar. If they were carefully tied together, I think you'd have a good chance of reaching Grande Terre. There's no surveillance on the outside wall surrounding the building. Inside there's only one infirmary guard with a few cons who concentrate on the patients. Why don't you go up there with me? As an orderly? Not a chance, Papillon. You know damn well they'll never give you a job at the asylum. It's too far from camp and there's very little surveillance. They'd never let you near the place. But you might get in as a lunatic. That would be a really tough one, Salvadia. When a doctor classifies you as loony, he's giving you the right to do anything you like. You're no longer responsible for your actions. Just think of the responsibility the doctor takes on when he admits that and signs the diagnosis. You can kill Akin, a guard, a guard's wife, a kid, anyone. You can escape, commit any crime in the book, and justice has no recourse. The worst they can do is wrap you up in a straitjacket and put you in a padded cell. And they can't even do that for very long. After a certain time they have to relax the treatment. So, no matter how serious your crime, even if it's an escape, you get off scot-free. Papillon, I trust you. I'd really like to do a cavale with you. Do your damnedest to join me at the nut house. I realize it must be pretty grim to find yourself, a well man, in with all those nuts. But since I'd be an orderly, I'd be able to back you up and help you through the tough spots. You go to the asylum, Romeo. I'll look into it and study the early symptoms of madness so I can convince the doctor. It wouldn't be such a bad idea to have him class me as irresponsible. I embarked on a serious study. There was no book on the subject in the ban library, so at every opportunity I discussed it with men who had been sick. I gradually arrived at a pretty clear idea of what was involved. 1. All lunatics had terrible pains in the cerebellum. 2. Often they had buzzing sounds in the ears. 3. Since they were very nervous, they couldn't lie in the same position for any length of time. Their bodies were racked with nervous spasms, and the strain on them was intolerable. The important thing was to have them discover these symptoms, not to display them openly. My madness must be just dangerous enough to make the doctor commit me to the asylum, but not so violent that it justified the extreme measures of hair shirts, beatings, withholding of food, hot or cold baths, etc. If I played my cards right, I might manage to fool the doctor. I had one thing going for me: why would I want to fake madness? Since the doctor would not be able to think up a logical answer to this question, I might be able to get away with it. Anyway, it was my only chance. They had refused to send me to Diable, and I couldn't stand the camp after my friend's death. To hell with procrastination. I made my decision. I'd go to the doctor on Monday. No, I mustn't report myself. Better if someone else did it, someone who could be trusted. I would do a couple of slightly strange things in our case. Then our guard would report it and put me down for a doctor's visit. 9th notebook, The Madmen's Cavale. For 3 days I didn't sleep, didn't wash and didn't shave. I masturbated several times each night and ate practically nothing. Yesterday I asked my neighbor why he'd removed a picture of mine that never existed. He swore he'd never touched any of my things. It made him so nervous he changed places. Our soup often sat for a while in the pot before being distributed. I walked up to the pot and pissed in it in front of everybody. The look on my face must have impressed everyone because there was absolute silence. My friend Grandad said, "Papillon, why did you do that?" "Because they forgot to salt it." And paying no further attention to the others, I got my bowl and held it out for the guard to serve me. The silence continued while everybody watched me eat my soup. Those 2 things did it. I was taken to the doctor without my saying a word. I asked him, "Are you okay, Doc?" Then I repeated the question. The doctor looked at me, stupefied. I looked at him perfectly naturally. "Yes, I'm okay," the doctor said. "Are you sick?" "No." "Then why did you come to me?" "For no reason. They told me you were sick." "I'm glad to see it isn't true. Goodbye." "Wait a minute, Papillon. Sit down. Now, look at me." And the doctor examined my eyes with a lamp that gave off a small ray of light. "You didn't see what you expected to, did you, Doc? Your lamp isn't powerful enough, but I think you understand all the same, right? Tell me, did you see them?" "See what?" the doctor asked. "Don't be an ass. Are you a doctor or a vet? You're not going to tell me you didn't see them before they hid. Maybe you don't want to tell me, and you're playing me for a fool." My eyes glistened with fatigue. My appearance, unshaven, unwashed, helped. The guards listened, transfixed, but I refrained from any act that might have justified their intervention. The doctor went along with the game so as not to excite me. He stood up and put his hand on my shoulder. Yes, Papillon, I didn't want to tell you, but I did see them. Doc, you lie with your goddamn colonial self-control. You didn't see a damn thing. You were looking for 3 black specks in my left eye. I see them only when I'm looking into space or reading. When I look in the mirror, I see my eye clearly, but not a sign of the 3 specks. They hide the second I pick up the mirror to look for them. Put him in the hospital, the doctor said. Take him there immediately without going back to camp. Papillon, you said you weren't sick. Maybe so, but I think you're very tired and I want you in the hospital for a few days rest. Is that all right with you? What's the difference? Hospital or camp, it's still the islands. I had taken the first step. A half-hour later I was in the hospital in a well-lighted cell with a clean bed and white sheets. The sign on the door said, "Under observation." Little by little, helped by the power of suggestion, I became a lunatic. It was a dangerous game. I had worked up attic that twisted my mouth, and I bit the inside of my lower lip. I studied how in a mirror and got so good at it that I found myself doing it without thinking. Mustn't play this game too long, Pappy. The effort to seem unbalanced could have serious consequences, even leave permanent damage. Still, I had to play the game with my whole soul if I was to achieve my goal. I had to get into that asylum, have myself classified as irresponsible and leave en cavale with my pal. Cavale, the magic word carried me away. I already saw myself astride my 2 bars rails, being carried to Grande Terre with my buddy, the Italian orderly. The doctor stopped by every day. He took a long time examining me. We always spoke to each other politely and nicely. He was troubled, but not yet convinced, so I told him I had the first SYMP TOMS, the shooting pains in the neck. How are you, Papillon? Slept well? Yes, thank you, doctor. Pretty good. Thanks for lending me your copy of Match. But sleep, that's something else again. The trouble is that in back of my cell there's a pump for watering something, and the shaft goes pang pang all night, right through the back of my neck, and there's a kind of echo inside me going pang pang too. It keeps going all night long. I can't stand it. I'd be very grateful if you could get my cell changed. The doctor turned to the orderly guard and muttered, "Is there a pump?" The guard shook his head. "Guard, put him in another cell. Where would you like to go?" "As far as possible from the damned pump. At the far end of the hall." "Thanks, Doc." The door closed. I was alone in my cell, but I was aware of an almost imperceptible sound. I was being watched through the spy hole. It had to be the doctor, for I hadn't heard his steps moving off when he left. Quickly I stuck my fist out against the wall which my imaginary pump was behind and cried out, but not too loud, "Stop, stop, you filthy bastard. When will you finish that watering, asshole?" Then I threw myself on my bed and hid my head under the pillow. I didn't hear the small brass plate close over the hole, but I made out the sound of retreating steps. I changed cells that afternoon. I must have put on a good show because 2 guards and 2 orderlies were assigned to accompany me the few feet to my new one. They didn't say a word, so I didn't speak to them. I just followed them silently. 2 days later I produced the second symptom, noises in the ear. "How are you, Papillon? Did you finish the magazine I gave you?" "No, I couldn't. I spent the whole day and most of the night trying to smother some mosquitoes or gnats or something. They've made their nest in my ear. I stuffed it with a piece of cotton, but it doesn't work. I can't seem to stop the zine 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 sound their wings make. But even worse is the buzzing. It never stops. It gets on your nerves. Doc, what do you think? Maybe asphyxiation, and if it doesn't work, we could try to drown them. What do you say?" The tick in my mouth was working and the doctor made a note of it. Then he took my hand in his and looked into my eyes. I could feel that he was troubled. "Yes, my friend, we'll drown them. Chartle, see that his ears are given a lavage." I repeated these scenes every morning, with variations, but the doctor was still undecided about sending me to the asylum. While Chartle was giving me an injection of bromide, he warned me, "It's going well for the moment. The doctor is definitely worried about you, but it could still be a long time before he sends you to the asylum. If you want to speed things up, show him you can be dangerous." Zah. How are you, Papillon? The doctor was accompanied by Chartal and a couple of infirmary orderlies and greeted me in his friendly way as he opened the door to my cell. "Don't give me that crap, doctor. I was very aggressive. You know damn well how I am. I want to know which of you is in cahoots with my torturer. Who's torturing you? When? How? Doc, do you know the works of Dr. Dassenville? I should hope so. You know that he invented a multiple wave oscillator for ionizing the air around a patient with duodenal ulcers. The oscillator gives off electric waves. Well, I think some enemy of mine filched one from the KN hospital. Each time I go to sleep, he pushes the button and the charge hits me right in my gut. In one swoop I'm lifted 5 inches off my bed. How do you expect me to sleep with that thing? It doesn't leave off the whole night long. The minute I close my eyes, pang, the current is on. My whole body lets go like a spring. I can't stand it anymore. Doc, you tell everybody that the first man I suspect, I kill. It's true I don't have a weapon, but I've got enough strength to strangle him, whoever he is. They're warned, so to hell with you and your hypocritical. How are you, Papillon? I repeat, don't give me any of that crap. The incident bore fruit. Chartle told me that the doctor had warned the guards to watch me closely. They must never open my cell door unless there were 2 or 3 of them, and they were always 2. Talk to me gently. I was suffering from a persecution complex, and I should go to the asylum immediately. With 1 guard I can take charge of moving him to the asylum, Chartle suggested, to keep me out of a straitjacket. Did you eat well, Pappy? Yes, Chartle, it was very tasty. You want to come with me and Monsieur Jonas? Where we going? We're taking medicine up to the asylum. It will be a nice walk for you. Let's go then. And the 3 of us set off toward the asylum. We were almost there when Chartle asked, "Aren't you tired of camp, Papillon?" "I'm sick to death of it, especially since my buddy Carbonieri isn't there anymore. Why don't you spend a few days at the asylum? Maybe that way the mech with the machine won't be able to find you." "It's not a bad idea, but do you think they'll accept me when there's nothing wrong with me?" "Leave it to me. I'll do the talking," said the guard, all too happy to see me fall into Chartle's supposed trap. So I found myself in the asylum with 100 lunatics. Living with nuts is no bed of roses. We got an airing in the yard in groups of 30 or 40 while the orderlies cleaned the cells. Everybody was stark naked, day and night. Luckily it was hot. They let me wear socks. An orderly had just handed me a lighted cigarette. I sat in the sun and reflected on the fact that I had been there 5 days and had not yet been able to make contact with Salvadia. A lunatic came up to me. I knew his story. His name was Fouché. His mother had sold her house in order to send him 15,000 francs through a guard so he could make his escape. The guard was to keep 5 and give him 10, but instead the guard took the lot and left for KN. When Fouché found out that his mother had sacrificed everything for nothing, he went off his rocker and attacked some guards. They subdued him before he could do any harm. That was 3 or 4 years ago. He had been in the madhouse ever since. "Who are you?" he asked. I looked at the poor bastard standing there in front of me. "Who am I? A man, like you, nothing more, nothing less." "That's a stupid answer. I can see you're a man because you've got a prick and balls. If you were a woman you'd have a hole. I'm asking who you are. That means, what's your name?" "Papillon." "Papillon, you're a butterfly. Well, you're a lousy butterfly. A butterfly flies, it has wings. Where are yours?" "It lost them." You've got to find them. That way you can escape. The guards don't have wings. That way you play them for suckers. Give me your cigarette. He grabbed it from me before I had time to hand it to him. Then he sat down and smoked it with a look of rapture. They gyp me. Every time I'm supposed to get something, they gyp me. Why? Because I've been killing a lot of guards. I hanged 2 last night. But don't tell anybody. Why did you hang them? They stole my mother's house from me. Do you know, my mother sent me her house and they thought it was pretty so they kept it and moved in. I was right to hang them, eh? Right, that way they won't be able to use your mother's house. You see that fat guard over there, behind the grill? He lives in the house. And you see that other guard over there? I'm going to bust him up, too, you can believe it. Then he got up and left. Christ, it's no joke living with lunatics, and it's not very safe either. They shout and yell all night, and during the full moon it's even worse. Why the moon agitates a lunatic, I don't know. But I've noticed it often. The guards made reports on the men under observation. With me they double-checked. For instance, they'd deliberately forget to let me out in the yard and wait to see if I complained. Or they'd forget a meal. I had a stick with a string hanging from it and made motions as if I were fishing. The head guard would say, "Are they biting, Papillon?" They can't. There's this little fish following me around, and when a big one comes to bite, the little one warns him, "Watch out, don't bite." That's Papillon fishing, so I never catch anything. But I go on fishing all the same. Maybe one day there'll be a fish that doesn't believe him. I heard the guards say to an orderly, "That guy's really got it." When they made me sit at the communal table in the dining hall, I was never able to eat my lentils. A giant at least 6 feet 8, with arms, legs and torso covered with hair like a monkey, had picked me out for his victim. He always sat next to me. The lentils were served very hot so you had to wait until they'd cooled off. I'd take up a few in my wooden spoon and blow on them. That way I got down a few spoonfuls. Meanwhile Ivanhoe, he thought he was Ivanhoe, picked up his plate, made a funnel of his hands and swallowed the lot in 5 gulps. Then he grabbed mine and did the same, after which he banged the plate down in front of me and looked at me with his enormous bloodshot eyes as if to say, "See how I eat lentils." I was beginning to get pissed off at Ivanhoe, and since I hadn't yet been classified mad, I decided to let him have it. It was another lentil day. Ivanhoe was sitting there next to me, his batty face ecstatic at the prospect of downing my lentils after his. I pulled a big heavy jug of water toward me. The giant had just begun to lift my plate to his mouth when I stood up and with all my strength brought the jug down on his head. He screamed like a wounded animal and collapsed on the floor. Immediately all the lunatics jumped on each other, armed with their plates. There was a ghastly hassle to the accompaniment of screams and yells. I was picked up bodily by 4 husky orderlies and returned to my cell with speed and few courtesies. I shouted that Ivanhoe had stolen my wallet with my card of identity. That did it. The doctor decided to classify me as not responsible for my actions. The guards agreed that I was a peaceful nut but with occasional dangerous moments. Ivanhoe had a splendid dressing on his head. Apparently I'd opened up more than 5 inches of his skull. It's a good thing we didn't take our walks at the same time. I finally managed to talk to Salvidia. He'd already got hold of a duplicate key to the storeroom where the barrels were kept and was trying to find enough wire to tie them together. I told him I was afraid that, once we were afloat, the tugging of the barrels would break the wire. Rope would be better since it had more give. I would try to get some and we could use both, wire and rope. He also needed 3 keys. 1 for my cell, 1 for the corridor that led to it, and 1 for the main door of the asylum. We weren't heavily guarded. 1 lone guard went on duty every 4 hours, from 9 to 1 at night and from 1 to 5. 2 of the guards slept through their rounds. They counted on the convict orderly who was on duty at the same time to cover for them. So everything was fine. We had only to be patient. A month at most and we'd be off. The head guard gave me a terrible cigar as I was going into the yard. But terrible as it was, it seemed delicious. I looked at the herd of naked men, singing, weeping, making convulsive motions, talking to themselves. They were still wet from the showers they had to take before coming into the yard. Their pathetic bodies were battered from the beatings they'd received or had inflicted on themselves, or from the marks left by straitjackets. This was the last circle of hell all right. I wondered how many of these crazy bastards had been unfairly held responsible for their actions in France. Titan had been in my convoy in 1933. He had killed a guy in Marseille, hailed a cab, put his victim inside and driven to the hospital where he announced, "Take care of him. I think he's sick." He had been arrested immediately, and the jury had had the gall to hold him responsible. But clearly he must have been mad already to do a thing like that. Only a madman wouldn't have known he'd get arrested. So here Titan was, sitting next to me. With his chronic dysentery he was a walking corpse. He looked at me with his blank, iron grey eyes. I got little monkeys in my belly, pal. The bad ones bite my gut and then I bleed. That's when they're angry. The other ones are covered with hair. And have hands as soft as feathers. They caress me gently and keep the bad ones from biting me. When the gentle little monkeys defend me, there's no blood. Do you remember Marseille, Titan? What do you mean? Do I remember Marseille? I remember it very well. The Place de la Bourse, with the pimps and thieves. Do you remember any of the names? Lange, Le Luca, Le Gravat, Clement. No, I don't remember any names. I only remember the fucking cabbie that took me to the hospital with my sick friend and told me I was the reason he was sick. That's all. Your friends. I don't remember. Poor Titan. I gave him the butt of my cigar and got up, feeling an immense pity for this poor bastard who was dying like an animal. Yes, it was dangerous to live with lunatics, but what could I do? It was the only way I could see to make a cavale without risking another sentence. Salvidia was almost ready. He had 2 of the keys and needed only the one for my cell. He had also found a stout rope and had made another with strips of hammock which he braided together, 5 strands thick. That part of our cavale was looking good. I was in a hurry to start the action. It was too hard keeping up this game and, to stay in my section of the asylum, I had to put on an occasional performance. I brought off one that was such a success the orderlies put me in a hot bath with 2 injections of bromide. The bath was covered with a very strong canvas to keep me from getting out. Only my head poked through a hole. I'd been in it for about 2 hours when Ivanhoe came in. The look he gave me was terrifying. I was sure he was going to strangle me, and I had no way of defending myself with my arms inside the canvas. He came nearer, his big eyes scrutinizing me as if he were trying to place the head sticking out of the strange contraption. The stink of his breath engulfed me. I wanted to cry for help, but I was afraid that would only enrage him. I closed my eyes and waited, convinced he was about to strangle me with his giant hands. It will be a long time before I forget those few seconds of terror. Finally he moved away toward the faucets. He turned off the cold water and opened wide the hot. I screamed. I was being literally scalded to death. Then Ivanhoe left. The room was full of steam. I was choking and making superhuman efforts to tear my way out of the death-dealing canvas. Finally the guards came to my rescue. They had seen the steam rolling out of the window and came to pull me out of the cauldron. I was seriously burned and suffered like the damned, especially around the genitals, where the skin had been literally boiled away. They basted me with picric acid and put me to bed in the small infirmary in the asylum. The doctor gave me some injections of morphine which got me through the next 24 hours. When he asked me what had happened, I said a volcano had erupted in the bathtub. Nobody was able to figure out what had really happened. The infirmary guard accused the man who had prepared the bath of not properly regulating the flow of water. Salvidia just left, having smeared me with picric ointment. He was ready, and he remarked that it was a lucky thing I was in the infirmary because, if the cavale was a bust, we could return to this part of the asylum without being seen. He had just made a print of the infirmary key on a piece of soap and he'd have it by tomorrow. It was up to me to let him know when I was sufficiently healed. Then we'd take advantage of the first watch by one of the guards who slept through his tour. It was to be tonight, during the 1 to 5 watch. Salvidia was off duty. To save time, he was going to empty the vinegar barrel about 11. The oil barrel we'd leave full because the sea was very rough and the oil might help calm the water as we put out to sea. I had some pants made of flour sacks, a wool sweater and a good knife in my belt. I also carried a waterproof bag around my neck containing cigarettes and a tinderbox. Salvidia had filled a waterproof musette bag with tapioca flour saturated with oil and sugar. He had about 6 pounds of it. It was late. I sat on the bed waiting for my buddy, my heart thumping in my chest. In a few moments the cavale would begin. If only luck and the good Lord would be with us so that I could leave this hell forever. As the door opened, in spite of myself, I saw Matthew looming out of the darkness, held high by the sharks. "Pappy, let's go." I followed. He quickly closed the door and hid the key in the corner of the corridor. "Quick, get moving." We reached the storeroom. The door was open. The empty barrel was a cinch. He wrapped the rope around his shoulder and I did the same with the wire. I took the bag of flour and started to roll my barrel through the inky night toward the sea. Salvidia followed with the oil barrel. Luckily he was very strong so he was able to break the heavy barrel as it rolled down the almost vertical drop. Watch it. Make sure it doesn't pick up speed." I waited in case he had to let go of his barrel so I could stop it with mine. I made the descent backward, me in front, the barrel behind. We got to the bottom without difficulty. There was a narrow access to the sea, the rest was rocks and impossible to get through. Empty the barrel. You'll never get it over the rocks full. The wind was howling and the waves were crashing against the rocks. It was done. The barrel was empty. Push the stopper in hard. Wait, put this metal cap on too. The holes were made. Hammer the nails in deep. The noise of the wind and waves muffled the sound of the hammer. Tightly joined, the 2 barrels were hard to lift over the rocks. Each alone held over 50 gallons. The place my friend had picked for the launching didn't make things easier. Push, for Christ's sake. Lift it up a little. Look out for that wave. It picked us both up and, together with the barrels, we were pushed back violently against the rocks. Look out, Salvidia yelled. Calm down, pal. Either get out on the water side or come back behind. There. You're in a good spot now. When I yell, pull toward you. I'll push at the same time and we'll be free of the rocks. But we have to hold it for a minute even if a wave hits. As I was shouting orders to Salvidia through the din of the wind and waves, a huge wave covered us completely, the barrels, him and me. Then, with furious energy, I pushed the raft forward, he pulled, and with one heave we were free. He was up on the barrel before me, and at the moment I was hoisting myself up, an enormous wave rolled under us and pitched us like a feather against the rocks. We hit so hard that the barrels cracked open and scattered in fragments. When the wave rolled back, it carried me over 30 yards back into the sea and then, as I started to swim, another wave rolled me back to shore. I landed in a sitting position between 2 rocks and just had time to grab hold before I was carried off again. Bruised all over, I managed to crawl out, but once on dry land, I realized I'd been carried over 100 yards from where we'd launched the raft. Without thinking I cried out, "Romeo! Salvidia, where are you?" No answer. I collapsed on the path and took off my pants and sweater, leaving myself naked except for my socks. "For Christ's sake, pal, where are you?" And I started again at the top of my lungs. "Where are you?" Only the wind, waves and sea answered. I lay there, I don't know how long, numb and completely exhausted, physically and emotionally. I broke into tears of rage and tore off the little bag around my neck that held the tobacco and lighter, a brotherly gesture on the part of my friend who didn't smoke. Standing with my face to the wind, facing the monstrous waves that had swept everything to perdition, I shook my fist and cursed God. You son of a bitch, you swine, stinker, fag, aren't you ashamed of the way you treat me? You. Oh good Lord. You're a bastard, that's what you are. You're a damned sadist, pervert, filthy bastard. I'll never speak your name again. You don't deserve it. The wind died down and the comparative calm helped me return to reality. I'd go back up and try to get into the asylum. With a little luck I could manage it. I climbed back up the bank with but one idea. To get back into my bed, unseen, unheard. I arrived in the infirmary corridor without trouble after jumping over the asylum wall, for I had no idea where Salvadia had put the key to the main door. I didn't have to look long to find the key to the infirmary. I entered and double-locked the door, then went to the window and threw the key as far as I could. It fell on the far side of the wall. Then I got into bed. The only thing that could give me away was my wet socks. I got up and wrung 'em out in the toilet. Back in bed, I pulled the sheet over my face and gradually warmed up a little. The wind and the sea had congealed me. Had my friend really drowned? Maybe he'd been carried even farther than I and was able to grab hold at the far end of the island. Did I come back too soon? Should I have waited a little longer? I reproached myself for giving up too easily on my friend Romeo. There were 2 sleeping tablets in the drawer of my night table. I swallowed them without water. I had just enough saliva to do the job. I was sound asleep when I felt myself being shaken and saw an orderly standing in front of me. The room was filled with sunlight. 3 inmates were looking in through the open window. What goes on, Papillon? You're sleeping like the dead. It's 10 in the morning. You haven't drunk your coffee. It's stone cold. Come on, drink up. Even half asleep, I realized that as far as they were concerned, this was nothing out of the ordinary. Why did you wake me up? Because your burns are healed now and we need your bed. You're to go back to your cell. Okay, Chief. I followed him. He left me in the yard, and I took advantage of the opportunity to dry my socks in the sun. It had been 3 days since the cavale went on the rocks. I hadn't heard so much as a word. I shuttled from my cell to the yard, from the yard to my cell. No sign of Salvadia. The poor bastard must be dead, crushed against the rocks. I'd had a narrow squeak. I must have been saved because I was behind instead of in front of the raft. But there was really no way of knowing. I had to get out of the asylum. It was going to be tough to make them think I was well or, at least, that I was better off in the camp. Now I'd have to convince the doctor. Monsieur Rouvier, he was the head of the infirmary. I'm cold at night. If I promise not to soil them, will you give me some pants and a shirt? Rouvier was dumbfounded. He looked at me carefully and said, Papillon, sit down. Tell me, what's going on? I don't understand why I'm here, Chief. Isn't this the asylum? Why am I with the crazies? Did I go off my rocker? Why am I here? Please tell me, Chief. I'd be much obliged. Old man, you were sick, but I can see you do look better. Do you want to work? Yes. What kind of work? I don't care. They gave me clothes and put me to work cleaning the cells. My door was left wide open in the evening until 9 o'clock when the guard on night duty came and locked it. A man from the Auvergne, a Bagnoud orderly, addressed me for the first time last night. We were alone in the guardhouse. The guard hadn't turned up yet. I didn't know the guy, but he said he knew me well. There's no point in your carrying on anymore, mech. What do you mean? Come off it. You think I wasn't onto your act. I've been in the lunatics infirmary here for 7 years and I knew from the word go you were faking. I'm really sorry your cavale with Salvadia didn't come off. It cost him his life. It hurts me because he was a good friend. even though he didn't tell me about it. But I don't hold that against him. If you need any kind of help, tell me. I'll be glad to do what I can. The look in his eyes was so honest that I felt he must be okay. Poor Salvadia. The guy said there'd been quite a fuss when they found he was gone. They had found bits of the barrels thrown back by the sea and they were certain he had been eaten by sharks. The doctor threw a fit over the lost olive oil. He said that, what with the war, it would be a long time before we got any more. What's your advice? I'm going to suggest they put you in the gang that goes to the hospital every day for our food. It'll be a nice walk for you. Be on your good behavior. And out of every 10 conversations, see that 8 make sense. You mustn't seem to be getting well too soon. Thanks. What's your name? DuPont. Thanks, Mech. I won't forget your advice. The botched cavale was a month past. They had found Romeo's body 6 days afterward. For some reason the sharks hadn't eaten him, but other fish had apparently devoured his middle and a part of one leg. Also his skull was bashed in. Because of the state of decomposition, no autopsy was performed. I asked DuPont if he could get a letter mailed for me. He should get it to Galgani so that he could slip it into the bag just before it was sealed. I wrote the following letter to Salvidia's mother in Italy. Madam, your son died without chains on his legs. He died at sea, bravely, far from prison. He died a free man fighting courageously for his liberty. We promised each other that we would write to the other's family if anything happened to one of us. I perform this painful duty and kiss your hands. Your son's friend, Papillon. With this chore behind me, I decided to stop thinking about the nightmare. That was life. All that remained was to get out of the asylum, get to Diable no matter how, and try another cavale. One of the guards put me in charge of his garden. For 2 months now I'd behaved normally, and the guard thought so highly of me he wouldn't let me go. DuPont told me that the doctor, when he saw me the last time, wanted to let me out of the asylum and put me back in the camp, on a trial basis. But the guard opposed the move, saying his garden had never been better tended. So one morning I pulled up all his strawberry plants and threw them into the garbage heap. In place of each plant I set a small cross. So many absent strawberries, so many crosses. The furor was indescribable. The fat guard was so upset he almost popped. He frothed and spluttered in his attempt to talk, but no words came. He sat down in a wheelbarrow and cried real tears. Perhaps I'd gone a bit far, but I had to do something. The doctor took it calmly. He insisted that the patient be put on trial back at the camp so he could adapt himself to normal life. It was being all alone in the garden so much that had given him this strange idea. Tell me, Papillon, why did you pull up the strawberries and put the crosses in their place? I can't explain it, Doc, and I asked the guard to forgive me. He loved his strawberries so much that I'm really sorry. I'll ask God to send him more strawberries. So I found myself back in the camp among my friends. Carbonieri's place was still empty. I hung my hammock next to the empty space as if he was still there. The doctor had special treatment, stitched on my sweater, only he was to give me orders. I was to rake leaves in front of the hospital from 8 to 10 every morning. Often I sat and drank coffee and smoked with the doctor and his wife in front of their house. Together they tried to find out about my past. By forcing me to talk about it, they believed they could cure me. I decided to ask the doctor to send me to Diable. The thing was done. I was to leave the next day. The doctor and his wife knew why I wanted to go. They had been so good to me I couldn't deceive them. Doc, I had said, I've had it here at the ban. Get me sent to Diable. Whether I go on cavale or die, I don't care as long as this comes to an end. I understand, Papillon. The system here revolts me too. The administration is rotten to the core. Goodbye and good luck. Diable. 10th Notebook. Dreyfus, Bench. Diable, Devil's Island, is the smallest of the 3, Les Deux Salauds. It is also the northernmost, and the most exposed to wind and waves. After a flat coastal area it rises rapidly to a high plateau where there was the guardhouse and one lone barracks for the bagnads, who numbered about 10. Officially Diable was not supposed to receive ordinary criminals, only those condemned and deported for political reasons. Each political prisoner had a small house with a tin roof. On Monday he was given his food for the weekend, every day, a loaf of bread. There were about 30 of these men. Their orderly was a Dr. Ledger who had poisoned his family somewhere near Lyon. The political prisoners had nothing to do with the regular bagnads and sometimes wrote to KN, complaining about this or that bagnad on the island. He was then returned to Royale. There was a cable connecting Royale with Diable because often the sea was so rough that the launch from Royale couldn't dock at the cement pier. I was greeted by the head guard at the camp, there were 3, who was a big brute with an 8-day beard named Santini. Papillon, I hope you behave on Diable. Don't give me any trouble and I'll leave you in peace. Go on up to the camp. I'll see you later. There were 6 cons in my room. 2 Chinese, 2 blacks, a man from Bordeaux and another from Lille. One of the Chinese knew me well. He'd been at Saint Laurent under suspicion of murder. Actually he was from Indochina and a survivor of the revolt in the ban at Pulo Condor. He had been a professional pirate. He used to attack sampans and sometimes murder everybody on board, men, women and children. Although he was very dangerous, he was a good man to live with. Something about him inspired sympathy and confidence. How things go, Papillon? How about you, Chang? Not bad. It's okay here. You eat with me. You sleep there, next to me. I do cooking 2 times a day. You catch fish. Here many fishes. Santini arrived. So you're all moved in. Tomorrow morning you go with Chang to feed the pigs. He'll carry the coconuts. You split them open with the hatchet. Save the milk for the piglets. You do it again at 4 in the afternoon. Except for those 2 hours you are free to do anything you like. All the men who fish have to give my cook 2 pounds of fish or langoustines. That way everybody's happy. Is that okay with you? Yes, Monsieur Santini. I know you're a cavale man, but I'm not going to worry about it. Escape from here is impossible. You're locked up at night, but I know some get out all the same. Watch out for the political prisoners. They all have machetes. If you go near their houses, they think you've come to steal their eggs or chickens. You can get hurt or even killed. They can see you, remember, and you can't see them. After feeding a good 200 pigs, I spent the rest of the day wandering over the island with Chang, who knew every inch of it. An old man with a long white beard crossed our path as we were circling the island down by the shore. He was a journalist from New Caledonia who had written pro-German pieces during the First World War. We also met the bastard who had had Edith Cavell shot, the English or Belgian nurse, I forget which, who saved the lives of English flyers in 1917. He was a repulsively large, fat man and he was beating a huge eel about 5 feet long and as thick as my thigh with a stick. The orderly also lived in one of the little houses, even though these were supposed to be only for political prisoners. Dr. Ledger was a big husky fellow. He was always dirty except for his face, and he had long graying hair that hung down over his neck and temples. His hands were covered with badly healed cuts and gashes he must have gotten from the rough rocks along the coast. If you need anything, come to me and I'll give it to you. But only come when you're sick. I don't like being visited, and I like being talked to even less. I sell eggs and sometimes a hen or chicken. If you ever happen to slaughter a baby pig on the sly, bring me a leg and I'll give you a chicken and 6 eggs. Since you're here, take this bottle of quinine tablets. There are 120 capsules in it. You must have come here to escape, so if by some miracle you manage to succeed, you'll need these in the bush. Morning and evening I caught a vast number of rock mullet. I sent 7 or 8 pounds a day to the guards' mess. Santini was in heaven. He had never had so much fish or so many langoustines. A couple of times, at low tide, I caught as many as 300 of them. Dr. Germain Guibert came to Diable yesterday. The sea was calm, so he came with the warden of Royale and MME. Guibert, this extraordinary person, was the first woman ever to set foot on Diable. I talked to her for over an hour, and she walked with me to the bench where Dreyfus had gazed out over the sea toward the France that had cast him out. Dreyfus' bench was high on the northernmost point of the island, a good 120 feet above the sea. If this polished stone could only tell us what Dreyfus' thoughts were. She said, stroking the stone, Papillon, this is probably the last time we'll see each other if you're going to try a cavale soon. I shall pray to God that he let you succeed. And before you go, I ask that you come back and spend the last minute on this bench as a farewell to me. The warden gave me permission to send the Dr. Langustines and fish by the cable any time I wanted to. Santini agreed. Goodbye, Doctor. Goodbye, Madam. I tried to act natural as I said goodbye before the launch pulled away from the pier. MME. Guibert looked at me with wide open eyes as if to say, don't ever forget us. We'll always remember you. I didn't go fishing today. I was holding over 200 pounds of mullet in a natural pool and about 500 langoustines in an iron barrel chained to a rock. No need to fish. I had enough to send the doctor and enough for Santini, the Chinese and me. It was 1941. I'd been in prison 11 years. I was 35. T'd spent the best years of my life in either a cell or a dungeon. The only freedom I'd had was the 7 months with my Indian tribe. The children I had by my 2 Indian wives must be 8 years old. Jesus, how the time had flown. But as I looked back, those hours and minutes became cruelly long, each one separately embedded in my Stations of the Cross. 35 years. Where were Montmartre, Pigalle, the Place Blanche, the ball at the Petit Jardin, the Boulevard de Clichy? Where was Big Nenette with her Madonna's face, like a cameo, and her huge black eyes filled with despair as she cried out at the trial, "Don't worry, baby, I'll get you out of there"? Where was Raymond Hubert with his, "We'll be acquitted"? And the prosecutor? How were my father and my sister's families doing under the German occupation? So many cavales. How many had there been? The first was when I knocked out the guards and escaped from the hospital. The second was in Colombia, at Rio Hacha. That was a beautiful cavale. A real success. Why did I leave my tribe? A quiver of physical longing flowed through my body. It was as if I were feeling again the sensations of making love to my wives. Then there were the third, fourth, fifth and sixth at Barranquilla. What lousy luck I had had with those cavales. The stunt at Mass that ended so badly. The dynamite that fizzled. And the next time when Cloutiet's damn pants caught. And the sleeping potion that wouldn't work. The seventh was on Royale when that filthy bastard, David Cellier, ratted on me. That one would have worked for sure if it hadn't been for him. If he had kept his trap shut, I'd be free with my poor buddy Carbonieri. And the last one, the eighth, from the asylum. A mistake, a stupid-ass mistake on my part. I should never have let the Italian choose our launching place. 200 yards farther down, near the butcher's, would have been a much better place. Dreyfus Bench, where that innocent man condemned to death had found the courage to go on living, would inspire me. I would not admit defeat. I would try another cavale. Right, this silky, polished stone hanging out over the rocky shore, where the waves pounded and broke without let-up, would inspire me. Dreyfus never gave up. He fought for his vindication to the very end. True, he had Emile Zola and his famous J'accuse. But all the same, if he hadn't had a will of iron, the injustices he suffered would surely have sent him hurtling into the abyss from this very bench. He had held on. I could not be a lesser man than he, but I would give up the idea of a win or die cavale. I'd forget about the dying, and concentrate exclusively on winning and being free. During the long hours I spent sitting on Dreyfus Bench, My brain shuttled between dreams of the past and of a rosy future. Often my eyes would become dazzled by the glare and the platinum reflections of the breaking waves. From looking at the sea so long, almost without seeing it really, I came to know every quirk of the wind and waves. Tirelessly the sea attacked the island's exposed rocks. It worked away at them, searched and stripped them as if to say, "Diable, go, disappear, you're in my way, you bar my passage to grande terre." That is why, every day, relentlessly, I remove a little piece of you. When there was a storm, the sea gave Diable the full force of its fury, raging in to snatch its piece of the island, then sweeping it away. It hurled its water into every nook and cranny so as to undermine little by little the giant rocks that seemed to say, "You shall not pass." And that's how I made a very important discovery. Immediately opposite Dreyfus Bench were some enormous craggy rocks that the waves broke against with particular violence. The tons of water had no place to go because the two rocks formed a horseshoe about 5 or 6 yards wide and a cliff rose directly above them, leaving the waves no exit except back out into the sea. What made this important was that if, just as the wave was flinging itself into the chasm, I was to take a sack of coconuts and jump from the rock directly into its center, it would beyond the shadow of a doubt take me with it as it retreated. I knew where I could find the jute bags for the coconuts. There were plenty of them in the pigsty. The first thing was to test my theory. During the full moon the tides were higher, hence the waves were bigger. I would wait for the full moon. I hid my carefully sewn bag of dry coconuts in a cave I knew which could only be reached from the water. I had come upon it one day when I was looking for langoustines. The shellfish clung to its ceiling, which was completely underwater except at low tide. To the bag of coconuts I strapped another bag containing a rock weighing between 80 and 90 pounds. Since I'd be leaving with 2 bags instead of 1, and I weighed 155 pounds, the proportions were about right. I was very excited about the experiment. This side of the island was taboo. Nobody would ever suspect that the most windswept and dangerous spot on the island would be used for an escape. Besides, it was the only place where, if I did manage to get clear of the coast, I would be carried out into the open sea without the hazard of cracking up on Royale. This had to be the place. The bag of coconuts and the rock were heavy and hard to carry. I wouldn't be able to do it alone, so I spoke to Chang, who said he'd come and help me. He brought along some fishing tackle and heavy lines. If we were caught, we could say we were setting up traps for sharks. Keep pushing, Chang. A little farther and we're there. The light of the full moon made it as bright as day. The noise of the waves was deafening. Chang said, "Ready, Papillon. Into this next one." A 15-foot wave lunged at the rock as if possessed and broke just below us, but the shock was so violent that the crest passed over us and drenched us. Still we were able to throw the sacks in at the moment the wave went into reverse. Like a straw, the bag was swept back toward the open sea. "That's it, Chang. It works. Wait and see if it comes back." Sure enough, my heart sank when, 5 minutes later, I saw my bag riding back on the crest of a wave over 20 feet high. It smashed against the rocks, scattering the coconuts in every direction and tumbling the rock into the chasm below. Wet to the bone, battered and almost swept off our feet, Chang and I left that bedeviled place without so much as a backward glance. No good, Papillon. No good, Cavale from Diable. Royale better. Leave from South Coast. Much better. Yes, but an escape from Royale would be discovered in less than 2 hours. The bag of coconuts moves only with the waves. They'd catch me in no time. Here there's no boat, and I have the whole night before they find out I'm gone, and even then they'll probably think I drowned while fishing. Also there's no telephone on Diable. If I leave in a heavy sea, they'll have no way of communicating with Royale. So here is where I have to leave from. But how? The noon sun was leaden, a tropical sun to boil the brain in your skull, a sun that shriveled the plants not yet grown strong enough to resist it, a sun that, In a few hours, dried up all but the deepest salt water pools, leaving only a white film of salt, a sun that set the air to dancing. It literally moved before my eyes, its reflection on the water burning my pupils. But that did not prevent me from returning to Dreyfus Bench and taking up again my study of the sea. It was then I discovered what an idiot I'd been. Only one wave out of every 7 was as large as the Morn Streeter that had flung my sack back against the rocks. The others were little more than half its size. From noon to sundown I watched to see if this was always so, if there wasn't an occasional shift or whim that altered the regularity. There wasn't. The ground swell never came sooner, never came later. There were 6 waves about 20 feet high, then, forming about 300 yards from shore, the ground swell. It came in straight as a cannonball, growing in size and height as it approached. There was hardly any spray on its crest compared to the other 6, very little, in fact. It had its own special noise, like far-off thunder, when it broke on the 2 rocks and hurled itself into the passage between them, crashing against the cliff. Its great mass caused it to choke and turn on itself. Then, after 10 or 15 seconds, the eddies would work their way out with a wild churning, tearing off huge stones and rolling them back and forth, making a rumble like 100 wagonloads of stones being dumped. I put a dozen coconuts in a sack and added a 50-pound rock. As the ground swell broke, I threw the sack in. I couldn't follow it with my eyes because of the spray, but I saw it for a second as the water was sucked back to the sea. It did not return. The next 6 waves lacked the strength to throw it back on shore, and by the time the 7th had formed 300 yards out, the sack must have drifted beyond it, for I didn't see it again. Bursting with excitement, I went back to camp. I had it. I had found the perfect launching. No question of luck here. Still I would do another trial run, this time under the conditions of the real cavale, 2 sacks of coconuts tied together and, on top, 2 or 3 rocks weighing a total of 155 pounds. I told Chang about it and he listened closely. It's good, Papillon. I think you got it. I help you for real thing. Wait for high tide 25 feet. Soon equinox. With Chang's help and that of the 25-foot equinoctial tide, we threw the 2 sacks and 3 rocks into the famous wave. What was name of little girl you tried save on St. Joseph? Lisette. We call wave that take you away Lisette. OK. 0. K. Lisette arrived with the roar of an express train pulling into a station. Standing straight as a rampart, she grew larger with every second. It was an impressive sight. She broke with such power that Chang and I were swept off the rock and the sacks fell into the chasm. In the flash of a second we realized we couldn't hold onto the rock, so we threw ourselves back, which didn't protect us from a mighty soaking but did prevent our falling into the chasm. This happened at 10 in the morning. We weren't taking any risk because the 3 guards were busy doing inventory at the other end of the island. The sacks were carried off. We could see them clearly far out from shore. Were they beyond the ground swell? We waited. The 6 waves that followed Lisette were not able to catch them. Lisette came and went a second time, but still no sacks. They were beyond her reach. We climbed quickly up to Dreyfus Bench to see if we could see them again and, to our joy, we caught sight of them 4 different times riding the crest of the waves. And these waves were not coming toward Diable but heading west. We had the proof. I would sail toward the great adventure on the back of Lisette. Look, there she comes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Then Lisette. The sea was always heavy below Dreyfus Bench, but it was especially bad today. Lisette was advancing with her usual noise. She seemed even bigger, carrying more water than ever. Her monstrous mass struck the 2 rocks faster and straighter than ever before. And when she crashed against them, the noise was even more deafening, if that was possible. That's where you want us to jump from. Well, pal, you sure found a great spot. But not for me. I want to go on a cavale, not commit suicide. Sylvain was impressed with my description of Lisette. He had come to Diable 3 days before and, naturally, I suggested we leave together, each of us on our own raft. If he accepted, I'd have a companion on Grande Terre to help with the second stage of the cavale. Being alone in the bush was no picnic. There's no point in being scared ahead of time. I realize that on first thought any man might hesitate a little. But it's the only wave that'll take us far enough out. Calm down. Look, we tried it, Chang said. It's sure thing. Once off, you never pushed back on Diable or Royale. It took me a week to convince Sylvain, a man with the body of an athlete, all solid muscle and 6 feet tall. Oh. I can see we'll be carried far enough out. But after that, how long will it take us to get to Grande Terre? To be honest, Sylvain, I don't know. The speed of the drift depends on the weather. The wind, LL have little effect because we'll be so low in the water. But if we have heavy weather, the waves will be bigger and push us faster. 7, 8, 10 tides at the most and we should reach the mainland. It could take anywhere between 48 and 60 hours. How do you figure? From the islands to the mainland isn't more than 24 miles. The drift is the hypotenuse of the triangle. Look at the direction of the waves. We have to do between 75 and 90 miles maximum. The nearer we get to shore, the more directly the waves aim us at the coast. Wouldn't you guess that a piece of driftwood at this distance from the coast would travel at least 3 miles an hour? He listened very attentively to my explanations. The big guy was pretty intelligent. It sounds all right to me. If it wasn't for the low tides, which will pull us back, it wouldn't take more than 30 hours to reach the coast. Taking them into account, I think you're right. It'll take somewhere between 48 and 60 hours. Are you convinced? Almost. But once we're on Grande Terre, in the bush, what then? We have to find our way to the outskirts of Kourou. It's a fairly big fishing village, and there are also people there searching for gold and balata trees. You have to be careful, though, because it has a camp for Bagnods. There'll be some kind of path going toward KN, and also toward the Chinese camp called Inini. We'll have to force a Con or a black civilian to take us to Inini. If he behaves himself, we'll give him 500 francs, then make him beat it. If it's Akan, we'll make him join our cavale. What do we do in Ininian, a camp for Chinese? Chang's brother is there. Yes, my brother there. He leave on cavale with you. He find boat and food. When you meet Kuik, you got everything for cavale. Chinese never squeal. Any animite you find in bush, tell him to tell Kuik. Why's your brother called Kuik? Sylvain asked. Don't know. French baptized him Kuik. Then he added, be careful. When you almost Grande Terre, there's quicksand. Never walk on quicksand. It bad, it suck you up. Wait next tide to push you in bush so you grab liana and branches. If not, you finished. Sylvain said, okay, Papillon. I'm going with you. All right, then. Our rafts will be alike and weigh about the same. We shouldn't be separated by much. But you never know. If we do get separated, we've got to have a way of finding each other. You can't see Kourou from here. But when you were on Royale you must have noticed that to the right of Kourou, about 12 miles away, there are some white rocks. They stand out clearly when the sun hits them. Yes. They're the only rocks on the whole coast. To the right and left, for miles and miles, there's nothing but quicksand. The rocks are white because of bird shit. There are thousands of birds, and since no man ever goes near it, it's a good place to catch our breath before we start into the bush. We can eat eggs and our coconuts. We mustn't make a fire. The first one there waits for the other. How many days? 5. It won't take more than 5 days, not possibly. The rafts were ready. We lined the sacks to make them stronger and then decided to take the next 10 days to practice riding them. We soon realized that it would take a special effort to keep the sacks from turning over. Whenever possible, we would have to lie flat but be careful not to fall asleep. If we fell off, we might not be able to get back on. Chang made me a small waterproof bag to hold cigarettes and a lighter to hang around my neck. We would grate 10 coconuts for each of us. The pulp would take care of thirst as well as hunger. Santini had some kind of skin for carrying wine. Chang, who occasionally visited the guard, was going to pinch it. It was all set for Sunday at 10 in the evening. There would be a full moon, hence a 25-foot tide, and Lisette would be at full strength. Chang was going to feed the pigs alone that Sunday morning. I would sleep all of Saturday and Sunday. Departure at 10. The tide would have started to ebb 2 hours before. My 2 sacks couldn't possibly rip apart. They were bound together with braided hemp rope and brass wire and sewn with the heavy thread used for making sails. We had found some unusually large sacks and joined them at the neck so the coconuts couldn't possibly work their way out. Sylvain was forever doing exercises, and I lay in the sea for long hours for the little waves to massage my thighs. The continuous pounding and the contractions necessary to resist the pull gave me legs and thighs of iron. I found a chain about 3 yards long in a dried-up well and wove it in and out of the rope that held my sacks together. Then I attached a bolt to one of the links. If I reached the point where I'd had it, I would chain myself to my sacks. That way I could sleep without falling into the water and losing my raft. If the sacks turned over, the water would automatically wake me up and I'd be able to right the raft. Papillon, just 3 more days. We were sitting on Dreyfus bench watching Lisette. Yes, just 3 more days. I really believe we're going to make it. Don't you? I'm sure of it, Papillon. Tuesday night or Wednesday morning we'll be in the bush. Then we're all set. Chang was to grate our coconuts, 10 each. Besides our knives, we had 2 machetes we'd lifted from the tool house. The Inini camp was east of Kuru. We must walk into the morning sun to be sure of our direction. Chang said, Monday morning we fool Santini. I say nothing. Only Papillon and Sylvain disappear before Monday 3 o'clock in afternoon when guard have siesta. But why can't you say a wave swept us away while we were fishing? No, want no complications. I say, boss, Papillon and Sylvain not come work today. Me all alone feed pigs. No more, no less. The Cavale from Diable. It was Sunday, 7 o'clock in the evening. I had just waked up. I'd been asleep since Saturday morning. The moon would be rising at 9. It was blackest night, with very few stars, and large clouds heavy with rain rushing overhead. We had just left the barracks. Since we often sneaked out to fish at night or take a walk around the island, the others thought this perfectly normal. A queer was going into the barracks with his lover, a big, hairy Arab. They must have been making love in some dark corner. As I watched them raise the plank to go back into the room, it crossed my mind how, for the Arab, being able to screw his friend 2 or 3 times a day must be the last word in bliss. The fact that he could satisfy his erotic needs transformed prison into paradise. Same for the fairy. He must have been 24 or 5, but his body had lost its youthful beauty. For all that he probably spent the whole day in the shade to protect his milk-white skin, he was no longer any Adonis. But here in the ban he had more lovers than he had ever dreamed of when he was free. In addition to the Arab, he took on others at 25 francs a lay, exactly like a whore on the boulevard Roquecoart in Montmartre. So, besides the pleasure his clients gave him, he made enough dough to live a comfortable life with his husband. From the day they first set foot in the ban, he and his clients had given themselves entirely to this occupation. They had only one thing on their minds: sex. The prosecutor who had got them convicted came out the loser if he thought he was punishing them by heading them down the road of the condemned. Here they'd found their real happiness. Once the plank had closed behind the kid's pretty ass, we were alone, Chang, Sylvain and I. Let's go. We quickly made for the northern tip of the island. We took the 2 rafts out of the cave. In no time all 3 of us were drenched. The wind howled with hurricane force. Sylvan and Chang helped me push my raft to the top of the rock. At the last moment I had the idea of tying my left wrist to the rope around the sack. I was suddenly frightened at the thought of losing my sack and being carried off without it. Sylvan, with Chang's help, climbed up onto the rock opposite. The moon was already quite high. We could see clearly. I tied a towel around my head. We had to wait out 6 waves. More than 30 minutes. Chang came back to me. He hugged me around the neck and kissed my cheek. Then he stretched out flat on the rock and, wedged in Akrak, prepared to hold my legs to help me resist the shock when the set broke. One more, Sylvan called out, and then the good one. He was standing in front of his raft to protect it with his body from the coming deluge. I was in the same position, with the added bracing of Chang's hands. His nails were puncturing my calves in the excitement. She was on her way. Lisette was coming straight for us, standing up like the spire of a church. With her usual deafening roar she broke over our rocks and swept toward the cliff. I threw myself in a fraction of a second before my buddy, but we were close together as Lisette sucked us out into the open sea with dizzying speed. In less than 5 minutes we were over 300 yards from shore. Sylvan hadn't climbed onto his raft yet, but I had been up and astride within 2 minutes. Chang had scampered up to Dreyfus bench and, holding a white rag in his hand, was waving a last goodbye. Now we were a good 5 minutes beyond the dangerous area where the waves heading for Diable formed. The ones we were riding were much wider, almost without crests and so regular we could drift with them without bouncing and with no danger of the rafts turning over. We rose and fell from immense heights to great depths, all the while moving smoothly out with the ebb tide into the open sea. As I rose to the top of one of the waves, I looked back and saw the white cloth in Chang's hand for the last time. Sylvan was quite near me, perhaps 40 yards farther out. I caught sight of him several times waving his arm in triumphal joy. The night went smoothly. Then we felt a powerful change in the direction of the sea. The tide which had drawn us out had turned and was now pushing us toward Grande Terre. The sun rose. It was about 6 o'clock. We were too low in the water to see the coast, but I knew we were far from the islands because, even with the sun on their summits, they were barely visible. Also they looked like one continuous island. Since I could make out no details, I figured they must be at least 20 miles away. I smiled at the thought of our triumph. If I sat up on my raft, would the wind on my back help me go faster? I freed my chain and wound it once around my waist. The bolt was well greased, and it was easy to screw the nut on. I held my hands in the air to dry 'em off. I wanted a cigarette. Done. I inhaled in long, deep puffs and let the smoke out slowly. My fear was gone. There's no need to try to describe the agonies in my gut just before, during and after the leap. The real point is that I wasn't afraid any longer. In fact, after I'd finished the cigarette, I decided to eat a few mouthfuls of coconut pulp. I chewed a big handful, then smoked another cigarette. Sylvan was quite far away. We caught a glimpse of each other now and then when we crested a wave at the same time. The sun was striking the top of my head with hell's own heat. My skull was roasting. I wet the towel and wrapped it around my head. Then I took off my wool sweater. Even with the wind the heat was suffocating. Christ, my raft just turned over and I almost drowned. I took in 2 huge gulps of sea water. Try as I couldn't right the sacks and climb back on. The chain was constricting my movements. Finally, by letting it hang from one side, I was able to tread water and take a few deep breaths. I tried to get free of the chain, but my fingers couldn't work the nut and bolt. Furious, my nerves on edge, I didn't have the strength to unscrew them. Finally I did it. That was a bad moment. I had nearly gone out of my mind thinking I couldn't get free of the damn chain. I didn't bother to straighten the raft. I was too exhausted. I just hoisted myself up. What difference did it make whether it was the top or the bottom? I'd never attach myself to it again, not with the chain, not with anything. What a fool I'd been to tie myself to the raft by my wrist. That experience should have taught me. The sun seared my arms and legs. My face was on fire, and it seemed to be worse when I wet it because the water evaporated immediately and made it burn even more. The wind died down. This made the going more comfortable but much slower. Better lots of wind and a heavy sea than this calm. I got such a violent cramp in my right leg that I yelled out. I made crosses on the cramp with my finger, remembering how my grandmother had said that would make the cramp go away. It didn't work. The sun was now low in the west. It must be about 4 in the afternoon, and there had been 4 tides since we started. This one seemed to be pushing me harder than the others. Now Sylvain and I could see each other all the time. He had taken off his shirt and was making signs at me. He was over 300 yards farther out to sea. He seemed to be rowing with his hands, because I could see little whitecaps around his raft. Was he trying to slow his raft so that I could get closer to him? I got down on my stomach, plunged my arms into the water and rowed. If he braked and I rowed, perhaps we could close the gap between us. I'd chosen a good partner for this escape. Sylvain had certainly risen to the challenge. 100%. I stopped rowing. It was tiring work. I must conserve my strength. I would try to right the raft. The food bag was underneath with the leather bottle containing the fresh water. I was thirsty and hungry. The best way to turn over the raft was to hang on, facing the waves, then give it a mighty shove with my feet as it was about to take the swell. After 5 tries I finally made it. The effort exhausted me and I barely made it back onto the raft. The sun was on the horizon and would soon be gone. 6 o'clock. I hoped the night wouldn't be too rough, for I realized that the continued drenchings were sapping my strength. I took a long drink of water from Santini's leather bottle and downed 2 fistfuls of coconut pulp. Full up, my hands dry in the wind, I took out a cigarette and smoked with deep delight. Before night fell, Sylvain waved his towel and I mine to say good night. We were still about the same distance from each other. I was sitting with my legs straight out. I wrung out my sweater as hard as I could and put it on. Even wet, those sweaters held the heat, and with the sun gone, it got cold right away. The wind picked up. Only the low clouds in the west still glowed. Everywhere else it was dark and getting darker with every minute. There were no clouds in the east, where the wind was coming from, therefore no danger of rain for the moment. My one thought was to hold on tight and not to get any wetter than necessary. I wondered if it would be a good idea to tie myself to the sacks in case fatigue got the better of me. Or, in the light of my recent experience, was it too risky? Then I suddenly realized that the reason I'd had trouble maneuvering was that the chain was too short. One end was being wasted in a tangle of rope and wire. I quickly freed it, then straightened the chain and attached it to my belt. There was still plenty of grease on the bolt and it worked perfectly. I mustn't screw it so tight, that was all. Now I felt better, for I'd been scared stiff of falling asleep and losing the raft. Yes, the wind was building up to something, and so were the waves. It was becoming a real toboggan ride. Now it was completely dark. A million stars flickered in the sky, the Southern Cross the brightest of them all. I couldn't see Sylvain. This night was very important, for if the wind kept up its strength, we would have made real progress by morning. The wind grew stronger as the night advanced. A reddish brown moon rose slowly out of the sea. When, round and enormous, it finally floated free, I could clearly see the lines of its face. It was about 10 o'clock. The night grew increasingly clear. And gradually, as the moon rose in the sky, the light of the lunar day became more intense. The waves were dipped in platinum and their strange reflections burned my eyes, already inflamed by the scorching sun and salt water. Even so, I couldn't keep from looking. I knew it was foolish, but I just couldn't resist the incredible effect. I smoked 3 cigarettes, one right after the other. The raft behaved perfectly, rising and falling gracefully on the swollen sea. But what to do about my physical problems? For one thing, if I kept my legs stretched out too long, the terrible cramps returned. Also, most of the time I was wet to the crotch. But at least my chest was almost dry, since the wind dried my sweater and no waves came higher than my waist. My eyes were burning more and more. I kept them closed. From time to time I slept. Don't sleep, easy to say, but I was beyond caring. Oh Christ, how I fought against it. And every time I returned to reality, I felt a terrible pain in my head. Then I'd take out my lighter and burn myself on my arm or my neck. I was racked with a fearful anxiety that I couldn't get rid of. What if I fell asleep? If I tumbled into the sea, would the cold of the water wake me up? It was a good thing I had tied myself with the chain again. I must not lose these 2 sacks. They were my life. Wouldn't it be great if I toppled into the sea and didn't wake up? I'd been thoroughly drenched for several minutes. A freak wave, one that had run across the path of the others, had just broken against my right side. Not only had it soaked me, but it had thrown me crosswise so that the next 2 waves washed over me from head to foot. It was late into the second night. What time was it? I wondered. From the position of the moon in the west, it had to be around 2 or 3 in the morning. We had been in the water through 5 tides, or 30 hours. The soaking turned out to be a good thing. The chill of the water woke me up. I was shivering, but I could keep my eyes open without effort. My legs were almost paralyzed, so I decided to draw them up under me. With both hands I pulled the first one, then the other. Finally I managed to get myself into a squatting position. My toes were frozen. Maybe sitting on them would warm them up. I sat for a long time in this Arab squat. The change helped. I looked for Sylvan across the brightly moonlit sea, but the moon was so low that it shone in my eyes and made it hard to see. I couldn't find him. He had nothing to attach himself to his sacks. Could he have fallen off? It worried me and I kept looking for him, in vain. The wind was strong, but steady and without gusts. This was very important. I had caught the rhythm now and my body was as one with the sacks. Staring into the night, I became obsessed with the idea of finding my partner. I dried my fingers in the wind and whistled through them with all my might. Then I listened. No answer. Did Sylvan know how to whistle through his fingers? I had no idea. I should have asked him before we left. It would have been so easy to make 2 whistles. Damn it, why hadn't I thought of that? I cupped my mouth with my hands and yelled, "Yoo-hoo!" The only answer was the noise of the wind and waves. Finally I couldn't stand it anymore, so I stood up on my sacks, grasping the chain with my left hand and holding my balance through 5 waves. When I reached the crest of a wave, I stood straight up. When I went up or down, I squatted. Nothing to the right, nothing to the left. Could he be behind me? I didn't dare turn around while I was standing up. The one thing I was sure of was a dark line that the moon picked out on my left. It must be the bush. By daytime I'd be seeing trees. I rubbed my toes and stretched my legs again. Then I decided to dry my hands so that I could have another cigarette. I smoked too. What time could it be? The moon was very low. I couldn't remember how much time there had been last night between the setting of the moon and sunrise. I closed my eyes and tried to bring back the impressions of our first night. No go. Wait a minute. Suddenly I had a picture of the sun rising in the east at the same time a sliver of moon still showed in the west. So it must be about 5 o'clock. But the moon was taking its time about setting. The Southern Cross had disappeared long ago, as well as the Big and Little Bear. Only Polaris was still there, outshining them all. Now that the Southern Cross was gone, Polaris was queen of the skies. The wind seemed to be rising. Or, at least, it seemed heavier, if you can call a wind heavy. The waves were stronger and deeper and the whitecaps bigger than at the beginning of the night. I'd been at sea 30 hours. I had to admit that, for the moment at least, things looked better rather than worse. But the day that was about to begin would be the real test. Yesterday I'd been exposed to the sun from 6 in the morning until 6 at night. When the sun came up today and started cooking me again, it wasn't going to be any fun. It was still night, but my lips were already burning, as were my eyes, arms and hands. If I could manage it, I wouldn't expose my arms. That would depend on whether I could stand to wear my sweater. I was also raw between my buttocks from the salt water and the constant rubbing against the sacks. In any event, old pal, burned or not, you're on Cavale and it's worth a few discomforts. The prognosis on your arriving on Grande Terre alive is 90% favorable, and that's something, isn't it? Even if you arrive literally scalped, with half your body raw flesh, it will be a small price to pay. And you haven't seen a single shark. Are they all on vacation? This time luck is really with you, and if you don't admit it, you're a damn peculiar fellow. This time it's going to work. All the other cavales were too carefully thought out, too well prepared. When all is said and done, the successful cavale will have been the stupidest. 2 sacks of coconuts and let the wind and sea take you to Grande Terre. You don't have to be a graduate of St. Cyr to know that all wrecks end up on shore. If the wind and waves could keep this up all day, I would almost certainly reach land by afternoon. The monster of the tropics was looming up behind me. Today he seemed determined to burn everything to a crisp. He had the lunar day on the run in no time, not even waiting to get out of bed to proclaim himself master, the undisputed king of the tropics. In no time at all the wind had gone from cool to warm. In another hour it would be hot. A marvelous sensation of well-being crept through my body. The first rays of the sun had no sooner touched my skin than I felt a gentle warmth suffuse me from my waist to my scalp. I removed the towel from around my head and exposed my cheeks to the sun as if to a log fire. Before the monster burned me to the quick, he was letting me know he was life. Soon he would be death. The blood flowed through my veins and even my aching rear began to revive with the renewed circulation. I could see the bush clearly, or at least I could see the tops of the trees. They seemed fairly near. I'd wait for the sun to rise a little higher before I stood up on my sacks to look for Sylvan. In less than an hour the sun was high. Christ, it was going to be hot. My left eye was almost glued shut. I scooped up some water and wet it. It stung. I took off my sweater. I wanted my chest bare for a few moments before the sun got too hot. An unusually strong wave lifted me high. In the split second before it broke and I started down, I caught sight of Sylvan. He was sitting bare-chested on his raft. He didn't see me. He was less than 200 yards away, a little ahead on my left. The wind was still strong, so I decided to try to catch up with him by taking off my sweater, keeping only my arms in the sleeves and holding it up in the air like a sail with the bottom in my mouth. I kept this up for almost half an hour until my teeth began to hurt and I became exhausted trying to resist the wind. But it did look as if I'd narrowed the distance between us. Hallelujah. I just saw him again, less than 100 yards away. But what was he doing? He didn't seem to care where I was. Another wave came, lifting me up, and I saw him once, twice, 3 times. I distinctly made out that he had his hand over his eyes as if he were looking around. Look back, you bastard. He looked toward me but didn't seem to see anything. I stood up and whistled. When the raft climbed out of the trough, I saw Sylvan standing facing me. He raised his sweater in the air. We waved hello at least 20 times before we sat down again. Each time a wave peaked, we hailed each other, for luckily we were rising and falling to the same rhythm. On the last 2 waves he held his arm out toward the bush, which was now very distinct. It couldn't be more than 6 or 7 miles away. I lost my balance and fell in a sitting position on the raft. I was so overcome with joy to see my buddy and the bush so near that I wept like a child. The tears in my pus-filled eyes became 1,000 little crystals of every color. Like stained glass. Windows, I thought. God is with you today, Pappy. In the midst of nature's monstrous elements, in the wind, the immenseness of the sea, the depth of the waves, the imposing green roof of the bush, you feel your own infinitesimal smallness, and perhaps it's here, without looking for him, that you find God, that you touch him with your finger. I had sensed him at night during the thousands of hours I had spent buried alive in dank dungeons without a ray of sun. I touched him today in a sun that would devour everything too weak to resist it. I touched God, I felt him around me, inside me. He even whispered in my ear, you suffer, you will suffer more. But this time I am on your side. You will be free, you will, I promise you. I never had any religious instruction. I didn't know the ABCs of the Christian religion. I was so stupid I didn't know who Jesus's father was or whether his mother was really the Virgin Mary, or whether his father was a carpenter or a camel driver, yet being ignorant of all that didn't keep me from finding God when I really needed him, in the wind, the sea, the sun, the bush, the stars, in the very fish he had placed in the sea to nourish man. The sun had risen fast. It must be 10 o'clock. I was bone dry from my waist up, so I soaked my towel and wrapped it, burnous style, around my head. Then I put my sweater on to cover my burning shoulders, back and arms. Even though my legs were constantly doused with water, they, too, were as red as lobsters. Because the shore was nearer now, the waves were moving faster, racing toward it in long, straight lines. I could now see the bush in detail, and it made me realize how quickly we had narrowed the distance. I had learned how to figure distances on my first cavale. When details are sharp, you're less than 3 miles away. I could see the difference between the thicknesses of the various trees, and from the crest of an especially high wave I made out a giant one that had fallen, its branches awash in the sea. Suddenly dolphins and birds, just so long as the dolphins didn't play any games with the raft. I had heard they were in the habit of pushing driftwood and men toward shore, but the men often drowned from their well-intentioned prodding. No, they spun around me a few times, 3 or 4 of them come to have a look and see what was up, but they left without even grazing the raft. It was noon, the sun directly overhead. Plainly it intended to poach me in sea water. My eyes oozed pus and the skin was gone from my nose and lips. The waves were shorter now and rushed toward shore with a deafening roar. Since the waves were so much smaller, I could see Sylvan most of the time. Once in a while he turned toward me and raised his arm. He was still naked from the waist up, the towel around his head. Then the waves turned into rollers. There was a sandbar which they hit with a terrible roar, and then, once past it, they advanced on the bush in an explosion of spray. The sea was an ugly yellow cove with muddy foam. We were so close I could see the dirty line it left on the tree trunks at high tide. Even the noise of the breakers couldn't deaden the shrieks of thousands of wading birds. 2 or 3 yards more, then ploof. I had run aground. I was stuck in the quicksand. There wasn't enough water to carry me farther. From the position of the sun it looked to be about 2 o'clock, or 40 hours since I'd set out. That was the day before yesterday, at 10 in the evening, after 2 hours of ebb tide. The tide would turn in about 3 hours and, by night, I'd be in the bush. I must keep the chain attached to avoid being swept off the raft when the breakers started to roll over me. It would take 2 or 3 hours of rising tide before I'd have draft enough to float. Sylvan was about 100 yards ahead on my right, making motions in my direction. It looked as if he were trying to tell me something, but he couldn't have made any sound or I would have heard it. With the breakers behind us, the only noise was the cries of the birds. I was about 500 yards from the bush and Sylvan was still 100 yards or so ahead of me. But what was the stupid ox doing? He was standing up and leaving his raft. Had he lost his mind? If he started walking, with each step he'd sink a little deeper until he wouldn't be able to get back to his raft. I tried to whistle but couldn't. There was a little water left in the gourd. I drank it, then tried to call to him to stop. I couldn't get a sound out. Bubbles of gas were rising from the quicksand, which meant it was shallow and there was mud underneath. The poor bugger who got stuck in it was done for sure. Sylvain turned toward me, making signs I didn't understand. I flung my arms about in an attempt to tell him, no, don't leave your raft, you'll never reach the bush. Since he was between me and his raft, I couldn't tell how far he was from it. At first I thought he must be fairly near, that if he started to sink he could still grab hold. Suddenly I realized he was too far away, that he was being sucked in and was unable to free himself. The sound of a wail reached me. I lay down flat on my sacks, dug my hands into the quicksand and pulled with all my might. The raft started to move and I crept forward perhaps 20 yards. I was now where, from a standing position, I could see that Sylvain, my pal, was at least 10 yards from his raft and buried up to his waist. Terror gave me back my voice and I yelled, Sylvain, don't move, lie flat on the quicksand. Try to free your legs. He heard and his head bobbed up and down as if to agree. I lay down on my stomach again and clawed at the sand. Rage gave me superhuman strength, and I moved another 30 yards. All this must have taken an hour, but I was getting very close to him, perhaps 50 or 60 yards away. I had trouble seeing him, though, because my hands, arms and face were covered with mud. I tried to wipe away the salty muck that stung my left eye and prevented me from seeing. The right eye was weeping. Finally I managed to see him. He wasn't lying flat, he was standing up, and only his upper torso still showed above the quicksand. The first breaker passed over me, leaving my raft exactly where it was, and subsided ahead, covering the quicksand with foam. It swept over Sylvain. Now only his chest was above the level of the sand. I realized that the more the breakers rolled in, the softer the sand would become. I had to reach him. With the desperate energy of a mother trying to save her baby from danger, I pulled and pulled and pulled against the sand to reach Sylvain. He looked at me without speaking, without moving, his eyes wide open and glued to mine. I wanted only not to lose those staring eyes. Not looking to see where my hands were going, I dragged forward a little, but 2 more breakers rolled over me, and when they had passed, the sand was so much softer it was hard to keep moving. A huge wave hit me, knocking the breath out of me and almost sweeping me off the raft. I sat up. Sylvain was up to his armpits. I was less than 40 yards away now and Sylvain was still staring at me. I saw that he knew he was dying there in the muck, 300 yards from the promised land. I lay down again and went back to clawing at the sand, which was almost liquid now. Our eyes stayed riveted on each other. He made a sign as if to say, no, give up, you can't make it. But I kept on until I was about 30 yards away, when another giant breaker covered me with an avalanche of water and I floated another 5 or 6 yards forward. When the breaker had passed on, I looked up. Sylvain was gone. The quicksand was covered with a thin layer of foamy water. There was not even a hand raised in a final farewell. Suddenly I was seized with a shameful animal reaction. The instinct for survival swept all sentiment away. I said to myself, you may still be alive. But when you're in the bush alone, without a friend, your cavale will be in trouble. Arilla broke over my back. I was sitting now, and brought me back to reality. The wave was so powerful that it doubled me over and for several minutes I couldn't get my breath. The raft slid forward another few yards, and it was only then, when I saw the wave die beneath the trees, that I wept for my friend. We were so near. If only you hadn't gotten off. Less than 300 yards. Why did you do it? What on God's earth made you think you could walk to shore? Too much sun. The blinding reflections. Did you lose the strength to endure this hell? Why couldn't a man like you take the punishment for a few more hours? The breakers kept on rolling in with a thunderous roar. They were bigger still and coming closer and closer together. Each time I was drenched completely, but each time I slid a few yards forward. Once the wave moved on, I was grounded, but I was determined not to budge from my raft until I had a branch or liana in my hand. 20 yards to go. It must have been another hour before the last wave literally hurled me into the trees. I unscrewed the bolt and freed myself from the chain. But I held onto it. I might need it again. In the bush. Quickly, before the sun went down, I crept into the bush, half swimming, half walking, for there was quicksand everywhere. The water penetrated so deeply into the bush that, as night fell, I was still far from dry land. The odor of rot assaulted my nose and the gas was so strong it stung my eyes. My legs were covered with grass and leaves. Each time I took a step, I first felt the ground under the water. I moved forward only when I met resistance. My first night was spent on the trunk of a fallen tree. I hung my sack high on a branch and closed it tight. That sack was my life. Without the coconuts it contained, I'd never survive. I strapped my machete to my right wrist. Then, exhausted, my body burned and itching, I stretched out in a crook of the tree and fell asleep without a thought in my head. Perhaps I murmured, "Poor Sylvan," a couple of times, but I can't be sure. The sound of the birds woke me up. The sun was filtering into the bush at such an angle that it must have been 7 or 8 in the morning. There was water everywhere. The tide was rising. It was probably the end of the 10th tide, or roughly 60 hours since I'd left the Arbel. I couldn't tell how far I was from the sea. In any event, I had to wait for the water to subside before I ventured into the sun. I was out of drinking water. I ate my last 3 handfuls of coconut pulp and rubbed some of it over my burns and bruises. The oil in the pulp was soothing. Then I smoked 2 cigarettes and thought about Sylvan, this time without the earlier selfishness. After all, hadn't I planned originally to escape alone? So, nothing was really changed, except for the great sadness in my heart. I tried to close my eyes against the memory of his sinking, as if that could help. For him it was all over. My sack had survived nicely in its nook and I took out a cocoa nut. Sitting with my legs spread out, I brought it down against the tree with all my might until I finally managed to crack the shell. You can do it with a machete, but it's better just to bang it on the point. I ate a whole fresh coconut and drank the sweet liquid inside. The sea was retreating fast now. I could walk on the mud to reach the beach. The sun was at its most radiant and I'd never seen the sea so beautiful. I looked long and hard at the spot where I figured Sylvan had disappeared. I washed in sea water and the sun soon dried both me and my clothes. After a cigarette and a last look at my friend's grave, I started into the bush. The walking was quite easy. My sack slung over my shoulder, I moved slowly through the thick vegetation until after 2 hours I finally reached permanently dry ground. No tide marks at the base of the trees. I decided to camp here and rest for 24 hours. I would open the coconuts one by one, take out the nuts and put them in my sack, ready to eat whenever I was hungry. I could light a fire, but that probably wasn't too good an idea. The rest of the day and the night was uneventful. When the birds woke me up with the sun, I finished extracting the coconut pulp and, with my much reduced sack on my shoulder, headed west. Toward 3 in the afternoon I came upon a path. It must have been for either Ballata prospectors or prospectors after hardwoods, or maybe for bringing supplies to gold panners. The path was narrow but well cleared. Apparently it was used often. Every so often I came across the hoofprints of a donkey or an unshod mule and sometimes the prints of human feet, the big toe clearly outlined in the dried mud. I walked until nightfall. Occasionally I'd chew some coconut, which was both nourishing and thirst-quenching, and then I'd use a mixture of oil and saliva to coat my nose, lips and cheeks. My eyes, full of pus, often stuck together. As soon as I got the chance, I'd rinse them out with fresh water. Along with the coconuts in my sack, I had a waterproof box containing a piece of Marseille soap, a Gillette razor, 12 blades and a shaving brush. I walked with my machete in hand although the path was so clear I didn't need it. On either side of me I noticed what seemed to be freshly cut branches. There must be a lot of activity on this path. I'd better be careful. The bush here was different from the bush I'd known during my first cavale from San Laurent du Maroni. This one had 2 levels and was not as thick. The first level rose to a height of 15 to 20 feet. Above that was the green vault at a height of over 60 feet. Daylight reached only the right-hand side of the path. The left was in almost total darkness. I was walking fast now, sometimes coming to a clearing, whether made by man or by lightning, I couldn't tell. The slant of the sun's rays indicated that it was near dusk. I turned my back to the sun and headed east toward the blacks' village of Kuru, where the penitentiary of the same name was located. Night was about to fall, so I went into the bush to find a place to lie down. I found one not 30 yards off the path, well protected by a thick cover of shiny leaves like those of a banana tree. I cut some down and made a kind of bed. This time I would be really dry. There was a good chance it wouldn't rain. I smoked 2 cigarettes. I was less tired tonight and the coconut pulp had eased my hunger. If only my mouth weren't so dry. I had almost no saliva. The second stage of my cavale was underway and I was starting my 3rd night on Grande Terre without unpleasant incident. If only Sylvain were here. Well, mec, he isn't, and there's not much you can do about it. Since when have you ever needed advice or support, anyway? What are you, a general or a private? Don't be a fool, Papillon. It's fine to grieve for your friend, but you're no worse off in the bush for being alone. It's 5 days since you left the islands. They must have alerted Kuru by now. First the guards in the forest camp, then the blacks in the village. There may be a police station there as well. Is it wise to be heading for this village? I knew nothing about the surrounding country, only that the camp was wedged in between the village and the river. On Diable I had planned to hold up the first man I came across and force him to lead me to the edge of Camp Inini, the Chinese camp where I was going to look up Kuik, Chang's brother. Why change the plan now? If Diable was convinced I had drowned, there'd be no trouble. But if they suspected a cavale, Kuru would be danger house. Since it was a forest camp, there'd be a lot of Arabs and therefore plenty of people available for a manhunt. Watch out for them, Papillon. No mistakes now. Don't be caught in a vice. Make sure you see them before they see you. So I came to the conclusion that it'd better not walk on the path but stay parallel to it in the bush. It was damn stupid to go galloping down that trail armed only with a machete. Worse than stupid, insane. From now on I'd keep to the bush. I woke up early to the cries of the beasts and birds greeting the morning, and shook myself to the sounds of the waking bush. Another day was starting for me too. I carefully chewed a handful of coconut, spread some on my face and started out. I kept very close to the path but well hidden in the bush. It was difficult walking because, even though the liana and branches were not very thick, they still had to be separated to make a passage. For all these difficulties, however, I had done well to leave the path, for I suddenly heard someone whistling. I peered out. 50 yards of path stretched before me. Nobody. Ah yes, there he was. A Negro black as coal carrying a pack on his shoulder and a gun in his right hand. He was wearing a khaki shirt and shorts and was barefoot. He didn't take his eyes off the path and his back was bent under the weight of his heavy burden. I hid behind a thick tree by the edge of the path and waited for him, my knife open in my hand. As he passed by the tree, I leapt on him. My right hand grabbed his rifle in midair and I twisted his arm until he dropped it. Don't kill me, for the love of God, have pity on me. Holding the point of my knife against his neck, I bent down and picked up the gun, an ancient single-barreled shotgun undoubtedly loaded to the muzzle with powder and lead. I raised the hammer of the gun, stepped back a couple of yards and ordered, "Drop your pack. You try to run away, I'll kill you like a dog." Terrified, the poor black did as he was told. Then he looked at me. "You escaped from the ban." "Yes. What you want?" You can have everything I got. But, please, don't kill me. I got 5 kids. Let me live. Oh. Stop that crap. What's your name? Jean. Where you going? I'm carrying food and medicine to my 2 brothers. They're cutting wood in the bush. Where did you come from? Kuru. You live in the village. I was born there. Do you know Inini? Yes, I sometimes do business with the Chinese in the prison camp. See this. What is it? It's a 500 franc note. You've got 2 choices. If you do what I tell you, the 500 francs is yours and you get your gun back. If you don't, or if you rat on me, I'll kill you. Which do you choose? What you want me to do? I'll do anything you ask, even for free. I want you to take me to the edge of Camp Inini. When I make contact with a certain Chinese, you can go on your way. Okay. Okay. But rat on me and you're a dead man. I won't. I swear I won't. He had some condensed milk with him. He took out 6 cans and gave them to me, along with a 2-pound loaf of bread and some smoked ham. Hide your pack in the bush. You can pick it up later. I'll make a mark on this tree with my machete so you'll know where it is. I drank a can of milk. He also gave me a brand new pair of blue work pants. I put 'em on, never letting go of the rifle. Okay, Jean, let's go. Be careful no one sees us. If we're caught it'll be your fault and your tough luck. Jean walked better in the bush than I did. He was so nimble at ducking liana and branches that I had trouble following him. In fact, the bugger walked with the greatest ease. He said, "Did you know Kuru has been warned the 2 Bagnads escaped from the islands? I must be honest with you. It's very dangerous around Kuru and we have to go near there." You seem like an honest man, Jean. I hope you're being square with me. What's your advice as to how we get to Inini? Remember, your life depends on my safety. If I'm caught, I'll have to kill you. What do I call you? Papillon. Okay, Monsieur Papillon. We must go deep into the bush and make a big detour around Kuru. I can guarantee I'll get you to Inini if we go through the bush. I'm in your hands. Pick the path you think safest. It was slower going in the bush, but since we'd left the vicinity of the path, the black had seemed more relaxed. He wasn't sweating so much and his face was less tense. It was as if he'd taken a tranquilizer. Jean, you don't seem so scared anymore. I'm not, Monsieur Papillon. Being so near the path was very dangerous for you, and for me too. We made good headway. The black was smart. He never let us get more than 12 feet apart. Wait a minute. I want to roll a cigarette. Look, I've got a pack of Gauloises. Thanks, Jean. You're a good man. It's true. I am a good man. You see, I'm a Catholic. It hurts me to see how the white guards treat the Bagnads. You've seen a lot of them. Where? At the forest camp in Kuru. It breaks your heart to see them dying a slow death from cutting that wood, or from yellow fever or dysentery. You're much better off on the islands. You're the first really healthy convict I've ever seen. It's true, it is better on the islands. We sat down for a bit on a big branch. I offered him one of his cans of milk, but he refused it, preferring to chew on a coconut. How old is your wife? She's 32. I'm 40. We've got 5 children, 3 girls and 2 boys. Do you make a good living? We don't do so badly with the rosewood, and my wife does washing and ironing for the guards' wives. That helps a little. We're very poor, but we always have enough to eat and the children all go to school. And they all have shoes to wear. The poor devil, he thought everything was okay because his children had shoes. He was almost as tall as I and his black face was not unsympathetic. To the contrary, his eyes said clearly that here was a man who was full of the right sentiments, a strong worker, good family man, good husband, good Christian. What about you, Papillon? Jean, I'm going to start a new life. I've been buried alive for 10 years and I keep on trying to escape so that someday I can be like you, a free man with a wife and kids, without harming anyone, even in my thoughts. You said it yourself. The ban is rotten, and any man with a shred of self-respect has to try to escape. I'll do my best to help you. Let's get going. With never a second's hesitation and with an extraordinary sense of direction, Jean guided me straight to the Chinese camp. We arrived about 2 hours after dusk. We could hear some banging in the distance but saw no lights. Jean explained that to get near the camp we would have to skirt a couple of sentry posts. We decided to stop and spend the night where we were. I was dead tired but afraid to fall asleep. What if I were wrong about the black? What if he were putting on an act and took the gun while I was sleeping and killed me? It would be a double victory for him. He'd be shed of the danger I represented, and he'd win a bonus for killing an escaped con. Yes, he was smart all right. Without a word he lay right down and went to sleep. I still had the chain with the bolt. I thought of binding him with it, but there was no point in that. He could undo it as easily as I could. So I would have to try to stay awake. I had Jean's pack of gauloises. I'd do everything I could think of not to fall asleep. I couldn't trust Jean. After all, being an honest man, he must classify me as a criminal. The night was very dark. Jean was lying only 6 feet away, but all I could see of him was the white of his bare soles. I listened to the night sounds of the bush and the constant chattering of the large goited monkeys with the powerful, raucous cry that you could hear miles away. This was very important, for as long as the cries were regular, the troop was eating and sleeping in peace. Therefore, we too were safe from man and beast. Stretched out rigid, I held my own against the temptation to sleep without too much effort, aided by an occasional cigarette burn, but even more by a swarm of mosquitoes determined to drain me of my last ounce of blood. I could protect myself with a lotion of saliva mixed with nicotine, but without them buzzing around me I was sure to fall asleep. All I hoped was they weren't carrying malaria or yellow fever. I passed the time in reflection. Here I was, provisionally at least, off the road of the condemned. When I started down that path, it was 1931 and I was 25. It was now 1941. 10 years had passed. In 1932 that fiendish prosecutor, Pradle, had thrown me, a young man at the height of his powers, into the sinkhole that was the French penal system, there slowly to dissolve in the slime until I had disappeared altogether. I had brought off the first part of the cavale. I had climbed out of the hole and was clinging to the edge. Now I must commit all my energy and intelligence to success in the second part. The night was long, but it was drawing to a close. I had stayed awake and was pleased with myself for successfully guarding my liberty against the threat of fatigue. It was a victory of spirit over matter and I was full of self-congratulations when I heard the first cries of the birds announce the coming of morning. Their awakening was soon followed by another. The black stretched, sat up and rubbed his feet. "Good morning. You didn't sleep?" "No. That was foolish. You got no reason to be afraid of me. I decided straight off I wanted to help you." "Thanks, Jean. How long do we have to wait for daylight to reach us here?" "Another hour at the very least. Only the animals know when daylight's coming. We'll be able to see about an hour from now. Lend me your knife, Papillon." I gave it to him without hesitation. He cut a branch off a thick plant, handed me a piece and kept another for himself. "Drink the liquid inside, then spread some on your face." I drank, then washed. Jean gave me back my knife. Day came. We each smoked a cigarette and set off. We arrived on the outskirts of Inini about midday, after an uneventful morning except for the huge mud puddles we had to wade through. We ventured near the main access road to the camp. A narrow-gauge railway track ran along the side of a wide, cleared space. Jean told me it was used for wagons pulled by the Chinese and that they made such a racket you could hear them from far away. We watched one go by. 2 guards sat on a bench, and behind them 2 Chinese braked the wagon with long poles. The wheels threw off sparks. Jean explained that the poles had steel points and that they were used for both pushing and braking. It was a well-used path. Chinese passed by carrying rolls of liana on their shoulders. One carried a wild pig, others bundles of palm leaves. Everybody was heading toward the camp. Jean described the variety of things the men did in the bush: hunting wild game, cutting liana for cabinetwork, cutting palm leaves to weave into matting to protect the vegetable gardens from the heat of the sun. Some hunted butterflies, others flies or snakes, etc. They were allowed to go into the bush after they had finished the work assigned them by the administration. Everybody had to be back at camp by 5 in the evening. Jean, here's the 500 francs and your gun. I had unloaded it earlier. I've got my knife and machete. You can go now. Thanks for everything. I hope God repays you better than I can for helping a man back to life. That when you tell your kids about this, you'll say, that Bagnard was a good man. I'm not sorry I helped him. Monsieur Papillon, it's late. I can't get very far before night. You keep the shotgun, and I'll stay with you till morning. If you like, I'll stop one of the Chinese and tell him to pass the word to Kuik. He'd be less afraid of me than a white man on Cavail. Let me go out on the road. Even if a guard comes along, he won't think anything of me being there. I'll tell him I'm looking for rosewood for the Symphorine lumberyard in KN. Trust me. Okay, but take your gun. They'd think it pretty funny for a man to go into the bush unarmed. You're right. Jean planted himself in the middle of the road. I was to give a low whistle when I saw a Chinese I liked the looks of. Hello, Mouche, said a little old Chinese carrying a banana trunk on his shoulder, probably for its delicious palmetto. I whistled, for this polite old man looked okay to me. Hello, Chink, stop a minute, I want to ask you something. What you want, Mouche? They talked for almost 5 minutes. I couldn't hear a thing. 2 Chinese went by carrying a big doe on a pole. It hung by its feet and its head scraped along in the dirt. They didn't speak to the black, but said a few words to the Chinese, who answered briefly, all of it in Chinese. Jean led the old man to where I was in the bush. As he came up to me, he held out his hand. You frou-frou, escaped. Yes. From where? Diable. Good. He laughed and looked at me hard through his slanted eyes. That good. Your name? Papillon. Never heard of you. I'm a friend of Chang Vorquian, Kuik Kusi's brother. Ah, good. He shook my hand again. What you want? I want you to tell Kuik I want to see him here. Not possible. Why? Kuik stole 60 ducks from Chief of Camp. Chief wanted to kill Kuik frou-frou. Since when? 2 months. Did he go out to sea? Don't know. I go to camp talk to Chinese very good friend of Kuik. He tell me, you don't move, I come back tonight. What time? Don't know, but I bring food, cigarettes. No make fire here. I whistle, Le Medellin. When you hear, you come out on road. Understand? Understand. And he went. Jean, what do you think? You haven't lost a thing. If you want, we can still go back to Kuru. I'll get you a dugout there, food and a sail. Jean, I'm going very far away. I can't do it alone. But thanks for your offer. If worse comes to worst, I may have to take you up on it. We ate a big piece of the palmetto the Chinese had given us. It was wonderfully cool, with a definite nutty flavor. Jean said he'd take the watch. I trusted him. I spread tobacco juice over my face and hands, for the onslaught had already begun. Jean woke me up. Papillon, someone's whistling, Le Medellin. What time is it? Not very late, 9 o'clock maybe. We went out onto the road. The night was still very dark. Whoever was whistling was coming nearer. I answered back. He was still nearer now, though I couldn't see him yet. Taking turns whistling, we finally met. There were 3 of them. Each in turn touched my hand. Let's sit here by the side of the road, one of them said in perfect French. Nobody can see us here in the shadows. Jean came and joined us. Eat first, then we'll talk. This was from the educated member of the group. Jean and I lapped up a piping hot vegetable soup. It warmed us so well we decided to leave the rest of the food for later. We drank a delicious hot, sweet tea with a mint flavor. You're a friend of Chang. Yes, he told me to come here and find Kuik so we could escape together. I've already done one long cavale, all the way to Colombia. I'm a good sailor. That's why Chang wanted me to take his brother along. He trusts me. Maybe. Describe Chang's tattoos. He's got a dragon on his chest and 3 dots on his left hand. He told me the dots meant he had been one of the leaders of the revolt at Pulo Condor in Indochina. His best friend is another leader of the revolt, named Van Hue. He's got only one arm. That's me, the educated one said. You've proved you're Chang's friend, therefore you're our friend. Now listen carefully. Kuik hasn't gone out to sea yet because he doesn't know how to sail a boat. He's alone in the bush, about 7 miles from here. He makes charcoal. Friends sell it for him and give him the money. When he's earned enough, he's going to buy a boat and find somebody to escape with him. Where he is now, he's safe. Nobody can get to his island because it's surrounded by moving quicksand. Anyone who tries to cross is sucked down into the muck. I'll come for you at sunrise and take you to him. You come with us now. We followed the edge of the road, for the moon was up and it was bright enough to see 50 yards ahead. We came to a wooden bridge and Van Hue said, go down under the bridge. Sleep there, and I'll come for you in the morning. We shook hands and parted. They walked out into the road. If they were caught, they were going to say they had gone to check some traps they'd set in the bush. Jean said, Papillon, don't you sleep there. You sleep in the bush, I sleep there. When they come, I'll call you. Fine. I went into the bush, smoked a few cigarettes, and fell asleep happy and my stomach warm from the good soup. Van Hue turned up before daybreak. To gain time, we would walk on the road until the sun rose. We walked fast for 40 minutes. Suddenly it was daylight and we could hear in the distance the sound of a wagon coming along the tracks. We hid in the bush. Goodbye, Jean. Thanks and good luck. God bless you and your family. I insisted he take the 500 francs. In parting, he explained how, if the Kuik business didn't work out, I could locate his village, make a detour around it and find myself on the path where I'd first met him. He used it twice a week, so we'd be bound to meet. I shook hands with my black friend and he hurried off down the road. Van Hue said, let's go. We pushed into the bush. He picked out the direction immediately and we moved with good speed. The bush was not very thick. He was able to separate the branches and liana without having to cut them with his machete. Kuik. In less than 3 hours we found ourselves facing a mud pond. There were water lilies in bloom and large green leaves stuck to the mud. We followed along the edge of the bank. Be careful you don't slip. You'll never be able to climb out, Van Hue warned me, having just seen me stumble. You go ahead. I'll follow you and be more careful. Attorney Island sat in the sea of mud about 150 yards from shore. Smoke was rising from the middle of it. It must be the charcoal pits. I spotted a crocodile in the quicksand, submerged except for its eyes. What on earth could it find to eat in that goo? We had walked about 3/4 of a mile around the edge of the pond when Van Hue stopped and started to sing at the top of his lungs in Chinese. A man came to the edge of the island. He was small and wearing only shorts. The two Chinese talked at great length, and I was beginning to get impatient when Van Hue said, "Come this way." I followed him and we retraced our steps. It's all right. That was a friend of Kuik. Kuik Kusi's gone hunting, but he should be back soon. We'll wait for him here. We sat down. Kuik arrived in less than an hour. He was a dried-up little guy with the yellow skin of an Annamite, shiny, almost black teeth and frank, knowing eyes. You a friend of my brother Chang? Yes. Good, you can go, Van Hugh. Thanks, Van Hugh said. Here, take this hen partridge. Thank you, no. He shook my hand and left. Kuik drew me to where a pig was waiting. We both followed the pig, literally in his footsteps. Very careful, Papillon. One false step and you're sucked in. In case of accident, we can't help each other for then we both die. The path is never the same because the quicksand moves. But the pig always finds a way. Once I had to wait 2 whole days before we could cross. The black pig sniffed around and was soon off across the quicksand. Kuik talked to it in Chinese. I was mystified by this small animal that obeyed him like a dog. My eyes bugged out as the pig crossed to the other side without ever sinking more than an inch or two. Kuik set off after him, saying, "Place your feet in my steps." We have to be quick because the pig's traces disappear almost immediately. We crossed without difficulty. The quicksand never reached above my ankles, and then only at the very end. The pig made 2 big detours which made the walk 200 yards. I was pouring sweat. I wasn't just scared. I was terrified. During the first part of the crossing I wondered if it was going to be my fate to die like Sylvan. I saw the poor bastard again at that last moment, but although the body was his face seemed to have my features. That walk was purgatory. I won't forget it soon. Give me your hand. And the little guy, all skin and bones, helped me up the bank. Well, my friend, I don't think any manhunt's going to use that path. No, we don't have to worry about that. We walked toward the middle of the little island. The smell of carbon gas grabbed me by the throat. I coughed. It was the smoke from 2 burning charcoal pits. No problem with mosquitoes here. A little woodman's hut made of leaves stood protected from the wind and veiled in smoke. Standing in front of the door was the little Indo-Chinese we had seen before we met Kuik. Hi, Mouche. Talk French to him. He's a friend of my brother. The tiny Chinese looked me over from head to foot. Satisfied with what he saw, he held out his hand and gave me a toothless smile. Come in. Sit down. The hut was clean and entirely kitchen. Something was cooking on the fire in a great big pot. There was a single bed made of branches standing over 3 feet above the ground. Help me make something for him to sleep on tonight. All right, Kuik. In less than a half hour my bed was made. The 2 men set the table and we had a marvelous soup, then some meat and onions with white rice. Kuik's friend was the one who sold his charcoal. He didn't live on the island, so by the time night fell, Kuik and I were alone. It's true I stole the camp chief's ducks. That's why I'm on Cavale. We were sitting opposite each other, and from time to time the flames from the little fire lit up our faces. We were feeling each other out, each trying to get to know and understand the other. Kuik's face was barely yellow at all and most of that was sunburn. His brilliant black, slanted eyes looked right through me as we talked. He smoked long cigars he made himself from leaves of black tobacco. I smoked cigarettes I rolled with the rice paper he provided. I left on Cavale because the chief who owned the ducks wanted to kill me. That was 3 months ago. What's too bad is that I gambled away all the money I made selling the ducks, plus what I've earned from the charcoal. Where do you play? In the bush. There's a game every night with the Chinese from Inini and the liberated prisoners from Cascade. You've decided you want to go by sea. It's all I think about. When I sell my next lot of charcoal, I'm going to buy a boat and find a mech who knows how to sail it and wants to go with me. I'll have enough charcoal to sell in 3 weeks. Maybe you and I could buy the boat and leave together, since you say you know how to sail. I have money, Kuik. We don't need to wait for you to sell the charcoal. That's fine. There's a good launch for sale for 1,500 francs. The man who wants to sell it is a black who cuts wood here. Good. Have you seen it? Yes. Can I get a look at it? T'll go see Chocolat. That's what I call him, tomorrow. Tell me about your cavale, Papillon. I thought no one could escape from Diable. Why didn't my brother Chang leave with you? I described the cavale, the wavelet and Sylvan's death. I can see why Chang didn't want to go with you. You took a big chance. You were damn lucky to get here alive. I'm glad you made it. We talked a little longer, but since Kuik wanted to see Chocolat at daybreak, we went to sleep early, leaving a big branch on the fire to keep it going through the night. The smoke made me cough and choke, but there was one advantage, not a single mosquito. Stretched out on my pallet under the warm blanket, I closed my eyes. But I couldn't sleep. I was too excited. The cavale was working. If the boat was any good, we'd be off to sea in 8 days. Kuik was a dried-up little guy, but he was obviously strong and tough. He seemed loyal and direct with his friends, although he was probably cruel toward his enemies. Asiatic faces are hard to read. They tell you nothing. But his eyes spoke well for him. I finally fell asleep and dreamed of a sun-drenched sea, my boat joyfully taking the waves toward freedom. You want coffee or tea? What do you drink? Tea. Then I'll have tea. The day had barely begun. The fire was still going, and water was boiling in the pot. Somewhere a rooster crowed. No birds here. The smoke must drive them away. The black pig lay on Kuik's bed. He was still asleep, the lazy beast. Cakes made of rice flour were browning over the coals. My new pal gave me some sweetened tea, then cut a rice cake in half, spread it with margarine and handed it to me. We ate well. I got away with 3 rice cakes. I'm off now. You come with me as far as the pond. If you hear anyone call or whistle, don't answer. You're in no danger. Nobody can get here. But if you show yourself on the edge of the island, you can be shot. The pig responded to its master's orders and got up. He had something to eat and drink. Then we all went outside. The pig made straight for the quicksand. He went down the bank a good distance from where we'd been yesterday, went in about 10 yards, then turned around and came back. He didn't care for that spot. It took him 3 more tries before he found one he liked. Kuik followed immediately. Kuik wouldn't be back until evening. I ate the soup he had left on the fire, then collected 8 eggs in the henhouse and, using 3, made an omelette with some of the margarine. The wind had changed direction and the smoke from the 2 pits was blowing away. In the afternoon it rained and, well protected, I lay down on my bed of branches. During the morning I had made a tour of the island. There was quite a large clearing almost in the center. From the felled trees and the sawed wood, I gathered this was where Kuik got the wood for his charcoal. There was also a big hole in the white clay, which must be what he used to cover the wood so it burned without making a flame. The chickens pecked around in the clearing. A big rat scurried under my feet and, a few yards farther on, I came across a dead snake at least 6 feet long. It must have just been killed by the rat. My day alone on the little island produced a series of discoveries. I found a family of anteaters, a mother and 3 babies. They had reduced an ant hill to a state of panic. A dozen tiny monkeys jumped from tree to tree in the clearing. At the sight of me a group of marmosets screamed loud enough to wake the dead. Kuik returned. I couldn't find Chocolat or the boat. He must have gone to Cascade for supplies. That's where his house is. Did you eat well? Yes. Still hungry? No. I brought you 2 packages of cheap soldiers' tobacco. It was all there was. Thanks. They're all the same to me. When Chocolat goes, how long does he stay in the village? 2 or 3 days. But I'll check tomorrow and every day after that. I have no idea when he left. It poured rain the next day, but that didn't discourage Kuik. He left stark naked, his clothes wrapped in oilcloth under his arm. I didn't go with him. No use you're getting wet, he said. Finally the rain stopped. The sun came out, and I figured from its position it must be between 10 and 11. One of the 2 charcoal pits had caved in under the weight of the rain. I went over to examine the disaster. The fire wasn't completely out. Smoke still rose from the damp heap. Suddenly I rubbed my eyes at the unexpected sight before me. 5 shoes were sticking out of the pit. Each shoe was connected to a leg. Conclusion. There were 3 men slowly cooking in the charcoal pit. Do I need to describe my first reaction? A shiver ran down my spine. Bending over, I pushed a bit of the charcoal aside and discovered the 6th foot. Kuik was a thorough mech, all right. He had bumped them off, then laid them in a row and turned them to ashes. I was so shaken that I backed away and headed for the clearing and some sun. I needed warmth. Even in the suffocating heat, I was suddenly shivering and desperate for the good sun of the tropics. You may think that sweat would have been more natural after such a discovery, but an hour passed before the beads of PSP rations started to roll down my forehead. The more I thought about it, the more I realized it was a miracle I was still alive. After all, I had told him I had a good deal of money in my plan. Was he waiting to stuff me into a 3rd pit? I remembered how Chang had told me that Kuik had been condemned for piracy and murder aboard a junk. When his group pillaged a boat, they killed everybody, for political reasons, they said. So these mechs had been killed, one after the other, and I was a prisoner here. A difficult position to be in. To be blunt about it, I could kill Kuik and give him his turn in the pit and no one would ever know. But the pig wouldn't obey me. That hunk of tame pork didn't even speak French. So I'd have no way of getting off the island. The Chinese might obey me if I pulled a gun on him, but once he got me off the island, I'd have to kill him. I could throw him into the quicksand and he'd disappear. But why hadn't he done that to the mechs in the pit? After all, the quicksand would have been much simpler. I didn't give a damn for the guards, but if his Chinese friends found out, there'd be a manhunt, and with their knowledge of the bush it would be no picnic to have them on my heels. Kuik had only a single-barreled shotgun that had to be loaded from the muzzle. He kept it with him all the time, even when he was cooking. He slept with it and even carried it with him when he went outdoors to do his business. I must keep my knife open all the time, but I had to get some sleep somehow. Christ, some partner I'd chosen for my cavale. I couldn't eat the whole day. I still hadn't made up my mind what to do when I heard singing. It was Kuik on his way home. I watched him from behind a tree. He was balancing a bundle on top of his head, and I showed myself only when he'd almost reached the bank. Smiling, he handed me the package wrapped in a flour bag, clambered up the bank to my side and headed for the hut. I followed. Good news, Papillon. Chocolat is back. He still has the boat. He says it can carry over 1,000 pounds without sinking. What you have there are the flour bags for making the sail and jib. That's the first installment. We'll bring the rest tomorrow, when you go to see if you approve of the boat. Kuik told me all this without looking back. We were walking single file. The pig first, then him, then me. It crossed my mind that he wasn't ready to stuff me into the pit if he was suggesting I look at the boat, and he was already starting to collect supplies for the cavale. He'd even bought the flour sacks. Look at that, will you? The pit's collapsed. It must have been the rain. With that downpour I'm not surprised. He didn't go over to the pit but went straight into the hut. I couldn't think what to say or do. To pretend I hadn't noticed anything would be ridiculous. It would be damn funny if I'd spent the whole day on the island and hadn't once gone to look at the pit. It wasn't more than 25 yards from the hut. You let the fire go out. I'm afraid I wasn't paying attention. You didn't eat anything. No, I wasn't hungry. You feel sick? No. Then why didn't you have any of the soup? Kuik, sit down. I want to talk to you. Let me light the fire first. No, I want to talk to you right away, while there's still light. What's the matter? Well, it's the charcoal pit. When it caved in, it uncovered 3 men you were cooking in it. I want an explanation. So that's why you've been acting so strange. He looked me straight in the eye without a hint of embarrassment. It upset you. I understand. It's only natural. I suppose I'm lucky you didn't knife me in the back. Papillon. Those 3 guys were part of Hunt. About 10 days ago I sold a load of charcoal to Chocolat. The Chinese you saw the first day helped me get the bags off the island. It's a complicated business. You take a rope over 200 yards long and pull the row of bags over the quicksand. Well, between here and the small stream where Chocolat keeps his boat we'd left a number of footprints. Also some of the bags were torn and dropped pieces of charcoal along the way. That's when the first manhunter started sniffing around. I could tell someone was in the bush from the cries of the animals. I saw him without him seeing me. I crossed on the side opposite, made a big semicircle and came up behind him. It was all very easy. He was dead without ever seeing who'd done it. I had noticed before that corpses rise to the surface of the quicksand after a few days, so I carried him and put him in the pit. What about the others? That happened 3 days before you came. It was a very dark and quiet night, which is very unusual in the bush. Those 2 had been on the edge of the pond since nightfall. The wind blew the smoke their way and one of them broke into a fit of coughing. That's how I knew they were there. Before daybreak I crossed the quicksand on the side opposite from where I'd heard the cough. I cut the first man's throat. He didn't have time to make a sound. The other one was armed with a hunting rifle, but he was so busy watching my island he didn't hear a thing. I got him with a single shot but it didn't kill him so I had to finish him off with my knife. Papillon. Those are the 3 mechs you saw in the pit. 2 of them were Arabs and the other a Frenchman. It was no cinch carrying them across the quicksand, I can tell you. I had to make 2 trips. And that's really what happened. Papillon. I swear it. Why didn't you dump them in the quicksand? I told you, the quicksand gives up its dead. Sometimes a big doe falls in, and a week later she's floating on the surface. It makes a terrible stink until the carrion eaters have done their work. But that takes a long time and the noise and swooping of the birds attracts attention. Papillon. I swear you have nothing to fear from me. Look, will it make you feel better if I give you my shotgun? I had a powerful urge to say yes, but I controlled it and said in as natural a voice as possible, no, Kuik. I'm here because I feel you're my friend. But you have to start the fire up and finish cooking the mechs tomorrow. Who knows who might come by after we're gone. I don't want to be accused of 3 murders, even after I've gone. Yes, I'll do it tomorrow. But don't worry, nobody'll ever set foot on this island. They just can't make it over the quicksand. What about a rubber raft? I never thought of that. If they happened to send some police to have a look around the island, they could do it easily with a raft. That's why we have to get moving as fast as possible. Right, we'll start the pit up tomorrow. It won't be hard because it's not really out. All it needs is 2 ventilation holes. Good night, Kuik Sheik. Good night, Papillon. Sleep well, you can trust me. I mean it. I pulled the blanket up to my chin, taking comfort from its warmth. I lit a cigarette. In 10 minutes Kuik was snoring, his pig breathing heavily beside him. The fire had died down, but the wood glowed when the breeze blew through the hut. It gave me a feeling of peace and calm. I savored the moment and fell asleep. But one thought preyed at the back of my mind. Either I would wake up tomorrow and all would be well between the Chinese and me, or he was one hell of an actor. In the latter case I would never see the sun again, for I had too much on him and it would make him uneasy. The specialist in wholesale murder woke me up, handed me a mug of coffee as if nothing had happened, and wished me good morning with a big, cordial smile. The sun was already up. Come, have some coffee and a rice cake. The margarine's already on it. I had my breakfast, then washed outside with water from a barrel that was always full. Give me a hand, Papillon. Sure, I said, not asking what for. We pulled the half-cooked corpses by the feet. I didn't mention it, but I noticed that all three had been disemboweled. The kindly Chinese must have been rummaging around to see if they had any plans. Had they really been hunting Kuik? Couldn't they just as easily have been hunting butterflies or deer? Did he kill them out of self-defense or to rob them? Enough of that. They were back in the pit, well covered by layers of wood and clay. Kuik made 2 ventilation holes and the pit was once again doing double duty, making charcoal and reducing 3 corpses to cinders. Let's go, Papillon. The pig found us a passage in no time. We crossed the quicksand in tight single file. With the first step the awful dread came back to me. Was Sylvan's fate going to be mine? Dripping cold sweat, I plunged in after Kuik, following his exact footprints. One thing, anyway, if he got through, I would too. After a 2-hour march we arrived where Chocolat was cutting wood. Hello, Mouche. Hello, Kuik. How are things? 0K. Show my friend the boat. It was a very strong boat, a kind of launch for carrying freight. Heavy but sturdy. I dug my knife in everywhere. It never went in deeper than 1/4 of an inch. The bottom was sound too. Clearly the boat was made of first-class wood. How much will you sell it for? 2,500 francs. I'll give you 2,000. Sold. It needs a keel. I'll pay you another 500 if you'll add a keel, rudder and mast. The keel must be of hardwood, also the rudder. I want the mast to be 10 feet high of a light, flexible wood. When can you have it ready? In 8 days. Here are 2,000 franc bills and a 500. I'm going to cut them in 2 and give you the other half when you deliver the boat. You keep the 3 halves at your house. Okay. 0K. I'll need some permanganate, a barrel of water, cigarettes and matches, and enough food to last 4 men a month, flour, oil, coffee and sugar. I'll pay for the supplies separately. I want the whole business delivered on the Kuru River. Mouche, I can't go with you to the mouth of the river. I didn't ask you to. I only said to deliver the boat to the river. We don't want it in this creek. Here, take these flour bags with the rope, needles and thread. We got back to our hideout well before nightfall, but the pig was so tired Kuik had to carry him on his shoulders. I was alone again the next day, sewing the sail, when I suddenly heard voices. I walked toward the quicksand and, well hidden, I watched what was going on the other side. There were Kuik and Van Hugh arguing fiercely, throwing their arms about. I gathered that Van Hugh wanted to come to the island and Kuik didn't want him to. They both had their machetes out. Van Hugh was the more excited. Just so long as he didn't kill Kuik. I decided to show myself. I gave a whistle and they turned toward me. What's going on, Kuik? Van Hugh called out, I want to talk to you, Papillon, and Kuik won't let me. After another 10 minutes of discussion in Chinese they arrived in the wake of the pig. We sat down in the hut, mugs of tea in our hands, and I waited for them to start talking. Here's the problem, Kuik said. He wants to go on our cavale. I explained that it was not my affair, that you were paying for it and in full charge, but he wouldn't believe it. Papillon, the other man said, he's just got to take me with him. Why? He cut off my arm 2 years ago in a gambling fight and then he made me swear I wouldn't kill him. I agreed on one condition. He would have to feed me the rest of his life, or as long as I demanded it. If he goes off now, I'll never see him again. So either he lets you go alone or he takes me with him. That's a weird one. Look, you can come along. The boat's big enough and very strong. We could take even more people. It's okay with me if it's okay with Kuik. Thanks, Van Hugh said. What do you say, Kuik? Okay, if that's the way you want it. One very important thing, Can you leave the camp without being reported missing and reach the river before night? No trouble at all. I can leave any time after 3 in the afternoon and get to the river in less than 2 hours. Can you find the place at night, quick, so we can get your pal on board without losing too much time? Sure. That's no problem. Be here a week from now and we'll tell you when we're leaving. Van Hugh shook my hand warmly and left in a state of bliss. I watched them say goodbye to each other on the opposite bank. They touched hands before separating. So all was well. When Quick was back in the hut, I said, "That's an unusual arrangement you made with your pal, agreeing to feed him the rest of his life. Why did you cut off his arm? It was a fight over the deal. Wouldn't you have done better to kill him?" "No, he's a very close friend. When I was called before the tribunal, he defended me all the way. He said he attacked me first and I'd acted in self-defense. I agreed to the pact of my own free will and I intend to stick to it. I didn't dare tell you about it because you were paying for the whole cavail. Let's not discuss it anymore. If God wills you to be free again someday, you can do what you think best then. I intend to stick by my word. What do you plan to do when you're free?" "I want to have a restaurant. I'm a good cook and Van Hugh specializes in chow mein." Chocolat was as good as his word. 5 days later all was ready. We went to look at the boat in a pouring rain. Everything was shipshape. The mast, rudder and keel were installed and of first-class material. The boat was tied up in a bend of the river with the barrel of water and all the supplies. All that remained was to get word to Van Hugh. Chocolat took it on himself to go to the camp and alert him. To avoid the danger of having to pick him up from the riverbank, he would bring him directly to our hiding place. The mouth of the Kourou was marked by 2 beacons. If it rained, we could safely drift down the middle of the river without running the risk of hoisting sail. Chocolat gave us some black paint and a brush. We were to paint a big K and the number 21 on the sail. This designation belonged to a fishing boat that sometimes went out at night. If anyone happened to see us raising our sail as we hit the sea, they'd think we were the fishing boat. Departure was scheduled for 7 o'clock, 1 hour after nightfall. Quick assured me that he'd be able to find the path to the hiding place. We'd leave the island at 5 in order to have 1 hour of daylight for the march. We returned to our hut in high spirits. Quick walked in front of me, carrying the pig on his shoulders. He never stopped talking. "I'm leaving the ban. Thanks to you and my brother, I'm going to be free at last. Maybe if the French ever leave Indochina, I'll even be able to return to my own country." He seemed to trust me, and the fact that I liked the boat made him as happy as a bird. I felt pretty good too. I was spending my last night on the little island. My last night, I hoped, in Guyana. If I could get to the open sea, I'd be free. No question about that. The only danger then would be shipwreck. The war had been good for one thing. Since it had begun, no convict had been returned to the country he'd escaped from. Of course, if we messed up the cavail and were caught, we'd be sentenced to death. I thought of Sylvain. He would have been here with me if he hadn't pulled that half-assed stunt. I fell asleep composing a cable. "Prosecutor Pradle, I've finally definitely escaped the hellhole you sent me to. It took 9 years. The sun was quite high when Quick woke me. We had tea and rice cakes. There were tin cans all over the place. Then I noticed 2 wicker cages. What are you doing with those?" "They're for my chickens. We can eat them on the cavail." "You're out of your mind, Quick. We're not taking any chickens with us." "But I want to." "Are you crazy? You realize what'll happen at daybreak? Your chickens and roosters will be crowing and clucking like mad. I won't leave without my chickens." "All right then, cook them now and pack them in oil. That'll help preserve them. We'll eat them our first 3 days out." He was finally convinced and went off in search of his hens. But the shrieks of the first 4 he caught must have been a warning to the others. They disappeared into the brush and he wasn't able to catch any more. It's always been a mystery to me how animals smell out danger. Loaded down like pack mules, we crossed the quicksand behind the pig. Kuik begged me to let the pig go with us. You swear he won't make a sound? I swear it. He shuts up when I tell him to. Even the couple of times we were chased by a tiger, his hair stood straight up with fear, but he didn't make a sound. Kuik convinced me, so I agreed to take his cherished friend. It was night by the time we reached the place where the boat was hidden. Chocolat was there with Van Hugh. With 2 flashlights I checked to make sure that everything was in order. Nothing missing. The sail rings were around the mast and the jib was in place, ready to be hoisted. I had Kuik try the maneuver 2 or 3 times. He got it right away. I paid off the black. He'd done a remarkably thorough job. He was so trusting he'd brought gum tape and the other halves of the bills and asked me to stick them together. It never occurred to him I might take off with all the money. Those who trust others are trustworthy themselves. Chocolat was a good guy. He had seen how convicts were treated, and he felt no guilt about helping 3 men escape that hell. Goodbye, Chocolat. Good luck to you and your family. Thank you. Thank you very much. Goodbye to the BAGNE. 11th notebook. The CAVALE with the Chinese. I was the last one into the boat. Chocolat gave it a shove, and we moved off into the river. We had oars instead of paddles, one for Kuik up front, the other for me in the stern. It was raining. Each of us had a painted flour sack for a slicker. The current was fast and full of eddies, but in spite of that we made it to the middle in less than an hour. With the help of the ebb tide we passed the beacons 3 hours later. I knew the sea must be near because the lights were at the mouth of the river. We hoisted sail and were out of the Kourou in a flash. The wind took us on the beam with such force that I had to let out the sail. We hit the sea with a bang, passing through the narrows like an arrow, and were soon far offshore. 25 miles ahead, the lighthouse on Royale gave us our position. 13 days before I had been standing on the far side of that lighthouse, on Diable. For all that our exit to the sea had gone undetected and Grande Terre was soon far behind us, it seemed to bring little joy to my Chinese buddies. Unlike me, these Celestials keep their feelings to themselves. Once we were on the open sea, Kuik said in a mild tone of voice, that was a good start. Van Hugh added, yes. We made it with little trouble. Kuik, I'm thirsty. Pour me a shot of rum. They served me, then had a good slug themselves. I didn't have a compass, but during my first cavale I had learned to navigate by the sun, moon, stars and wind. So, without hesitation, I took a bearing on Polaris and headed straight out to sea. The boat behaved well. It took each wave smoothly with almost no roll. The wind was strong, and by morning we were a long way from the coast and the Les du Salut. I was tempted to backtrack to Diable to get a good look at it from the sea, but it would have been taking too much of a chance. For 6 days we had rough weather but no rain or storms. A strong wind kept us heading in a westerly direction. Kuik and Hugh were first-rate companions. They never complained, not about the weather, the sun, or the cold at night. The only drawback was that neither would take the tiller to give me a few hours rest. 3 or 4 times a day they cooked. We had eaten all the hens and roosters. One day I said to Kuik as a joke, when do we eat the pig? He almost had a fit. That animal is my friend. Before you kill it, you have to kill me. My friends were busy all the time. There was always hot tea ready, and they did everything before you had to tell them. They even gave up smoking so I could have all the tobacco. We had now been gone 7 days. I was on the point of collapse. The sun was so hot that even the Chinese were cooked like a pair of lobsters. I just had to get some sleep. I made the tiller fast and left only a small bit of sail up. The boat would go wherever the wind pushed us. I slept like the dead for 4 hours. I was awakened by a sudden thump, harder than usual, that almost made me jump out of my skin. I wet my face and in the process made the pleasant discovery that I had been shaved while one slept. Quick had done it and I hadn't felt a thing. And he had oiled my face into the bargain. Since last night I'd been heading west by southwest, for I thought I had gone too far north. This was because, in addition to being very steady, the boat had the advantage of resisting drift. I hadn't realized this when I made my calculations, so we got somewhat off course. Suddenly, up in the sky, I saw a dirigible, the first I'd ever seen. It didn't seem to be coming in our direction and it was too far away to estimate its size. The reflection of the sun on the aluminum was so brilliant it hurt to look at it. Now it seemed to be changing its course and coming straight for us. It was growing bigger and bigger, and in less than 20 minutes it was right over us. Quick and his pal were so impressed by the machine that they kept up an endless blay in Chinese. For Christ's sake, talk French so I can understand you. It's an English sausage, said Quick. No, it's not exactly a sausage. It's a dirigible. Now we could make out every detail. It was losing altitude, turning and turning above us in ever-tightening circles. Signal flags were let down. But since we didn't know the first thing about flag language, we couldn't reply. The dirigible wouldn't give up though, and came even closer, so close we could see the people in the cabin. Then they headed straight for land, and less than an hour later a plane appeared and made several passes overhead. The wind suddenly picked up, and the sea began to get rough. But the horizon was clear on all sides so there was no danger of rain. Look, said Van Hugh. Where? Over there, that dot between us and where land should be. That black dot is a boat. You sure? I not only know it's a boat, I can also tell you it's some kind of torpedo boat. How do you know that? Because there's no smoke coming from it. In point of fact, only an hour later it was all too clear that it was a warship and it was coming straight for us. It was getting bigger every minute, moving with extraordinary speed. If it came too close, it would be very dangerous in this heavy sea. With its wake going contrary to the waves, it could easily sink us. It was a pocket torpedo boat. As it came nearer, we could read tarpon on its side, and a British flag hung from the bow. After making a semicircle, the boat came up slowly from behind, keeping carefully abreast of us. The crew was on deck, in the blue of the British Navy. From the bridge an officer shouted through a megaphone in English, "Stop! Stop, you! Quick, let down the sails." We had the mainsail, spinnaker and jib down in less than 2 minutes. Only the waves kept us moving now and we were starting to slip sideways. This would be dangerous if we kept it up for long, especially with these high waves. A boat without some form of propulsion, whether motor or sail, won't respond to the tiller. I cupped my hands and shouted, "Captain, you speak French." Another officer took the megaphone. "Yes, Captain, I understand French. What you want us to do? Bring your boat alongside." "No, it's too dangerous. We'll crack up. We're a warship on patrol. You must obey." "I don't give a damn who you are. We're not at war with anybody." "Aren't you survivors of a torpedoed ship?" "No, we're escaped prisoners from a French ban." "What ban? What's a ban?" "A prison, a penitentiary. We're convicts, hard labor." "Ah, yes, now I understand. From KN." "Yes, KN. Where you heading?" "British Honduras." "It can't be done. You must head south-southwest and make for Georgetown." "That's an order. You must obey it." 0K. I told Quick to hoist sail and head out in the direction indicated. We heard a motor behind us. It was a launch that had cast off from the bigger ship and was catching up with us. A sailor with a rifle slung over his shoulder stood in the bow. The launch came up on our starboard and literally grazed us without stopping or asking us to stop. With one leap the sailor was in our boat. Then the launch turned back and rejoined the torpedo boat. "Good afternoon," the sailor said in English. He came and sat down beside me and put his hand on the tiller, pointing it a little more to the south. I watched him carefully. He was very good with the boat, no doubt about that. However, I stayed right next to him. You never knew. Cigarettes. He took out 3 packs of English cigarettes and gave each of us one. My word, Kewick said, they must have given him the 3 packs just as he leapt off. After all, you don't go around with 3 packs in your pockets. I laughed, then turned my attention back to the Englishman, who was clearly a better sailor than I was free to let my mind wander. This time the cavale was really a success. I was free. A feeling of warmth crept through me and I realized my eyes were wet with tears. Before the war ended, I'd have time to become established and win people's respect, wherever I ended up. The only difficulty was that, with the war on, I might not be able to choose where I wanted to live. But that made little difference. No matter where I settled, I would win the respect and confidence of both the ordinary people and the authorities. My way of life would be, beyond reproach. My victory gave me such an extraordinary feeling of security that it was all I could think of. At last, Papillon, you've won. The 9 years are behind you and you've won. Thank you, God. You could have done it a little sooner, but your ways are mysterious. I'm not really complaining because it's thanks to your help that I'm still young, healthy and free. My mind was roaming over the 2 years of French prisons and 9 years of ban when I felt a nudge on my arm. The sailor said, "Land." At 4 o'clock we passed a blacked-out lighthouse and entered a big river, the Demerara. The launch reappeared. The sailor turned the tiller over to me and posted himself in the bow of the boat. A heavy rope was thrown to him from the launch and he tied it to the forward bench. He lowered the sails himself and, towed very gently by the launch, we sailed 12 miles up the Yellow River, the torpedo boat 200 yards behind. There was a bend in the river and there, spread out in front of us, was a large city. Georgetown, announced the British sailor. There were freighters, warships and motorboats everywhere, and gun turrets bristled on either side of the water. There were whole arsenals on the Navy ships, as well as on land. We knew a war was on, yet during the years since it had started we in the ban had been completely untouched by it. But Georgetown was on a 100% war footing. It gave me a funny feeling to be in an armed city. We drew up to a military pier and the torpedo boat came alongside. Kewick and his pig, Hugh carrying a small bundle, and I, empty-handed, climbed up onto the quay. Cavale from Georgetown. 12th Notebook. Georgetown. 8 days later, after a few formalities necessitated by the war, we were free. We went to live with 3 escaped French convicts who had established themselves in the Hindu quarter of Georgetown and sold fresh vegetables to American sailors in port. I did some professional tattooing on the side. After various stints as restaurant keeper, dealer in butterflies and operator of a striptease joint up in a blue-eyed mining town, all of which got me and my Chinese partners into trouble with the police, I decided I'd had enough of British Guiana. Kewick and Van Hugh stayed behind. Without proper authorization, the war made this a serious offense, and naturally with no passports, 5 of us, all liberated or escaped cons, set out to sea in a sturdy boat and headed north. We ran into a terrible typhoon and lost everything, the top half of our mast, sail, tiller and all our supplies. All that remained were a small paddle and the clothes on our backs. We used the paddle as a rudder. Then we stripped to our undershirts and, with the help of a small roll of wire that had survived the storm, we made a sail out of our pants, jackets and shirts, and attached it to what was left of the mast. The trade winds picked up and I used them to head due south. I didn't care where we landed, even if it meant going back to British Guiana. The sentence that awaited us there would be welcome after what we'd gone through. My comrades had done themselves proud during and after the storm, which was hardly the word for it, better cataclysm, deluge, cyclone. We had been out 6 days, the last 2 in a dead calm, when we sighted land, or so I thought. I headed for it immediately but decided to say nothing until I was sure. Suddenly there were birds overhead. I must be right. My friends woke up at the sound of their cries. They had been lying in the bottom of the boat, stupefied by the sun and fatigue, their arms across their faces to protect them from the rays. "Where do you think we are, Pappy?" said Chapper. "Frankly, I don't know. If that piece of land isn't an island, if it's a bay, then it could be the tip of British Guiana, the part that extends to the Orinoco and divides it from Venezuela. But if there's a big space between the land on the right and on the left, then it's not a peninsula but Trinidad. The left side would be Venezuela. That would mean we were in the Gulf of Paria." I seem to remember this from the nautical maps I'd studied some time ago. If it was Trinidad on the right and Venezuela on the left, which should we choose? Our fate hung on this decision. With a good fresh wind in our sail, it wouldn't be too difficult to make the coast. For the moment we were heading between the two. Trinidad would mean the same, roast beefs, the same government as British Guiana. "They're sure to treat us well," said Guitu. "Maybe, but what will they do to us for leaving British territory in time of war without proper authorization?" "What about Venezuela?" "There's no way of knowing," said Duplank. "When Prey-Ide and Gomez was in power, they made the cons work in road gangs under terrible conditions, then turned them over to France. The war may have changed all that. But from what I heard in Georgetown, they're neutral." "Are you sure?" "Positive." "Then it's dangerous for us." We could make out lights on both sides. Then we heard a foghorn. 3 blasts in a row. Signal lights showed on the right. The moon came out directly in front of our bow. Immediately ahead were 2 enormous pointed rocks, rising very black out of the sea. They must be the reason for the foghorn. "Look, floating buoys. There's a whole line of them. Why don't we tie up to one and wait here for daylight?" "Let down the sail, Chapper." He dropped the remnants of pants and shirts I had dignified with the name of sail, and, breaking with the paddle, I turned toward one of the buoys. Luckily a length of rope hanging from the bow had escaped the typhoon's fury. There. We were tied up. Not exactly to the buoy itself, for the strange contraption had nothing you could tie anything to, but to the chain that connected it with the next buoy. It seemed to be a cable marking the channel. We closed our ears to the persistent foghorn and lay down in the bottom of the boat, covered by the sail to protect us from the wind. I felt a gentle warmth creep through my body and fell into a deep sleep. I awoke to a clear day. The sun was just rising, the sea was fairly heavy, and its blue-green color indicated that the bottom was coral. "What we going to do? Are we going to land? I'm famished and dying of thirst." It was the first complaint in all these days of forced fasting, today being the 7th. "We're so near we might as well land." It was Chapper talking. From my bench I could clearly see the broken coastline behind the 2 big rocks. It must be Trinidad to the right and Venezuela to the left. There was no doubt about it. We were in the Gulf of Paria, and the only reason the water wasn't yellow with the silt from the Orinoco was that we were in the middle of the channel to the sea. "Okay, what do we do? You guys are going to have to decide. It's too big a decision for one man. On the right, we've got the British island of Trinidad. On the left, Venezuela. One thing is certain. Given the condition of our boat and our physical condition, we should get to shore as soon as possible. 2 of you are liberated cons, Guitu and Corbier. The rest of us, Chapper, Duplank and I, are in real danger. So actually the 3 of us should decide. What do you say? It would make more sense to go to Trinidad. Venezuela's an unknown quantity. I don't think we'll have to make a decision. It looks like that launch is going to make it for us, Duplank said. Sure enough, a launch was heading straight at us. It stopped 50 yards off and a man picked up a megaphone. I could see that the flag wasn't British. Lots of stars, very beautiful. I'd never seen it before in my life. It had to be Venezuelan. Later that flag was to be my flag, the flag of my new country, to me, the most moving symbol because there, wrapped up in a piece of cloth, were all the noblest qualities of a great people, my people. Who are you? The man with the megaphone shouted in Spanish. We're French. Axe you crazy. Why do you ask that? Because you're tied up to a string of mines. Is that why you don't come closer? Yes, get out of there fast. It took Chapa just 3 seconds to untie the knot. Unbelievable, we had tied ourselves to a chain of floating mines. It was a miracle we hadn't been blown to bits. The launch took us in tow and the crew passed us some coffee, hot sweetened milk and cigarettes. Go to Venezuela, you'll be treated well. We can't tow you all the way because we just got an SOS to pick up someone who's been badly hurt at the Barimas lighthouse. Don't go to Trinidad. 9 chances out of 10 you'll strike a mine and then, after a goodbye, good luck, the launch moved off, leaving us 2 quarts of milk. We hoisted sail. At 10 o'clock, my stomach almost back in shape from the infusion of coffee and milk, a cigarette between my lips, heedless of all danger, I beached the boat on a stretch of fine sand. At least 50 people were standing waiting to see what on earth could be arriving in this strange vessel with its broken mast and a sail made of shirts and pants. Venezuela. 13th Notebook. The Fisherman of IRAPA. I discovered a world, a people, a civilization totally unknown to me. Those first minutes on Venezuelan soil were so moving. It would take a talent far greater than mine to describe the warm welcome we received from these generous people. The men were both blacks and whites, though most of them with the tan of a white man who's been in the sun a few days. Almost all wore their pants rolled up to the knees. You poor people, you really are in sad shape, one of the men said. The fishing village where we had landed was called Arapa. It was located in the state of Sucre. The young women were all pretty, on the small side but very gracious and hospitable. The middle-aged and old women immediately turned into nurses and substitute mothers for us. They hung 5 woolen hammocks in a shed next to one of the houses, furnished it with a table and chairs, then coated us with cocoa butter from head to foot, not missing an inch of raw flesh. These good people of the coast knew we needed sleep and that we should be fed only in very small amounts. Almost asleep in our comfortable hammocks, we were fed tidbits by our volunteer nurses, like young birds being fed by their mother. I was so exhausted that what little strength I had gave way completely the moment I hit the hammock. With the layers of cocoa butter coating my raw sores, I literally melted away. I slept, ate, drank, without being fully aware of what was going on. My empty stomach rejected the first spoonfuls of tapioca, and I wasn't the only one. All of us vomited most of the food the women tried to spoon into our mouths. The people of Arapa were very poor, but there wasn't one who didn't try to help. Thanks to their care and our youth, we were almost back to normal in 3 days. We spent long hours talking to the people as we sat in the pleasant shade of our palm-leaved shed. They couldn't afford to clothe us all at once, so they formed little groups. One took care of Guitu, another of Duplank, and so on. About 10 people took care of me. For the first few days we wore anything and everything, but whatever it was always spotlessly clean. Later, whenever they could manage it, they bought us a new shirt, or pants, a belt, or a pair of slippers. Among the women who took care of me were 2 very young girls, Indians mixed with Spanish or Portuguese blood. One was called Tubase, the other Nenata. They bought me a shirt, pants and a pair of slippers they called aspargate. They had leather soles and the part that covered the foot was made of cloth. The toes were left bare and the material looped around the heel. We don't need to ask where you come from. We know from your tattoos your prisoners escaped from the French ban. That was amazing. They knew we were convicts. They knew about the prisons we'd been in from newspapers and magazines. Yet these people thought it perfectly natural to come to our rescue and help us. To clothe someone when you're well off, or to feed a hungry stranger when it doesn't deprive you or your family of anything, is already something. But to cut a corn or tapioca cake in two and share with a stranger a meal that is already too meager for your own people, not only a stranger but a fugitive from justice, that is truly admirable. Then, one morning, all the villagers were silent. They seemed upset and worried. What was going on? Tibase and Neneta watched me as I shaved for the first time in 2 weeks. In the 8 days we had been with these warm-hearted people, a thin skin had begun to form over my burns and I thought I could risk it. Because of my beard, the girls had had no idea how old I was. When they saw me clean-shaven, they were thrilled and told me in their naive way that they found me young. Although I was 35, I still managed to look 28 or 30. But something was bothering them. I could feel it in my bones. What's going on? Tell me, Tibase, what is it? We're expecting the authorities from Gileria any minute. We don't have any police here, but somehow their police found out about you. They're on their way. A tall handsome black woman came over to me, along with a young man with the beautifully proportioned body of an athlete. The woman was called La Negrita, the affectionate name for colored women used all over Venezuela, where there is absolutely no discrimination, either racial or religious. She said to me, Señor Enrique, the police are on their way. I don't know whether they mean good or ill. Why don't you hide in the mountains for a while? My brother can show you the way to a small house where no one can possibly find you. Between Tibase, Neneta and me, we can bring you the news and something to eat every day. I was so touched that I reached for her hand to kiss it, but she pulled it back and, in the purest way, kissed me on the cheek. Then a group of horsemen came thundering in like an express train. Each had a machete hanging from his left side like a sword, a belt full of ammunition and an enormous revolver in a holster hanging from the right hip. They leapt to the ground, and the big, bronze-skinned man with the Mongol features and hooded eyes of an Indian came up to us. He was about 40 years old and wore an enormous straw hat. Good day, I'm the chief of police. Good day, sir. Why didn't you tell us you had 5 escaped prisoners from French Guiana? I hear they've been here 8 days. We were waiting till they were well enough to walk and their burns were healed. Well, we're taking them back to Charriére. A truck is coming for them. Would you care for some coffee? Yes, thanks. We sat down in a circle and everybody had some coffee. I looked at the chief of police and the rest of his men. They didn't look mean. They gave the impression of obeying orders they didn't necessarily go along with. You escaped from Diable. No, we came from Georgetown in British Guiana. Why didn't you stay there? It's too hard earning a living there. He said with a smile, you thought it would be better here than with the English. Yes, besides, we're Latins like you. A group of 7 or 8 men came up to our circle. At their head was a man of about 50, white-haired, almost 6 feet tall, with a light chocolate-colored skin. His huge black eyes betokened a rare intelligence and spirit. His right hand was resting on the handle of his machete. Chief, what are you going to do with these men? I'm taking them to the prison in Charriére. Why can't you let them live with us? Each family will take one. Can't. I have orders from the governor. But they've done nothing wrong in Venezuela. I know, but they're dangerous men or they wouldn't have been condemned to the French ban. They must have committed some serious crimes. Besides, they escaped with no identification and their own police will certainly claim them when they learn they're in Venezuela. We would like to keep them with us. Impossible. Governor's orders. Anything's possible. What does the governor know about people like these? No man is ruined forever. No matter what he's done, there comes a moment in his life when he can be saved, when he can be made into someone good and useful to the community. What do the rest of you say? Like a chorus, they said, yes. Leave them to us. We'll help them make a new life. 8 days have been enough to show us the good men. The chief of police replied, men more civilized than us locked them up in dungeons so they couldn't go on doing harm. What do you call civilized, Chief? I asked. You think because the French have elevators, airplanes and a train that runs underground it proves they are more civilized than these people who took us in and nursed us. In my opinion, these people here have a more humane civilization, more generous souls and greater understanding because they live close to nature and without the benefits of a technological civilization. What they lack in the way of progress they make up for in a Christian charity that puts the so-called civilized nations to shame. I'll take an illiterate from this hamlet any day over a graduate of the Sorbonne in Paris, especially if he's like the prosecutor who condemned me to the ban. The first is a man, the second has forgotten how to be one. I get your point. All the same, I'm only an instrument. And here's the truck anyway. Please, try to have the right attitude. It will make things a lot easier. Each group of women embraced her particular charge. Tiboussé, Neneta and La Negrita wept as they kissed me goodbye. Each man in turn shook hands with us to show how he suffered to see us go to prison. Farewell, you good people of Arapa. If I'm ever free again, I'll try to help others the way you, the first people I met in Venezuela, helped me. I was to meet many more like them in later years. The BAGNE at El Dorado. 2 hours later we arrived at Charriére, a big village with a port and the pretensions of a city. The chief of police turned us over personally to the district police commissioner. We weren't too badly treated at the police station, but we had to submit to an interrogation by a dim-witted official who wouldn't accept the fact that we had come from British Guiana and that we had been free men there. In addition, he asked us to explain why we had arrived in Venezuela in such a sorry condition after what had been really a very short trip. Then he accused us of trying to make a fool of him with our story of the typhoon. You tell me that 2 huge banana trees keeled over in that tornado, a freighter carrying bauxite went down with everyone on board, and you, in a 15-foot tub wide open to the elements, came through. Who'll believe you? Not even a senile old beggar in the marketplace would fall for that one. You're lying. Why don't you get in touch with Georgetown? I don't want to get involved with the English. God knows what kind of report that mulish, pretentious boob sent off to his superiors. In any event, we were awakened one morning at 5 o'clock, put in chains and loaded into a truck. With 10 policemen to guard us, we headed for Ciudad Bolivar, the capital of the state of Bolivar. The dirt roads made the trip an agony. Police and prisoners alike, we rattled and shook like a sack of nuts on the truck floor. It was worse than a toboggan. The trip lasted 5 days. We slept in the truck every night, and every morning we started off again on this wild journey toward an unknown destination. We were all in very poor shape when we finally arrived in the village of El Dorado. What was this El Dorado? First, it represented a dream of the Spanish conquistadors. They had noticed that the Indians from this region had gold and were therefore convinced that there must be a mountain of gold or, at the very least, half gold, half earth. Actually El Dorado was a village on a river full of piranhas, a carnivorous fish that devours man or beast in a few hours, and electric fish, the tembladores, that electrocute their prey as they swim around him, then suck the victim as he decomposes. In the middle of the river was an island and, on the island, a real concentration camp. This was the Venezuelan ban. This hard labor camp was the most inhuman I'd ever seen. It was a compound about 500 feet square, surrounded by barbed wire and with no shelter of any kind. Nearly 400 men slept under the sky, exposed to all weathers. Here and there were a few small shelters roofed with zinc. Without asking us a single question, without giving us any reason for what they were doing, they locked us into the ban at El Dorado at 3 in the afternoon. We were dead from fatigue after the exhausting trip chained in the truck. At 3:30, they hadn't even asked us our names. 2 of us were given shovels and the other 3 pickaxes. 5 soldiers surrounded us, rifles and bullwhips in hand, and a corporal ordered us to the work area under pain of being whipped. We got the point. They were out to demonstrate their authority. It would be very dangerous to disobey them now. Later on, Perhaps. When we reached the work area, we were told to dig a trench along the side of the road that was being built through the Virgin Forest. We obeyed without a word and went to work with what strength we had, never looking up. But this didn't prevent us from hearing how the guards cursed and flayed the other prisoners. Not one of us was touched. I was convinced that we'd been put to work the moment we arrived to impress upon us our status as prisoners. After work, covered with dust and sweat, we were admitted back into the prisoners' camp. Still no formalities. The 5 Frenchies, this way. It was our corporal. He was a half-breed, 6 feet 4 inches tall. He carried a bullwhip and was in charge of discipline inside the camp. We were shown where to hang our hammocks near the entrance to the camp. It was in the open, although we did have a zinc roof to keep out the sun and rain. The majority of the prisoners were Colombians. The rest were Venezuelans. None of the disciplinary camps in the French ban could compare to the horrors of this place. A mule would have died from the treatment they gave the prisoners, yet everybody seemed to be in good health. The reason for this was that the food was plentiful and good. We held a council of war. We decided that if one of us was hit by a soldier, the best thing to do would be to stop work and lie on the ground. No matter how badly they beat us, we would not get up. Surely a superior officer would turn up one of these days, and somebody would tell us why we were in this ban when we had committed no crime. Our 2 liberated cons, Guitou and Corbière, considered asking to be returned to France. Then we decided to call Negro Blanco, the corporal, over. I was chosen to do the talking. Guitou went to get him. The cutthroat arrived, his bullwhip in hand, and we gathered around him. "What do you want?" I spoke up. "We want to tell you something. We don't intend ever to break a single rule of this ban, and you'll never have a reason to strike us. But we have noticed that you often hit people for no reason whatsoever. So we called you here to tell you that the day you strike any one of us, you're a dead man. Understand?" "Yes," said Negro Blanco. "One last piece of advice." "Yes," he said in a low voice. "If you have to repeat what I just told you, see that it's to an officer, not a soldier." Okay, he went off. This happened on a Sunday when the prisoners didn't have to work. An officer came to see us soon afterward. "What's your name?" "Papillon." "You're the leader of the Frenchmen." "There are 5 of us and we're all leaders." "Why were you the one who spoke to the corporal?" "Because I speak better Spanish." He was only a captain in the National Guard, not the warden of the prison. There were 2 officers above him, he said, but they were away. Since our arrival he'd been in charge. The other 2 would be coming back Tuesday. "In speaking for your group, you threatened to kill the corporal if he struck any of you. Is that right?" "Yes, and I meant it. But I want to point out that I also told him that at no time would we do anything that justified corporal punishment. Captain, do you know we haven't been convicted by any court, that we've committed no crime in Venezuela?" "I don't know anything about that. You men arrived at the camp without papers and with only a note from the commissioner in the village. Put these men to work as soon as they arrive." "All right then, Captain, be fair. While you're waiting for your superiors to arrive, tell your soldiers we're not to be treated the same as the other prisoners. To repeat, we cannot be treated as convicts for we've committed no offense of any kind in Venezuela." "All right, I'll deliver the order. I just hope you're not trying to put something over on me." During the afternoon I took time out to study the prisoners. First, I was amazed to see how healthy they were. Second, I got the impression they were so used to being beaten that when Sunday came, and it was easy to avoid confrontations, they took a masochistic pleasure in provoking their tormentors. They insisted on doing things that were forbidden. They played with dice, they screwed in the toilets, they stole from their friends, they made obscene remarks to the women who came from the village with candy and cigarettes for the prisoners. These women also did some bartering, exchanging woven baskets or small sculptures for money and cigarettes. Some of the prisoners took what the women offered through the barbed wire, then ran off without paying up and disappeared into the crowd. It was obvious that the unfair and unreasonable corporal punishment had provoked a reign of terror throughout the camp which was without benefit to society, law, or order, and in no way corrected the unfortunate inmates. Even so, the reclusion at St. Joseph was much worse. There it was the silence. Here the fear was short-lived. You could talk at night and when you weren't working, as on Sundays, and there was the rich and abundant food. It meant a man could easily get through his sentence, which was never more than 5 years in any case. We spent Sundays smoking and drinking coffee as we talked among ourselves. Some Colombians tried to approach us, but we told them gently but firmly to go away. We were determined to be considered different from the other prisoners. Otherwise we were in for it. The next day we ate a huge breakfast and filed off to work with the others. We were lined up in 2 rows facing each other. One row consisted of 50 prisoners, the other of 50 soldiers. 1 soldier to each prisoner. Between the 2 rows lay 50 tools, shovels, pickaxes and hatchets. The 2 rows looked at each other, the prisoners in a state of terror, the soldiers nervous and sadistic. The sergeant called out a name and a tool. The poor bugger grabbed it, flung it over his shoulder and ran off to start work as the sergeant called out, "Number X," meaning a soldier. The soldier fell in behind the poor mech and beat him with his whip. This scene was repeated twice a day. It didn't look like men going off to work. It looked like mule drivers thrashing their beasts. We were scared shitless as we waited our turn. But with us it was different. The 5 Frenchies, "This way. You younger ones, pick up those pickaxes. The old men, take these 2 spades." We set off toward the work area at a good clip, with 4 soldiers and a corporal to guard us. This day was worse than the first. Men who had been singled out for special abuse were at the end of their rope and were pleading on their knees for the beating to stop. In the afternoon the prisoners were ordered to gather some scattered pieces of wood from fires that hadn't quite gone out in order to make one big pile. Others were to clean up behind them. The idea was that, instead of 100 sticks smoldering here and there, there was to be one big fire in the middle of the field. Each soldier whipped his prisoner to make him move faster as he picked up the wood and ran with it to the pile. This devilish relay race had already pushed some of the mechs over the brink of sanity, and in their hurry they were picking up wood that was still burning. Their hands were on fire, they were walking over the hot coals in their bare feet. This demon dance lasted 3 hours. Luckily for us, none of us were ordered to take part, for as we were digging, we had decided, in clipped sentences, barely raising our heads, that we would leap on our 5 soldiers and the corporal, disarm them and shoot into the band of savages on the field. Tuesday we didn't work but were summoned before the 2 officers. They were astonished that we should be at El Dorado without documents and without a tribunal having sent us there. They promised to ask the head warden for an explanation the next day. It didn't take long. The 2 officers were strict and unnecessarily repressive, but they were correct. They demanded that the head warden come and explain the situation in person. He was now standing before us with his brother-in-law and the 2 officers. "I am the warden of the penal colony at El Dorado. You asked to speak with me. What do you want?" "First, we want to know what tribunal condemned us to this camp. How long is our sentence and what was our crime? We arrived in Arapa by sea. We have committed no offense. So what are we doing here? How do you justify making us work? First of all, we're at war. We must know exactly who you are. That may be, but it doesn't justify being locked up in your ban. You escaped from French justice. We have to find out if France wants you back. Again, that may be. But I repeat, why do you treat us as if we were serving a sentence? For the moment you're here under the vagrancy laws while we proceed to document your case." This discussion would have gone on forever if one of the officers hadn't cut through the garbage. "Warden, in all honesty, we can't treat these men the way we treat the other prisoners. I suggest that while we wait for word from Caracas, we find some other way of keeping them busy. These are dangerous men. They threatened to kill the corporal if he hit them. Isn't that true? Not only did we threaten him, sir, we threatened to kill anybody who took it into their heads to hit any one of us. What if it was a soldier? Same thing. We've done nothing to deserve this treatment. Maybe our laws and penal systems are worse than yours, but to be beaten like an animal, that's too much. The warden turned toward the officers with a look of triumph. See how dangerous these men are. The older of the two officers hesitated for a second. Then, to everybody's astonishment, he said, "These French fugitives are right. There's nothing in Venezuela that justifies their being made to serve a sentence or being subjected to the regulations of this colony. I agree with them there. Warden, either you find them some kind of work away from the other prisoners, or they don't work at all. If they're in with everybody else, sooner or later some soldier is bound to beat them. We'll see about that. Leave them in the camp for now. I'll tell you what to do in the morning." Then the warden and his brother-in-law left. I thanked the officers. They gave us cigarettes and promised that at the evening report they would instruct the officers and soldiers not to strike us under any pretext. We'd now been here 8 days. We had stopped working. Yesterday was Sunday and a terrible thing happened. The Colombians drew lots to see who was to kill Negro Blanco. A man of about 30 lost. He was given an iron spoon, the handle of which had been sharpened on the cement into a pointed, double-edged lance. He stuck bravely by his pact and stabbed Negro Blanco 3 times near the heart. The half-breed was carried off to the hospital and his assassin was bound to a stake in the middle of the camp. The soldiers went berserk. They searched everybody for weapons and beat the prisoners mercilessly. I wasn't fast enough taking off my pants and one of the frenzied soldiers whipped me on my rear. Corbier picked up a bench and raised it over the man's head. Another soldier pierced his arm with his bayonet, and at the same moment I flattened my attacker with a kick in the belly. I had already picked up his rifle when a loud voice reached us. "Stop, don't touch the Frenchies. Frenchie, put down that rifle." It was Captain Flores, the man who had received us the day we arrived. He intervened just as I was about to shoot into the melee. If he hadn't, we might have killed a couple of soldiers, but we certainly would have lost our own lives, stupidly, in the far reaches of Venezuela at the other end of the world in a ban where we had no business being. Thanks to the captain's forceful intervention, the soldiers left us and vented their lust for carnage elsewhere. That was when we had to witness the ghastliest spectacle I'd ever seen. The poor devil who was bound to the stake in the middle of the camp was systematically whipped by 3 men at a time, corporals as well as privates. It lasted from 5 in the afternoon to the next morning at 6, meaning sunrise. It takes a long time to kill a man with a whip. They stopped briefly 3 times to ask him who his accomplices were, who had given him the spoon and who had sharpened it. The man said nothing, even when they promised to end the ordeal if he talked. He lost consciousness several times. They brought him to by throwing buckets of water on him. The worst came at 4 in the morning. The men whipping him noticed that he wasn't reacting. The contractions of the muscles had stopped. An officer asked, "Is he dead?" "We can't tell." "Well, untie him and put him on all fours." Propped up by 4 men, he was more or less on all fours. Then one of the executioners let go a snap of the whip between the man's buttocks that must have reached up and around his genitals. That masterly stroke finally tore a cry of pain from him. "Keep it up," the officer said. "He isn't dead yet." He was whipped until sunrise. This bastinado worthy of the Middle Ages was enough to kill a horse, but not this man. They left off the flogging for an hour, and then, watered down with several bucketfuls of water, he was able to get to his feet with the help of some soldiers. For a moment he managed to stand all by himself. An orderly arrived with a glass in his hand. "Drink this," an officer ordered. "It'll revive you." The man hesitated, then drank the stuff in one gulp. 1 minute later he had collapsed for all time. In his final agony one sentence escaped his lips: "You idiot, They've poisoned you. Not one prisoner, us included, moved so much as his little finger. We were terrorized to a man. For the second time in my life I wanted to die. Then my attention became riveted to the rifle a soldier near me was holding carelessly. All that held me back was the thought that I would probably be killed before I had time to work the damn breech and shoot. A month later Negro Blanco was all well again and once more the terror of the camp. But it was in the cards that he would die at El Dorado. One night one of the soldiers on duty aimed his gun at him as he was passing by. "Down on your knees," the soldier ordered. Negro Blanco obeyed. "Say your prayers. You're about to die." He let him say a short prayer and shot him 3 times. The prisoners said he'd done it because he couldn't stand the savage way the brute beat up the prisoners. Others claimed that Negro Blanco had squealed on the soldier to his superiors, saying that he had known him in Caracas before he began his military service and that he was a thief. He must have been buried not far from the con who had tried to kill Negro Blanco in the first place. The poor devil was probably a thief, too, but a man of very rare courage. These events delayed a quick decision on our case. None of the prisoners worked for 2 weeks. Corbier's bayonet cut was expertly treated by a doctor in the village. For the moment we were held in respect. Chapa left us yesterday to become the warden's cook. Le Guitou and Corbier were freed, for our reports finally arrived from France. They had finished serving their sentences. I'd been using an Italian name. Now the report came through with my real name, my fingerprints and my life sentence, also the report that Duplank had 20 years, as did Chapa. Proudly sticking out his chest, the warden shared with us the news from France. "You may have done nothing wrong in Venezuela, but we're going to keep you here a little longer before we give you your freedom. You'll have to work and behave yourselves. This will be an observation period." Zah. The officers had complained to me several times about how hard it was to get fresh vegetables in the village. The colony had an area under cultivation but no vegetable garden. They grew rice, corn and black beans and that was all. I agreed to plant a kitchen garden if they provided the seeds. They agreed. The good thing about this was that it got us out of camp. 2 new cons had arrived. They'd been arrested in Ciudad Bolivar, and they joined Duplank and me in the venture. Toto was from Paris and the other was a Corsican. We had 2 sturdy little houses built for us out of wood and palm leaves. Duplank and I moved into one, our new friends into the other. Toto and I made some high, sloping frames and set their legs in cans of gasoline to prevent the ants from reaching the seed. In no time we had healthy little plants of tomatoes, eggplants, melons and green beans. When they were large enough to resist the ants, we transplanted them. For the tomatoes, we dug a trench around each plant which was always filled with water. That kept the plants moist and discouraged the parasites that flourished in the virgin forest. "Hey, look at this," Toto said. "See how it sparkles. Wash it, mech." Then he handed it to me. It was a small crystal as big as a chickpea. Once it was washed, it sparkled even more, especially where the matrix was cracked, for it was still covered with a hard gray crust. Could it be a diamond? Shut your trap, Toto. If it's a diamond, you don't want to broadcast it. Maybe we've stumbled on a diamond mine. Let's wait until tonight and meanwhile keep it hidden. I gave mathematics lessons in the evenings to a corporal who was preparing to become an officer. Today that corporal is Colonel Francisco Boligno Utrera, and during our 25-year friendship he has proved himself a man of great nobility and integrity. I asked him, "Francisco, what is this? Is it a piece of rock crystal?" He examined it closely. "No, it's a diamond. Hide it and don't let anybody see it." "Where did you find it?" "Under my tomato plants." "That's strange. You must have brought it up with the river water you use on the plants. Maybe your pail scrapes the bottom and comes up with a little sand." "It's possible. That must be it. You brought your diamond up from the Rio Caroni. Why don't you see if you didn't bring up more of them?" But be careful, you never find just one precious stone. If you find one, there have to be others. Toto went to work. He had never worked so hard in his life. Our two pals, to whom we had said nothing, remarked, "What are you knocking yourself out for, Toto? You're going to kill yourself bringing up all those pails from the river. And why do you always bring up so much sand? That's to lighten the soil, mech. If you mix it with sand, the water filters through better." In spite of the teasing, Toto went on doggedly with his buckets. One day, during one of his trips, he fell flat on his face in front of where we were sitting in the shade. He spilled the bucket, and there in the sand was a diamond as big as 2 chickpeas. We wouldn't have noticed it except that the matrix was cracked. Toto made the mistake of grabbing it too fast. "Hey," Duplank said, "that looks like a diamond. The soldiers told me there were diamonds and gold in the river. That's why I've been carrying all those buckets. I'm not as stupid as you think." Toto was glad he could finally explain his labors. To wind up the story of the diamonds, by the end of 6 months Toto had between 7 and 8 carats and I had a dozen, plus about 30 small ones in the commercial category, in mining terms. One day I found one of over 6 carats. I had it cut in Caracas later on and it produced a stone of nearly 4 carats which I had made into a ring. I still have it and wear it day and night. Duplank also collected a few. I still had my plan so I put my stones in it. The others made plans out of the tips of cattle horns and kept their little treasures in those. None of the soldiers knew anything about this except my friend the corporal. The tomatoes and all the rest grew tall and the officers paid us promptly for all the vegetables we brought to their mess. We were relatively free. We worked without guards and slept in our little houses. We never went near the camp. We were respected and well treated. This didn't keep us from pressing the warden every chance we got to give us our complete freedom. He always answered, "Soon." Yet we'd been here 8 months and nothing was happening. So I began to talk cavale. Toto wanted no part of it, nor the others. I wanted to study the river, so I bought myself some fishing equipment. I sold the fish in addition to the vegetables, particularly the famous piranhas, weighing about 2.5 pounds each, with teeth like a shark's and equally fearsome. There was a curious guy in the camp. His torso was completely covered with tattoos. On his neck was written, "Screw the coiffeur." His face was all twisted up, and his fat tongue hung out slobbering from his mouth. It was clear he had suffered a stroke. Where? No one knew. He was already there when we arrived. Where did he come from? The one sure thing was that he was an escaped Bagnard. Tattooed on his chest was, Bat Dav, which was the nickname of the French punishment brigade in Africa. No question about it. That and his, "Screw the coiffeur," made it clear he'd been a con. Everybody called him Piccolino. He was very well treated, got his food regularly 3 times a day, plus cigarettes. His intense blue eyes were full of life and sometimes even expressed happiness. When his eyes lighted on someone he loved, they glistened with joy. He understood everything you said to him, but he couldn't speak. Nor could he write, for his right arm was paralyzed and his left hand was missing the thumb and 2 fingers. This poor wreck spent hours hanging onto the barbed wire, waiting for me to come by on my way to the offices. Mess with my vegetables. Every morning I stopped to talk to Piccolino. He would lean on the barbed wire and look at me with those lively blue eyes in his dead body. I'd make a few pleasantries and he'd bob his head or blink his eyes to let me know he understood. For a moment his paralyzed face lighted up and his eyes gleamed with all the things he wished he could tell me. I always brought him a few tidbits, a tomato, a lettuce or cucumber salad already dressed, or asmal melon, or a fish cooked over the coals. He wasn't hungry because he ate so well, but it was a change from the regular diet. A few cigarettes rounded off my small offerings. These brief visits with Piccolino became a habit, to such an extent that soldiers and prisoners referred to him as Papillon's son. Freedom. An extraordinary thing happened. I found the Venezuelans so appealing I decided to join my fate to theirs. No, I wouldn't guna cavail. I would accept my unwarranted position as a prisoner in the hope that I would someday be one of them. It may seem paradoxical. The savage way they treated their prisoners was hardly likely to make me want to live with them, yet I came to understand why both prisoners and soldiers found the punishment normal. If a soldier did something wrong, he got a whipping too. And, a few days later, the same soldier would be talking to whoever had flogged him as if nothing had happened. This barbarous system was the product of the dictator Gomez and had outlived him. There is still a civilian official who punishes the people under him with lashings of the bullwhip. My liberation came in the wake of a revolution. A coup d'état, half military, half civilian, unseated General Angarita Medina, the president of the Republic and one of the greatest liberals in Venezuela's history. He was such a good Democrat that he didn't even try to resist the coup d'état. They say that he refused to let Venezuelans kill each other to keep him in power. I cannot believe that that great democratic soldier knew what was being perpetrated at El Dorado. 1 month after the revolution all the offices were transferred. There was an inquiry into the death of the con who had stabbed Negro Blanco. The warden and his brother-in-law disappeared and were replaced by a former lawyer diplomat. Papillon, I'm setting you free tomorrow, but I wish you'd take poor old Papillon with you. He has no identity card, but I'll make him one. Here's yours. It's all in order and has your right name. Now these are the conditions. You must live in the country for a year before you move into the city. It will be a sort of parole so we can see how you're faring and what you're doing with yourself. If at the end of the year the district leader gives you a certificate of good conduct, as I believe he will, then your confinement is at an end. I think Caracas would be an ideal city for you. In any event, you're now legally authorized to live in this country. Your past is of no concern to us. It's up to you to show that you deserve the opportunity to become a respectable person. I hope you'll be my fellow citizen before 5 years are out. God go with you, and thanks for taking care of Papillon. I can give him his freedom only if someone states in writing that he'll take charge of him. Maybe a hospital can do something for him. Let's hope so. I was to be set free with Papillon the next morning at 7. I felt a great warmth in my heart. I was done forever with the road of the condemned. It was October 18, 1945. I'd been waiting 14 years for this day. I withdrew into my little house. I made my excuses to my friends. I needed to be alone. The emotion I felt was too vast and too beautiful to expose to others. I turned my identity card over and over in my hand. My picture was in the left-hand corner and above it the number 1,728,629, and the date. In the middle, my last name, and under that, my first name. On the back was the date of my birth, November 16, 1906. Everything was in order. It was even signed and stamped by the director of the Identification Service. My category in Venezuela, resident. That was really something, that word resident. It meant I was domiciled in Venezuela. My heart was thumping. I wanted to get down on my knees to pray and thank God. But, Pappy, you don't know how to pray, and you've never been baptized. What God do you propose to pray to when you don't belong to any religion? The God of the Catholics, of the Protestants, the Jews, the Mohammedans, whichever I chose. I would have to make up a prayer from scratch because I'd never known any prayer from start to finish. But what did it matter which God I prayed to? Whenever I'd called on him or cursed him in the past, hadn't I always thought of him as the God that belonged to the baby Jesus in his manger with the donkey and the cows standing around? Maybe my subconscious still held a grudge against the good sisters in Colombia. So why didn't I close my mind to everything but the one and only sublime Bishop of Curaçao, Monsignor Irene de Bruyne, and, further back still, the good father at the Conciergerie? For all that I was innocent of the murder for which one public prosecutor, A few cops and 12 cheesehead jurymen had condemned me to hard labor for life. The fact is that I had been a bum. It was because I had been a bum and an adventurer that they had found it so easy to graft on their tissue of lies. I grant you, opening other people's safes is not a commendable profession, and society has the right and duty to protect itself from the likes of me. If I had been pitched down the road of the condemned, I have to be honest and admit that I had been a permanent candidate for the ban. True, my punishment wasn't worthy of the French people, and if society needed to protect itself, it didn't have to sink so low, but that's beside the point. I can't erase my past with a swipe of the sponge. I must rehabilitate myself in my own eyes first, then in the eyes of others. The great majority of Frenchmen will not admit that a man with my past can become a good man. That's the difference between the Venezuelan people and the French. You remember that poor fish Herman in a rapper who tried to explain to the chief of police that no man is ever lost for good, that he must be given a chance to become an honest man. Those almost illiterate fishermen lost in the Gulf of Paria in the vast estuary of the Orinoco have a humane philosophy that many of my countrymen could envy. We have too much technological progress, life is too hectic, and our society has only one goal: to invent still more technological marvels to make life even easier and better. The craving for every new scientific discovery breeds a hunger for greater comfort and the constant struggle to achieve it. All that kills the soul, kills compassion, understanding, nobility. It leaves no time for caring what happens to other people, least of all criminals. Even the officials in Venezuela's remote areas are better, for they're also concerned with public peace. It gives them many headaches, but they seem to believe that bringing about a man's salvation is worth the effort. I find that magnificent. Yes, by God, I do everything in my power to become honest and stay that way. The one difficulty was that I'd never worked at anything. I didn't know how to do anything. But I wouldn't care what I did to earn a living. It might not be easy, but I'd manage somehow. I was sure of it. Tomorrow I'd be like other men. Should I let my father know I was free? He'd had no word from me for years. I wondered where he was. Probably the only news he'd had about me was when the police looked him up each time I made a cavale. No, I mustn't hurry that one. I had no right to open a wound that the years might almost have healed. I'd write him when I was established, when I had a steady job, when my problems were behind me, and I could say to him, "Father, your son is finally free and an honest man. Here's where I'm living. This is what I'm doing. You can hold your head up now. That's why I'm writing to say that I love you and will always think of you with deep respect." It's not all that easy to step out of the chains you've been dragging around for 14 years. They tell you you're free, they turn their backs on you, you're no longer being watched. It's that simple, yet you still wonder. You don't make over a life the way you sew on a button. And if today, 23 years later, I'm a married man with a daughter, living happily in Caracas as a Venezuelan citizen, I have to confess to many more adventures between then and now, some of them successful, some failures, but always as a free man and a good citizen. Maybe someday I'll write 'em down, along with other interesting stories I didn't have room for in this book. End.